Uhuru. Welcome back,
Uhuru.
everybody. We will now resume day 2 of the second plenary of the seventh Congress. If you're just joining us today or you haven't had a chance to make your 2021 pledge, you can contribute to the foundation of a liberated African anti-colonial economy by donating today. No amount is too small. You can go to apspuhuru.org/pledge. We have raised $86,937, I believe. We have $13,063 to go. If you're feeling particularly motivated, please feel free to donate that 13,000. Let us get that out the way, that first 100,000, and start working on that second 100,000. We want you to know that our translator, Shiboy, was on from 8 to 10 a.m. this morning and much of the day yesterday. We just really want to salute Shiboy and expect him back for some time tomorrow. So now it is my honor to present the workshop, Independence in Our Lifetime, The Way Forward for African and the Party Congress, featuring Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Luwezi Kinshasa, Secretary General of African Socialist International, and APSP South Africa Party Chair Tafari Mugari. We would like to begin with Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who founded the African Socialist International more than 40 years ago, and who has always fought for the total liberation and unification of Africa and African people everywhere. Welcome, Chairman.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade. I want to thank Comrade Secretary General Luwezi and Director of Organization Tafari Mugari. First of all, what I want to do is say that for people who participated in the plenary up until the break a few minutes ago, you saw me tussling with the question of Maureen Wagner and Comrade Deputy Chair Onizene Ishitela in terms of the award from my office. And as you saw, I made the determination that that award should go to Comrade Deputy Chair Onizene Ishitela. But what I'm going to do now is the actual rules from around this question does not limit the awards to a single person. So I want to bring Comrade, I want the award to unity and faithfulness for the party before we broke for lunch. But there's so much more that I did not say. And because Comrade Maureen made some really important kinds of decisions to be united with the party. I didn't talk about the times when there were thugs or who, under the guise of being some kinds of revolutionaries, who were actually involved in protecting this white nationalist leftists in the California Bay Area that had political sway there in the so-called progressive or left movement for a long time. And a contradiction with these comrades resulted in armed Africans coming to threaten all of us, threaten our lives and what have you, and put us in a really precarious situation of having to take, participate in preparing for some very extreme actions and life-threatening actions. And Maureen, she was there. And I don't mean she was just in town or in the neighborhood or something to that effect. I mean, Maureen took a station in that situation that was very, very courageous and very dangerous. And she has been involved in other opportunities when other situations where actually, again, life-threatening situations where members of our movement and party, and especially the party, had to actually be armed with the expectation of possible armed attacks on us at any given moment, and Maureen was there. So I just wanted to say that that she has been a very extraordinarily united and courageous comrade, and obviously she's played an important role in the economic work. But as people have seen, this whole issue of white people, I think, has been demystified by our party. I think we said something about that in this political report. We've said something about it in other political reports as well. And our relationship is a genuine relationship built on revolutionary principles. And I'm proud to be able to include Maureen into this award from the office of the chair. So I just wanted to say that starting off. Moving forward, however, because we don't have that much time for this discussion, I want to appreciate again the presence of Comrade Secretary General Louise Kinshasa and of Tafari Mugera, who is the chair of the African People's Socialist Party South Africa, and who has most recently also been given the responsibility as director of the organization. Hold on, comrades, please. Is Maureen there? Is she still there? And if so, Maureen.
Hello, Chairman.
Hello, comrade. Yeah. Can you say something? I just wanted to say that. I mean, there's so much more that could have been said, and you know, yeah, a lot of people. You know, we were once. I was in England, and some weird. I don't know if Louisa was there or not. In London, some weird person who runs around. She's been a Black Panther. She's been a Muslim. She's been a whole bunch of other things. You know, the tall woman. I can't think of her name, but she asked this question of Comrade Penny Hess on one occasion. Would Penny Hess be willing to kill or die for the movement or something to that effect? And I was offended by it because I hadn't seen this woman put herself in any kind of position of readiness to kill or die. And certainly the crew she was running with was not likely to do that as well. But the truth of the matter is that members of the African People's Solidarity Committee in particular, and especially in the 1980s, found yourselves—
Shut the door, please, for me. Not completely, yeah, so listen.
Well, Louise, you need to mute. Comrades found themselves in really trying situations where those were questions, I mean, that people had to answer. And Maureen and others of them answered that question positively. I have no doubt in my mind about Maureen's willingness to do whatever is necessary to make this revolutionary project successful. And that's why I'm really pleased to put her forward. Maureen.
Hello, Chairman. I'm extraordinarily humbled, and you know, I just want to salute you and salute Deputy Chair, and especially in the past year, working under Deputy Chair's leadership has just been profound. And to be part of that whole report that was just given and what was said about self-government, you know, is just both powerful and humbling. And I think that, you know, yesterday, and Zay said that when she got the award, she said she learned what she could be. And I think that's what you have done for white people, is to really teach us what we can be under the leadership of African, you know, the African working class, and being part of humanity. And the choices were never a choice. It's like you have to be on the right side or consciously not be on the right side once you know the truth. And you brought the truth to us. And it has just been an incredible honor for over 40 years. And the impact that you've had on my life and the life of the people in the Solidarity movement is just, it's historic, because we have to, if we want to end our isolation, as you've said so many times, this is the place to be. And there is just so much joy in the Uhuru movement and so much joy in the work, in the struggles, in making the right decision, that it is not a challenge. So I salute you, I salute Deputy Chair, and I want to salute my leadership in APSC, Chairwoman Connie Haas, who really has made historic, courageous decisions that guided me. And she really was the one who, from APSC, who recruited me, and I want to acknowledge that. And brought me into some of the situations that you're even talking about, and also my leadership in ORED, Kitty Riley. So Uhuru, and thank you so much.
Uhuru. Uhuru, comrades. Deputy Chair, I know you are there, and we need to be moving forward, but I'm not sure you'd be as gracious as I'm about to be if the shoe were on the other foot. Is there anything that you wanted to say before we move into this panel? All right. We can't hear you if you're talking, Deputy Chair. Oh, she can't unmute. That's whomever is. Can you unmute, Nia?
Okay, here it is. Uhuru, Chairman, and Maureen, I just really want to congratulate Maureen as well. The first day that I came into the work as Economic Development Director, I wasn't even Deputy Chair, I don't think. And Maureen flew in from California, as part of the process of, getting me implemented. To know that she has gotten the Chairman O'Malley Chatella Award, so well deserved. I mean, she has worked tirelessly. She works a full-time job, plus she do a whole foods and pies full time. And she's just on the front ground of the grants committee, the mighty, mighty grants committee. You saw that report. You saw the Uhuru Foods report. This is a foundation that she has been leading for a very, very long time. And she is determined to take us to the next level. And we're going to make it happen. And I just appreciate Maureen so much for her commitment to Africa and African people, and knowing that, that you do have white people that can stand on the right side of history. And she has proven that in her 40 plus years in dedication in APSC, Uhuru Foods, and all the different organizations that the party has called on her to participate over the years. So I'm just thrilled to hear that she is nominated and has been accepted by the chairman to the highest award in the African People's Socialist Party. Congratulations, Maureen.
Uhuru. I know that this took us a bit off our time schedule, but one of these days we need to really do a kind of event forum discussion to talk about the history of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the incredibly powerful and significant work that some of these comrades have done. And yeah, we have to do that. And Maureen, yeah, we have to do that. And this whole thing about the white people, and it's a real legitimate question for people to ask about the white people if you're Africans. I mean, that's a legitimate question, but there's a mystery about white people, and I think we've demystified the issue, and I would look forward to an opportunity to have that discussion, have a real discussion. I want to just greet comrades, Secretary General Louisa Kinshasa and Director of Organization Tafari Mugere for this next panel discussion. I had previously spoken to Comrade Louisa about asking him to go ahead and lead off on this discussion. So I'm sure he was a bit startled when I first came on and started talking the way I did. But I want to turn it over to Comrade Louisa, and there's a lot that I think I have to say around this, and I'm sure Comrade Tafari as well We didn't really do a kind of rehearsal, or nor have we looked at, like an outline for how this should go. But go ahead, Comrade Secretary General Luezi. Please initiate this discussion. Uhuru.
Well, Chairman, I also just want to unite to congratulate Deputy Chair Honor Senator Stella and Comrade Maureen for their awards. And and I also want to salute the chairman and to salute also the director of organization of African Socialist International in Africa, Comrade Tafari. Uh, Independence in our lifetime is one of the slogan that struck me when I discovered the movement, because we were told Africa's free. Although we understood, Africa is not free, but I never heard of it, that slogan, independence in our lifetime. That every time you go to places, even today, people my generation or older than me, they kept saying independence is for our children, grandchildren. We will not say it, and that struck me, and it's one of my favorite slogan, and I believe in that. And in my days in school in Africa, we were talking to one of the worker, and in my way home, on my way home basically, and he used to tease students, youngsters with our books, looking smart. And he said in one of the discussion he used to initiate just to teach us, he said, look, China has 800 million people at the time, and nobody goes hungry. And you hear some 30 million people, we all hungry. And that really struck me. I said, what? And we didn't have much, philosophy understanding. We didn't have African internationalism to engage in, but that was something that I never forgot from my childhood. And in China, people didn't go hungry. In fact, I listened to the news 2 weeks ago. The Chinese leadership say that they have solved the poverty problem. There is no poor people in China anymore. They made a big announcement about it. So talking about Africa being independent, and now we came to realize is a myth. It's really a myth. And today, we what I'm going to do basically just I'm going to go through some of the examples that basically underline highlights that basically independence is something we have to capture. It's not something that is given to us. We have to recapture Africa. We have to have our own economy. We have to have our own government. You heard throughout since yesterday, the concept of we're preparing to govern ourselves. So all these things are just uh, fundamental. And just before I go further, we have three panelists, and the chairman definitely as the initiator of African nation economy, as the initiator of the new Africa we're trying to build, will definitely go through and lay out, basically the vision of African economy, African independence. What do we mean by that? Comrade Tafari is in a good place, being located in South Africa. You heard yesterday, and you know the history of the party trying to win Africans from South Africa. That we have to build the African Socialist International. You might have watched the video of the chairman in 2004 in South Africa. So we were always clear that the ANC was a set-up organization, that it would take internationalist African revolution for us, to be free in South Africa. So, Comment 5 will go through that. We'll give you examples, and you also know about the economic project we're trying to build in South Africa. So, and what I want to do right now, just go through some examples, just to make it clear the independence of Africa, or these flag celebration every week, maybe in every country in Africa. Uh, there is some celebration, things like that. So you might have heard of this concept of emerging countries in Africa. They bombard us with us, and particularly universities. Just go to university campuses, France, England. You meet the youngsters. The- you know, they're exposed to that, and they'll tell you, yes, Senegal is emerging, and South Africa is emerging, and things like that. But all these are myth. It's not true at all. You only have to see in terms of industrialization. There is no independence industries in Africa. If we had any, then you will have seen a vaccine from Africa against COVID-19. You see, even Vietnam, even coming for your own vaccine, India, everyone's coming for the vaccine, but you don't hear anything from us, Africa. We don't make all those cars or airplanes, TV set, you name it. Uh, and if you look in terms of military powers, Africa is a host of foreign military bases. The United States, you've got France, you've got China, you've got Britain, and so on. And a continent, a nation that is independent, that's not host foreign military bases. That's not host somebody else a power. You don't do that. You will not find the U.S. military bases in Russia. You will not see if you go to China, you will not find a Japanese military base in China. It does not make sense. Or you're independent or you're not. But in Africa, we got lots of it, and we got wars everywhere. Or they call Sahel region, Mali, Niger, Chad, Central African Republic, DR Congo, Somalia, Libya, Nigeria, wars everywhere. And we don't even have industry to make those sophisticated weapons. And all these wars, you see, they are wars for influence, for control of our minerals. Uh, Talking about pollution, go to Ghana, you see the polluted rivers by the gold mines. Go to Tanzania, go to Congo, go to Mali, you will see all this. Go to Nigeria, the Delta region where the oil is from, polluted rivers, destroyed. There are places in Nigeria, there is no night because the fire is always on because of the oil that spills everywhere. So children don't know when it's nighttime, when it's daytime. These just some of the uh, example. You go to Niger, that's where the French get the uranium from. People are contaminated, no access to healthcare, no access even to access the level of contamination, which is highly superior to anything the world standards have set. And that's where France gets its uranium, and you will know France electricity is produced mainly from uranium. 75% of the French electricity comes from uranium. But you go to Niger, see how people, the way they live, no access to water. You know about the privatization of companies in Africa, national asset, what makes the national economy. Always a colonial economy, almost everything is sold out. Water privatized, electricity privatized, mining privatized, health privatized, education privatized. There is no economy. Nothing's made there for the people. No money, you can't go to school. If you go after primary school, you will not make secondary schools in most of the cases. People don't have money. You heard about France Afrique. France controls the economy of at least 14 countries in Africa. They control the currencies, they control the oil, they control the water, they control the ports, they control everything. And there's an estimate of $500 billion France makes every year out of these 14 countries in Africa. And France is not just in those 14 countries in Africa. Don't make no mistake. France is in Ghana. France is in Nigeria. France in South Africa too. And we have the AU. What the AU does, what the AU has ever done for any African anywhere on the planet. But they are there. They have some budget. They live in a headquarters built by the Chinese. Just imagine the headquarters of the African Union is not even made by themselves. So the evidence that Africa is not free, Africa is not independent, is everywhere. We don't control the trade routes, and one of the trade routes is the sea routes, what the so-called Indian Ocean. It doesn't make sense to call it Indian Ocean. Look at your map. See where India is. See where Africa is. It should be called, Mali Ocean or Somali Ocean or any, a legitimate African name or something like that. But at least 40% of the trades go through uh, the Red Sea, basically the extension of the Indian Ocean. This way Somalia is. This way U.S. military base in Djibouti is, Chinese military base, France military base. They're all there, and it's just like 40 miles or less away from Saudi Arabia, and it's strategic route. We don't control it. And don't even talk about the Atlantic Ocean around Africa. All the kind of ships go around. We don't control them. We don't even know who is sailing around Africa. Uh, we have no maritime fishing industry. You go to supermarket London here, you will see tins of fish. You read it, they say tuna from Senegal. Africa, we don't consume that much tuna. We don't even see it. You've got Norway boats, you've got Russian, Chinese, French, all the boats of the world go around Africa. They fish as they want. And I'm told like around Madagascar is one of the richest water for the fish. And they're French and all these companies, they are there. They are there, even polluting the place, by the way. Uh, you already know we don't have a unified economy. I'll give you just an example. Uh, if you take, we can go through country by country, but that's not what we're going to do. You take country like Niger, you have Arriva, it's a French company, Savannah. You go to Sierra Leone, you've got African Minerals, London Mining, you've got Sierra Ruta, you've got Stella Diamonds. All these are foreign uh, companies. You go to Zambia, you've got Berkeley, Mineral, you've got Glencore, and Glencore is everywhere. In South Africa, I'm just naming a few. You have more than that. You've got Anglo American, De Beers, Aquarius Platinum, Precision Mining, Lone Mean, my first company. They shot our comrades in Marikana is there, and they have their headquarters here in London. Rio Tinto, South Australian companies everywhere in Africa. Anglo American is also in Namibia, Glencore in Namibia, Rio Tinto in Namibia, Royal Dutch in Namibia, in Nigeria, Rio Tinto in Mozambique, Botswana, Anglo American, De Beers. You go to Madagascar, Rio Tinto, you go Talo Oil in Madagascar. Talo Oil is in the Congo, Republic of Brazzaville, is in Uganda, in Zimbabwe. You go Anglo American, Glencore is in the Congo, Run Gold Resources, Glencore is in Tanzania, Acacia Mining. I mean, these are all bunch of foreign predators, looters. They're there just to loot. And that's what makes African economy. What kind of economy is that? Because those who are there, they're not coming to build anything. They're coming just to loot, to take the resource out of Africa. And that's, you go to Nigeria, for example, 90% of foreign currency of Nigeria comes from oil. And when the price of oil goes down, what happened to Nigeria then? As the price of oil has gone down for many years now. So it's a colonial economy. Economy is there, not for you and me. It's economy for, for outside forces. I take this example. Britain, for example, control over £1 trillion worth of Africa's most valuables. Did you hear the figure? The dizzy figure, £1 trillion worth of Africa's most valuable. Now imagine that Britain makes just 10% of benefit or profit from that 1 trillion. We're talking of a minimum of 100 billion pounds Britain is making from Africa. If they make 10% profit, I don't know the percentage. I have here the total value of Chinese investment and construction in Africa is closing in on $2 trillion since 2005. And this information coming from It's a Chinese global investment uh, tracker institute. So basically, it's their own information. That's a lot. So if they're making only 10%, China and Africa now is $200 billion. These just are figures that show you basically Africa. That's not the economy. Just take this example.
5 minutes.
Britain has decided to leave EU. When you look
Ooh,
at it,
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. If you look at a trade deficit between EU and Britain, it's around $80 billion. $80 billion. And this contributed to the Britain leaving EU because it's not working in his favor. He's working in favor of EU. Now think about Africa deficit with Britain, with France, with the United States, with China, with Canada, with Japan. Everything works in favor of colonizers. If you begin to quantify that, it's just dizzy figures. And if I'll take one more example. Nigeria budget, as I say, is based on oil. It's $34 billion. You have less than 27 million billion dollars left. It's not a lot. Ghana's budget is $15 billion. Uh, when you compare just the U.S. military budget, that's $780 billion. That's just the military. And now, what will you do with $15 billion in Ghana, in a country of at least 25 million people? And you can take that example for every single African country. Congo of Lumumba, you know what the budget is? $4 billion. The population about 100 million. So you can say Congo doesn't have a budget, and 60% of that budget is to fill the salaries of the African leaders. And this across the board. Niger, Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, all these countries, over 60% of the budget is for salaries of ministers, general, you name them. It is not acceptable. So there are more examples. You can see African people are not free immigration policies. Just go to any immigration in the world, see how Africans are treated, debt payments. It's just unbelievable that we have to pay debt to Europe. That's unbelievable. The government pays it, and those governments are not overthrown overnight. It does not make sense. That's a lot of money that is being siphoned from Africa. The erosion of statues of African women is so bad. Is so bad. From Mali to Somalia to Congo to South Africa is so bad. And you know what they do? The foolers, they will name like Ngozi, I think his name is Ngozi Okonjo, as the head of a World Trade Organization. We don't need her to be there. This is not our economy, you know. So if you anyway, I won't go that for now. But so some of the things is there is no investment in health. There is no healthcare system in Africa. It's up to you. If you sick, you sick. You go to hospital, there are no medicine. Number of doctors per capita is ridiculous. Most of the doctors, flee Africa anyway. Land grab. There's a process going on as a as a war, like Congo, Central Africa, Mali, Niger, Burkina, military occupation, but also land grab, land being sold to multinational companies. It's happening all over Africa. And
Oh, 1 minute.
Africans are living in displaced camps, at least 10 million Africans, children
One
working in the
minute.
mines by millions. That's no free economy, that's no free nation, and so on. So we want to regain and reorganize, as the chairman also said, complete the black revolution of the 60s, preparing to govern and have our own anti-colonial economy. So I just want to end here, and I'm going to go to Comrade Tafari, and the chairman will come at the end to, to sum up everything. Uhuru, Director Tafari.
Yes, Uhuru S. Chiluwezi. Thank you. I really want to express appreciation for being invited on this platform with the greatest leadership of the African Revolution. I want to acknowledge Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the leader and founder of the Uhuru movement, and just to also state that obviously all of us as organizers, we are informed by the political theory of African internationalism, which is why whatever Estulwezi has said will make sense to all of us because of this tool that we have of for us to be able to analyze the world and events, even in the ever-changing world. So I just want to appreciate Chairman Omali Yeshitela for being able to develop this political theory of African internationalism based on seeing the world as it is. So, and I'm saying that simply to say, like, uh, wherever we are as African people being colonized, we are colonized wherever we are. And that's the fundamental contradiction that we have to resolve. But then for us to do that, we have to recognize how this system was born, how it functions, and what it's going to take for us to be able to destroy it. So without African internationalism, we can't do that. And we see it in terms of practice. I just want to be able to speak of, because I work a lot under the leadership. I actually work under the leadership of ST Luwezi. We talk all the time. So I just want to talk in terms of what it means, just the topic independence in our lifetime, the way forward in terms of towards the African liberation. So we heard about independence in terms, especially in terms of the wake of the 1960s, which was actually it has already been defined in our movement as a revolutionary period, the same revolution that was destroyed by imperialism. And we heard about a period of independence. I think it's 1960, whereby you had more than like about 17 countries becoming so-called independent, and then you saw that like moving on to the 70s, 80s, and 1994, South Africa is declared to not even independent. In terms of South Africa, they don't even use the word independence. They say it became a democracy. So the ANC being in office right now, because we can't even talk about power, just the way things are developing right now, like things are becoming evident that the white ruling class, the white capitalists control the economy of in South Africa. Just it's explicit is there. Even the way Cyril Ramaphosa became the president, like he was like pushed, like he didn't have a constituency in terms of like he was not a popular guy that the ordinary ANC member could vote for and whatever. Like there are popular people in the ANC, but then this man was pushed the campaigns and whatever. The same way the ANC came to power, the chairman did mention this before to say, like I think he quoted one of the PAC persons who said that even God would not have won against the ANC in 1994 because all the imperialist powers were backing up the ANC.
Yeah.
Money, organizing concerts in the UK. All the celebrities coming through, even some of the people that are musicians that we love. Were paid to be able to make sure that the ANC becomes the only so-called like sort of legitimate liberation movement for African people. But then we know like we have people like Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. And actually this topic of independence in our lifetime, there's the man called Anton Lembede who are like one of the founders of the ANC Youth League in the 1940s. Because when the ANC was founded in 1912, it was mainly chiefs, like these like people from the royalty of some sorts, and even women could not get membership in the ANC until the 1940s, obviously because of the development of things in the world, how our revolution had advanced. So they Anton Lambert talks about independence in our lifetime, and then you see this is where even Robert Sobukwe comes from and so forth. And the only platform they had was with through the ANC. But then it was clear later on in the 50s that the ANC is a petty bourgeois organization and they can't do anything about it. That's why Robert Sobukwe ended up breaking away with other comrades, and then they formed the Pan-Africanist Congress. But then right now we can see in occupied Azania since 1994, everybody just wants to be the better ANC. You know, they want to say, oh, we can uphold the constitution better than the ANC, or like I heard them, what's this, the EFF saying something like, the leader was saying that we saved this country. You know, like the EFF says, taking pride in the fact that, but then what is this country? South Africa. South Africa is an attack on Africa. You know, there was no South Africa like before Europeans came here. There was no Nigeria. There was no uh, Sudan or South Sudan or anything like that. Like Africa, you had Africa, the land, the natural resources, the people migrating from one place to another depending on the conditions and everything else. So that's how it was, and that's what the Africa that we recognize. That's the Africa that we want to consolidate as the party. And since our theory is a theory of practice, it's a living theory. We want to put it to apply it in the real world by organizing the African Socialist International. You know, wherever we are. So right here in occupied Azania, we are building the African People's Socialist Party. um, so we actually mostly most of us are young people. You know, actually we are growing right now. We are children of the Uhuru movement. You know, we were introduced to politics. A lot of concepts we learn them from here, like democratic centralism, dialectical materialism. On, you know, we learned everything from the Uhuru movement, and and it was exciting for us to know that there is a liberation movement that does not confine our struggle within these tiny borders that we have everywhere that separate us, you know, because we knew that we are Africans. uh, I'm an African, like myself. The best way to express that I'm an African was to be a Rastafari. You know, I thought, let me be a Rasta, because you know, Rasta say you are black, you're proud, you have a black God, and things like that. But then when we learn that we can actually build an Africa that is free, not just in our minds, but actually, then we were excited about that. We joined the party and we have learned. And I think we are at a point whereby we can actually say that we are ready to take up any kind of struggle and advance it towards the total liberation of Africa. So the tools are there, and we are working. I just want to say, in terms of the 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 appointment that I have received from Chairman Omali Eshitela of being the director of organization for the ASI in Africa. I'm quite honored for that. You know, it means a lot. Just how I've been exposed to, like, the fact that African people are one everywhere. You know, we desire to be one. We desire to struggle as one people, not only on the continent but across the world. We recognize that. But then the African petty bourgeoisie, they always insist that we have to confine our struggle within these borders. You know, like we are threat to one another. Like, here, there is a movement. I know that all the politicians are part of that movement. Some pretend not to be, and it's the Save South Africa movement, or South Africa First, or South Africans First, something like that. So, like, now you have Julius Malema, who's just reunited with Jacob Zuma. They are friends now. Initially, Malema was against Thabo Mbeki, and then in favor of Zuma. And then he turned against Zuma, and then now he's coming back. They're drinking tea, they're friends. So the African working class must just go one way or another. So why? Because somehow we're not supposed to have a material interest. We're not supposed to have organization. We're not supposed to have our own strategy. So the African Socialist International, under the leadership of the chairman Omali Shitela, is able to give us a strategy, you know, for us to say we can actually organize ourselves and be able to say, this is where we are, this is how we move across the continent. Like, for example, we have Africans in East Africa, West Africa, North Africa, and Southern Africa. So we have to be able to say, how can we consolidate the comrades who are in East Africa and also be able to consolidate those that are in West Africa beyond the borders. Like our constitution says it clearly that the African liberation movement has reached like its limitations when it is confined within these colonially imposed borders. So we can simply say we want to build an East Africa committee, and that East Africa committee, already you have destroyed the borders. You know, they know that we are building, but then our work will be concentrated on developing programs within East Africa, developing campaigns over there. Let's say maybe we want to challenge the issue of these African despots like Museveni and them there in East Africa. We can have a campaign that is concentrated there, and then Africans everywhere can support that particular campaign. And then if you go to West Africa, we are dealing with this. If there is an outbreak of some kind of biological warfare and so forth, we can have a campaign around that and say, let's organize the All African People Development and Empowerment Project over there. We are there in Sierra Leone, we are there in Liberia and so forth. What can we do? Can we go online? Can we organize a campaign? Can we raise funds as the West Africa region? But then this is part of the strategy of building the African revolution wherever we are. And depending on where we win first, we can win East Africa first, we can win West Africa first, but then this will be a build up towards like liberating the entire African continent. So this is what we mean in terms of advancing this struggle to a to an ultimate objective of the total liberation and unification of Africa. That's where we're going. So I just want to appreciate the party in terms of that. I know since the 2018 Congress of the African People's Socialist Party, we have been talking about the regional strategy. We saw that on last year's plenary. It is articulated by the chairman on the political report. Even on this political report, we're talking about that. So we taking up that strategy, applying it everywhere, talking about dual and contending power, winning territory. So it's alive. Unlike um, the Pan-Africanists who talk about African liberation, and then it's only limited to support black businesses, for example. And then you just want to be this emerging black capitalist, and you say support me because I'm black. Stop supporting white people and whatever black pride that actually the value that defines the capitalist social system itself. What about the African working class? Because it doesn't matter if it's a Patrice Motsepe who owns mines, is a black billionaire here, as well as the president, the South African president, Sir Ramaphosa. They may be black, but then in the very same mines that they own is African workers who are working there under the same conditions as working for DBS or some other white man's company. It's the same thing. All of us come back to the townships where we are organizing the impedant branches, by the way. So the people on the ground, they have to be able to say, we want to organize ourselves politically and be able to have that kind uh, of independence in terms of, even if we go out there and say we're fighting for the struggle for land, for example, and the petty bourgeoisie has an interest in the struggle for land, because more than 80% of the land in South Africa is owned and controlled by white people, the colonizers, right? And then the petty bourgeoisie, even those who are just aspiring petty bourgeoisie, may be able to say, we want some land as well. Obviously, they want some land to be able to continue the same thing. The same thing is just that they just want to be in the same position as white people by owning a piece of land and saying, call yourself a farmer, and then you are able to make money from that and become rich, and then you'll be celebrated as this black person who is a farmer, and then the African workers and peasants are working in the farm, and then they still under the same condition. So we may be able, for example, I'm not saying
Uhuru,
this is something
5 minutes.
actually Uhuru can
5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right, Uhuru. So um this is not something that is actually happening yet, but I'm just saying that if we decide to say we can go to some kind of coalition with the other existing organizations like maybe EFF, BLF, and all these are petty bourgeois organizations, the class itself has that has a class independence, politically, and going there knowing this is our interest, this is what we're fighting for. This is just a tactic for us to achieve an ultimate goal. The working class can be able to do that as long as they are armed with organization that is explicit in who it serves, the African working class. That's what the African People's Socialist Party is. We are explicitly for the African working class, and everyone else who talks about black unity, they have to see that black unity through committing class suicide if you're petty bourgeois and joining with the majority of the African population, which is African trailers. So I just appreciate the African People's Socialist Party and its history, its insistence that despite the fact that at certain junctures you might find the African like people going one way with the petty bourgeoisie and so forth, but then we maintain the line that what we're fighting for is African dignity, African people to get the respect that we deserve, not just in terms of fighting against racism, but actually to be self-sufficient, self-determining, and owning our own power. So we said that, and today, because of how things are developing in the world, the crisis of imperialism, and people are starting to gain confidence in the fact that, oh, damn, we can actually win because look at what's happening in the US, white people storming the is that the parliament or some capital, whatever it's called, so people are gaining the confidence, but then when they gain the confidence, they don't have an answer of why this is happening, and all of them are now gravitating to the party. They're doing that. Some are doing that silently, hiding because they have previously like attack the party and call the party sectarian and whatever and all these kind of things, so but then we are the vanguard of the African revolution, and uh, ultimately, the conclusions that the chairman had come to, everyone will be able to recognize that. So I'm just excited to be part of this. The comrade who introduced me to the party, I appreciate him a lot because I could have been somewhere else, but I'm here with them, with the African Revolution. So I want to salute my comrades in East Africa, the comrades in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, comrades in West Africa, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, and Central North Africa, Chad, comrades in occupied Tanzania. We are winning and we are building everywhere. So let's remos. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Kamet Tafari and Secretary General Luizi. This African Socialist International, I believe, is one of the most important things that's happened to Africa since Garvey, at least. Garvey was an extraordinary force that pulled together Africans from around the world. Part of why we know it's possible because it's been done before. Garvey organized Africans everywhere, where in South Africa, as it's called, in Congo, all around the world where Africans, Black people are, Garvey pulled it together. And we have an advantage over Garvey. And one part of that advantage is that Garvey's done it before. So in many ways, we know it can be done. We know it can be done because it has been done. So we can learn whatever lessons there are to be acquired from the success of Garvey. This question before us with the African Socialist International is the question of the African Revolution. And this is the first time that the African Revolution has been back on the agenda since the work that Nkrumah attempted to do in terms of putting forth an all-African solution to Africa's problems, contradiction, at least all-African solution as it related to the continent of Africa. Lumumba joined in that project. Sobukwe joined in that project. And some of the people who we know of, when we talk about from that period of time, they are people who united with what Nkrumah was trying to do. Some betrayed Nkrumah, who are also well known, and sometimes they are favored by people as these great African leaders too. I mean, even people like Julius Nyerere, you know, who especially in 1963 at that founding OAU conference was one of those who went against Nkrumah, who could have made the difference. One of those who could have made the difference, and so this is the first time we bringing back this whole possibility of the African Revolution. We can honestly say without any hesitation that the African People's Socialist Party is the only organization fighting for the African Revolution, as opposed to the Mali Revolution, the Ivorian Revolution, or the Haitian, or some other thing like that. We're the only organization that's put together a program, a proposal for Africa, all of Africa to be liberated. Because the truth of the matter is, it's not going to be possible for there to be these fragmented independence, fragmented freedoms in Africa. Never will happen, never can happen. And that's one of the reasons that the imperialists work so hard. One of the reasons, certainly one of the benefits of splitting up Africa, dividing Africa, and creating these borders, one of the benefits is that it prohibits Africa from being able to work as one organized whole for the liberation. This is what the imperialists did. And then, of course, in 1963, where we saw the founding of the Organization of African Unity, we saw imposed on the continent of Africa the very same thing that Nkrumah was warning against, a neo-colonial solution. We have a continental-wide neo-colonial entity called the Organization of African Unity that really codified and consolidated those borders, because up until then, we knew the borders were there, but they didn't have that much significance to people, African people, Black people. I mean, there were borders that were supposed to be there when Garvey was in motion, etc., but people saw themselves as being Africans. This Organization of African Unity, this thing in 1963, really consolidated and codified, made legal, inviolate these borders that the colonizers had put there for their benefit, and it works against us and against Africa. Then, of course, what happens is when you have that kind of fracturing of Africa, and then you create governments there, you create heads of state, you create all of these entities that at least appear to be like government, then those entities themselves cannot exist except within the context of the borders. There can't be a Ghanaian government if there ain't no Ghana. There can't be a Nigerian government if there is no Nigeria. There can't be a South African government if there's no South Africa. So when they did that, then they gave, in all of these places, each of these entities had a stake in keeping those borders there. You can't convince them to get rid of those borders. You can't have a discussion with them. That means what are they going to do? You know, and they are vicious traitors. Virtually every one of them. I don't care how they started out. That's how it ends up. They betray the interests of Africa. How many hospitals has either of them ever built? How many hospitals? How many universities can you find? You know, on the continent of Africa, more than 1 billion people. And I guarantee you will not find 3 universities that have been created in Africa since independence, so-called independence. So this is what we have inherited. So the African Socialist International, we want to see a free Africa. Like there are people in the United States and probably some other places where we've been shipped to, forced to, dispersed to against our will, who want to know, you know, like what part of Africa you know, did I come from? My parents come from this kind of thing, and there's a market for that. There's a whole industry.
How about at that event I went to? It was.
There's an entire industry for Africans to find out where you came from in Africa, and much of it is bogus. When I say it's bogus, like you hear somebody saying, "Well, your family came from Sierra Leone." Well, was no Sierra Leone. How the hell did they come from Sierra Leone? Sierra Leone is a recent invention. You know, of course that's not true. But people are looking for that. And so they say, well, don't you want to? I don't want to know. I know where I'm from. I'm from Africa. That's where I'm from. I'm an African. I'm from Africa. So I'm not looking for this little separate, fractured kind of identity. I am an African, and that's the thing that we're fighting for and helping to win people too. And we have to, the most fundamentally important work that we have to do is to really engage the people. We have to take political education to masses of people. And I don't mean setting up schools and forums and things like this all over. I mean, do that if you can, but that's not the fundamental question. The thing is that we have to work with the people and to struggle to change the conditions, taking an understanding of the conditions coming from this assault on Africa that create these borders in the first place. The reason that there's so much significance to ethnicity on the continent of Africa is the same reason that there are so many diverse languages on the continent of Africa. And that is because there is no common unifying economy in the continent of Africa. Because the fact of the matter is economic activity, that's the force, that's the basis of human beings speaking in the first place. That's why human beings came to speak, because human beings had to cooperate in order to produce. So if you can lock people up into these narrow situations where groups have come together as families in order to produce, and this is where you have the so-called tribes and the so-called clans and all of this stuff, they become units of production. And that's limited there. And the borders contribute to keeping that kind of situation there, keeping it, making it almost impossible for the economy to spread out across the continent of Africa itself. When that happens, then it knocks down these borders of language. People say, well, I'm afraid that my language is dying out. You know, I've heard that complaint. You don't have to be afraid of that. We create a united economy. You will see that the languages that we speak all over begin to come together in a certain way to give us a common language. We'll get rid of that, which is not helpful for production and development of life, etc. But that's the kind of thing that creates. So I want to just say this quickly. We have to make a revolution. There is no solution for Africa within the context of these existing governments and systems that they are there to suck Africa dry. If you listen to just the small amount of information that we got from Commerce Secretary General Luizi about all these resources that's being sucked out of Africa by all of these various corporations throughout the European and part of Asian world, it shows you that Africa has the ability to shut it down, to shut the entire imperialist enterprise down. And that's what African internationalism does. It gives us an army of forces who ideologically recognize that imperialism, this social system that was given birth by kidnapping Black people and terrorizing us and creating all these other offenses against us. This is the system. We're not just working against Malema anymore, as thuggish and bad as he is, or Zuma, or any of these other people. We're working against a whole system. And they have throw Zuma away and throw these guys away and replace them with somebody else before you can bat your eye. It's a system that has to be destroyed. And we can win masses of people to do that and win them into participating in their own emancipation, their own liberation. That's what the African Socialist International is about. So we now are building an army of organizers, an army of forces who recognize our responsibility to liberate our Africa, to unite our Africa. And so that these resources of Africa, they have to go to Africa. There is no if, buts, ands, or buts about that. They have to go to Africa. And this, we have to say that unapologetically. And those forces who are there shoveling the resources from our babies' mouths and giving them to anybody else, they have to be moved out the way. We're going to have a revolutionary process and fight for an all-African revolutionary movement. So that's not even far-fetched. It wasn't far-fetched in the 1960s. That's why Che Guevara ended up on the continent of Africa looking to build a continental-wide revolutionary movement for the liberation of Africa. This is Che Guevara from Argentina. So we have to recognize our responsibility to do that, and we have to create revolutionaries. And we can't be afraid of it. We can't be somebody who's stuck with the assumption that the only way we can go to power is through an election. We go to power through the people. And the people have to be the determining factors, because the elections are established for more than anything else. The elections are established to protect the system. Because as long as people participate in the system through the election, they're not fighting to tear the system down. So that's what happened to us in the 1960s. We did it in Zimbabwe, they did it in South Africa and what have you. And then that meant that they went into this process of being elected into office, made deals that will allow the white people to stay in power, don't take their land, don't take their land, take our land back for them. These were deals that these guys made. And so this is part of what we're up against. So I want to say, inside the United States, we often see Africans who complain about the slander against Africa. And they would show a building, they would show photos of big skyscrapers and big buildings. See, look, this is Africa. Africa is all of this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And what that is, of course, is that's imperialism. That's the colonizers who set up in Africa, and the masses of African people are living in the worst kinds of conditions imaginable. And when Comrade Luiz was talking about the pollution, you don't have to go to a river to find the pollution. You go to the side of the road in any of these streets and look in the ditches on the side of the road, the garbage and the filth and what have you that's located there. And that floats up every time it rains. And you know, the rainy season is something that happens frequently. We live in hovels, and this form of existence bestializes us in the sense that it puts us into a situation where we can't have the long view, because every moment of life, we are now trying to figure out how we're going to eat, where we're going to sleep, how we're going to make this happen, and that reduces us to the status of beast, because the fact is the thing that distinguishes human beings from other animals is consciousness. But you can't even have that. You can't even have the long view if every instance of you're alive, you're trying to figure out how you're going to eat, how my child is going to eat, how I'm going to survive, how I'm going to get around this this roadblock, how I'm going to get around this violence that's been imposed on me. That's what's imposed on Africa, and is the responsibility of African internationalists. Now I'm going to say this because what happens is when we start talking about organizing on the continent, this tradition of charity, this tradition of these NGOs and what have you, that substitute for what government should be doing, that takes over. And African people the masses of our people have lost confidence in their ability to have power, their ability to solve our own problems. I remember when William Jefferson Clinton, they called the cracker Slick Willie in Arkansas, where he came from, because he was a treacherous, vicious, lying politician. And when he as president of the United States, when he went, I think it was Ghana, and when he sat down in Ghana, he was walking around, and all these Africans, they thought it was like God had come, and they rushed him, you know, with such adoration and zeal that it scared him. It frightened the hell out of him, frightened his security and everything, because the white man had come. That's our salvation. I remember making a speech in South Africa to a group of something they would be considered middle school children in the United States. And after I finished speaking, and this young African stood up and he said, "Thank you for helping us to love Africa again." This is the war that's being made against us all the time. And so it's our responsibility, African internationalists. The Soviet Union, long time ago, decided that there were only 6 legitimate revolutionary organizations on the continent of Africa. These were organizations that it recognized, because these organizations satisfied some foreign policy objectives of the Soviet Union. And these organizations, they gave training. They trained them militarily, they trained them ideologically, they trained them organizationally, and they gave them safe places that they could go to in order to get organized. And they call this the authentic 6, the only authentic organizations. And so we say, how the hell can anybody else tell us who is authentic about a revolution? That's our responsibility. And even though Africans are poor, generally speaking, we can collectivize our resources, our training, our skills, and things like that. We have to create an African Socialist International, an international organization of African who have come to revolutionary conclusions. And this is how we happen to be here in this discussion today. That organization didn't exist. Those organizations didn't exist. We didn't understand just how deeply infested the whole African liberation movement was with neo-colonial and petty bourgeois worldview, ideology. So we're starting from the bottom up. And in the process, we've made errors and we're gonna make some more. But what I'm really proud of right now is I think we got a core of quality people who will help us to construct what has to be done, even in the process of building this thing out. I'm convinced that we're on a whole new trajectory, and I'm really appreciative of the kind of work that Comrade Luezi has done over all these years. And Comrade Tafari, I mean, you've been just a splendid a breath of fresh air. You and those young comrades there in occupied Azania, and you've taken seriously this whole objective to govern. I know you've taken that seriously. I believe you probably marked your parking space at the whatever they call the headquarters of the government there in occupied Azania today. But the point is that we have honest forces who are willing to do that, and we help them see the ability to do it. We give them the vision to say it's possible, and that's part of what this work that we're doing, and we haven't spoken in a serious way about transferring like our capacity for economic development and what have you there, setting up our institutions there. That's something that's already in the works. Of course, it's going to be happening in Ghana. Possibly it's going to be happening in Tanzania as well, but this is incredibly important stuff we're doing, and South Africa is going to be important because we're going to take all the industry that they've created there, that belongs to us. And the thing is that we take that's going to help us to make some really important moves toward industrializing the continent of Africa. It's not that great in South Africa, but it's a good start, and it's better than any other place on the continent of Africa that we can look at. So the thing is that we have to make this revolution, and we have to recognize that the class question is real, and that there's a foreign alien a force, that the African petty bourgeoisie is just as foreign as the white ruling class itself. It has adopted its attitudes, as ideas. It has been given a material stake in the continuing existence of this relationship that we have, our people have to imperialism. So I feel pretty good about how we're moving now. And I think that spreading philosophy is important. We have to do that. People on the continent we know are desperate. And so anything looks like some resources are coming, people want those resources, and they come sometimes to the party because they think we got resources. But the resource that we have is in them. And that's the thing that has to be understood. They have to want Africa to be free. That has to be the driving force. And I know that's going to be difficult because of the urgency of the situation. Comrade Afua Wafasi, who is there in Ghana. And she talks all the time because you see children on the streets in the middle of traffic and whatever, trying to sell a banana, trying to sell this or that, and because the government doesn't do a damn thing about providing economy for the people. So the people have to create their own economy. You see them sitting on the side of a road with a small bowl with 5 bananas in it, trying to sell it. This is what has happened to Africa and African people, and I'm intolerant of it. And I'm a proud African, and I want all the other Africans on the planet Earth to say this is totally unacceptable, that the barbarians have attacked Africa and they're sucking our resources away from us. We want them back, and we are determined to get them back. And we're going to get them from Africa, and we're going to get them from other places around the world, because we have to have a position and the ability and the organizational capacity to make sure that when the oppressor attacks us any place in Africa or any place else, that we have the ability to deliver a consequence to them wherever we are located. So an attack on African people in Accra should mean that we can deliver a consequence in London, or we can deliver a consequence in Johannesburg, or we can deliver a consequence inside the United States as well. That's what we are building for. Have to exist with the other regions. They're not just regions. They have to exist along with the other regions. And so what we start off as regional strategies collectively become a total strategy for the liberation of our continent. Uhuru. I think I probably spoke longer than I was supposed to, but not too much longer. I don't think.
Toward Chairman, thank you so much for bringing us into, and the African working class now can speak for itself, can project its own vision, can define what the struggle looks like, what the struggle is about. No legitimacy from anybody. We have the one who will be defining what is legitimate anywhere in Africa. And we're going to make it clear that we want a unified Africa, a unified economy. And as you said, that will create a unified culture.
Yes.
People just have to look
And
what's going on in Africa. They will see the same companies.
unified culture. It will reveal a unified culture because
Yes.
the culture is unified. It's just, that will reveal it. We don't even know enough about each other to know that they're just like us.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Probably we're going to have time to do programs on that. The more we study African culture from the point of view of African internationalists, it's true. It's revealing itself that we are one people and we speak the same language. Even what I used to see is they said they are they came for division of languages in Africa, but in reality is one language, and information is there, but we're going to get time basically to go through that. Uh, I wanted to say one of the reasons I've been giving names overall, it's not the best organized way. Africans around the world need to know who are the imperialists, their companies. We need to know when we say Glencore, when we say Royal Dutch, we need to know if they live in the same city as you, where the headquarters is, the face of that person, because today in Africa, most of the people don't know the colonizers, apart from the ambassadors and US president, the French president. In the past, people that are it takes sometimes some more work to explain to the people. Uh, yes, we opposed to the local gangster who is in power in your face. He speaks same language as you, but he is a power that's hiding the white power, and the people find it difficult because the experience is what some charity organization in the neighborhood is white people. They brought them these Salvation Army, USAID, and things like that. So we want to bring all these faces so they know this part of know very well the African people know who is in Africa. We got wars everywhere, but people they find it difficult to understand why there's so much killing, so much displacement, and that they don't see necessarily the British government involved. They don't see the French government involved. Over in Mali, I can see there is some kind of development there, identifying the French imperialists there. The one thing I want to say also the unpaid workers. That's the norm in Africa these days. Workers are not really paid. If they are paid late, and they're always behind. And it's not unusual. People may be surprised, but it's not uncommon in most countries in Africa. Workers have not been paid for a year, for 6 months, and there is no explanation. The only explanation they say they are corrupt. It's true they are corrupt, but it's more than that because the only thing you understand how this system was born. How was it born? It was born by stealing the labor of Africans, stealing the lives of Africans. There's the same system today. So he's stealing our labor, stealing our lives, because you cannot export Africa without uh, uh, basically extreme violence. That's colonialism. You can't do that. So the uh, the question of power is another question the African internationalism is bringing to our people. You cannot be independent if you don't have power. And here we're talking of international power because those companies, as we have been saying, if they export us in South Africa, they're exporting us in Guinea. The same company exporting us in Kenya. And are the same companies coming from the United States or Canada or Brazil, wherever, who exported us for centuries before Berlin Conference. It's the same forces we're dealing with, and which means we too must have power. Not the state of Nigeria, that's no power. For us, that's mercenary state. Uganda, all these they are mercenaries. Say Uganda, look at Uganda now. The some sectors of the white power they start campaigning against you, Museveni. Not because they are for freedom for Africans. They know Museveni has served them so well. They don't need Museveni anymore. They need a new government that will give them a good cover Museveni is no longer cover for them. So he needs to go. And Africa should not be fooled by that. We need our own power, black power, the African working class power. And that is the guarantee that African will have his own independent economy, his own unified government, because the African workers will be armed and the state will be the state of workers. The same will produce the wealth, the same one will are the arms, and the same one will control the economy, and the same one will control everything. The workers in arms. We're going to study, we work in the morning, in the afternoon, we study. It's not that complicated. People go to university for 3 years and they are experts, but we will be studying all our lives, workers all our life, and studying all our lives. So continuous education and development. Don't be fooled by we don't have expert. We are the expert. We are the one who produce everything, make everything. We know about the land. We know about the factories. We know about the gold mines. We know about all those things. Then we just have to collectivize all our experiences. And those who are loyal to the African working class will give them more space, more facilities to study more. But they must be first loyal to the African working class. And we know how to ensure they're going to be loyal because the African workers will be in control of the state power. So if you betray the African working class is armed, so it's different. And I just wanted to say this. I don't know if there are questions, and we can get those questions. I can't really scroll everything. The MC, can you see any questions from anybody?
Comrade Luezi.
Yeah, World Chairman.
Forum Africa. Have you heard of this man, Wazulu Banza?
Yes, yeah. We met with him.
Okay, so you know, running through European museums and snatching down.
Yes,
and he's taking our stuff back home.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to know if you knew about that. And so you're familiar with the term Yanka Nku?
Yanke.
Yanka.
How do you spell German?
Yanka, one word.
Oh.
U, the other word.
Okay. I know Yankee, if it's used in the Congo context, is referred to someone who doesn't respect the rules, bandits. I guess it might be linked to the United States being Yankee. But in Ghana, if they call you Yankee, that means you don't respect the rules. You're like a bandit or something like that.
Okay. So this is supposed to be something that means unity, dignity, and courage. So I don't know if it has its origin in Congo or whatever. Anyway, I didn't know if you knew about this guy, and I think is sort of representative of partially represent what we're talking about, taking back our resource. And this guy's just running around the museums and snatching stuff.
Yeah, definitely. We need to get in touch with him to know what's happening. I know they're taking him to court, but I have not been able to follow up.
He's from Congo.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Uhura. So are there any questions? Anybody who wants to speak to what's been said? I just think that we really should know that this is a big move that we haven't seen since Garvey and Nkrumah. Nkrumah tried to do some stuff in Ghana. He really tried to industrialize Ghana. He was ridiculed by white colonial media, saying that he was doing what they call these projects that I forgot how they characterized them, but these big projects, building dams and other stuff to try to industrialize Ghana. And he was ridiculed, and he was attacked. And Nkrumah just wants to be the head of all of Africa, that kind of thing. He was one example of trying to actually bring real development to Africa. But the stuff that we're doing now, since Garvey and Nkrumah, I mean, this is the only effort. Lumumba obviously had that in mind. He said as much, and worked with Nkrumah to try to bring that about. But this is the significance of the African Socialist International. We gotta develop Africa, and I think we have the only plan that I know of to make that happen, an all-African solution. So Uhuru. Is there anyone, are there any other questions or anything being raised?
Matchup.
What an amazing and visionary panel. We do have a couple questions. The one is from Fudo in Fresno, California, who asks, what is the vision for a new Africa? Marcus Garvey captured our community's imaginations of returning back to our homeland after enduring the burden of slavery. Look at the effect of MLK Jr.'s dream.
I'm not sure I understand what the effects of MLK dream. Malcolm caustically, say that, we're living in a nightmare, and this is our reality. Martin Luther King appeared to believe in a solution within among the colonizer and under colonial domination. That's not our view at all. And spoke, I think, seriously about the vision for an independent Africa on yesterday. And I hope that the person who raised the question will really go and take a look at the political report that was presented then. And if it's not answered, then perhaps he'll have an opportunity to ask that question of us again before this plenary ends. But we see a really important and intoxicatingly rich life for Africa and for African people. Once this burden, this horrible burden is removed from us, Africans live in a world where we are like the buffoons, the gestures. We are the entertainers of the white world. We play their basketball, we jump for them, we sing for them, we dance for them. We do all of those things, and dare we ever try to do for ourselves, they kill us and they destroy us, and they do it in exemplary ways so that other Africans will be too afraid to do anything other than sing and dance and jump and play ball and do that kind of thing for them. It's a humiliating kind of existence, and we want Africans to really come to terms with that. And there's a way that I guess you can live with humiliation for so long that it's not humiliation, it's normal. And what we have to do is help people understand that there's an alternative to this. We have to give them the vision of independence. And I want the person who asked that question to try and imagine what life would be and could be if the white man, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, was not controlling our lives and our thoughts and our brains. And if we had possession of all of our resources, and they should belong to Africa and African people, not to these other corporations, whether the corporation is called the NFL, whether the corporation has the name of one of these chemical companies or Shell Oil, et cetera. We should be in control of all of our resources. And that's the thing that we're fighting for. And once we liberate those resources and in the process of so doing, liberating ourselves, the sky is the limit. So what will an independent and free Africa look like? It will look like something that you have an opportunity to help shape and define. That's what it'll look like. Jump on board, engage in the struggle, and help to build and define the Africa that we want for ourselves and for our children. Uhuru.
Uhuru. We have another question from
Azapo.
Azapo.
I think.
Director Safari. And she dropped.
Are you there, Comrade?
I saw that Safari dropped off.
Okay. I don't think that, I don't remember if Tafari was with me. I think you were, Comrade Secretary General, when I met with the leadership of Azapo. Were you with me?
You managed that. SOPA?
Africa. You were never with me when I met with Azapo?
No, Azapo, I don't think so. Azapo.
Yeah, I met with them. They are a spinoff from the Black Power, the Black the Black, what's it called? That was it the
Black Conscious Movement?
Movement. That was organized by Steve Biko, and they were one of the sort of spinoffs or consequences of that movement. And at one time, I thought they were, going to, be like the revolutionary organization, along with there was another spinoff, the
SOPA.
Yeah, SOPA, the South African, anyway, the SOPA, and don't remember what it stands for.
The Socialist of Party of Azania, I think it was.
Socialist Party of Azania. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I thought those were going to, but they're not. And they're locked into some ideological traps. One, not being able to see beyond South Africa in terms of, an all-African solution. And two, seemingly casting their lot and their aspirations within the electoral process like all of the others of them. So they have their militant, careerist kind of politic and et cetera, but I don't see them, engaged in any kind of revolutionary activity. But I know, I assume they're both still on the ground, both SOPA and Azapo. I did meet with the leadership of both of them one of the times I was there within this century. Yeah.
Uhuru. We have another question from Kumba who asked the chairman, might APSP look to form a coalition like Black is Black coalition in Africa?
I mean, I don't think we'd be opposed to working with the coalition in the various places on the continent where we're located. What we want to do is facilitate our agenda and carry out our tactics and strategies. And if the process of doing that justifies and supports the idea of linking up with other forces who can facilitate that, then we'll do it. Let me just say this, so people understand that we don't run around looking to build coalitions. The fact is, we look to make the revolution. And what we have come to understand, especially in the struggle for national liberation, is that there are various forces who are opposed to colonial domination. And that crosses the class, the spectrum. And but they can be revolutionary democratic forces in the sense that they want to see the end of foreign domination, and they are capable of uniting in some kind of movement to make that happen. So I've used the analogy of like the rockets that they use in the United States and other places in order to escape the gravitational pull of the planet Earth. They have these boosters that they will put on there, and their boosters will help to thrust them out of the atmosphere. And as that happens, when they get the boost that they need, then the boosters will fall off, and then the projectile can go where it needs to go. And I see that in some ways as analogous to the revolutionary movement that we're involved in, because various sectors of the African population are opposed to, in some way or another, to colonialism, to white domination. And they can engage in democratic struggles, movement that speaks to their interests as they recognize them. But the leadership of this movement has to be the working class, because it's not going to be good enough just for us just to get out of the atmosphere. There's a direction for complete liberation that we have to find. So like the revolution is our objective. And in the process of making that revolution for total liberation, unification of Africa and African people, in the process of doing that, then we can work with other forces who will help to propel us forward. But our objective is to get to revolutionary conclusions, and that might not be the same for other people that we work with. So we do come into coalitions, but the fact is that the party is working for power to the African working class as finally the ability for the nation to be liberated. And the advanced attachment of the working class is the African People's Socialist Party. And we're clear on that matter. Uhuru.
Yeah, so that's one of the United World Chairman just said. And I also say it's tied also to this class struggle question within the African community itself, within the African Liberation Movement. And you will see this question of coalition is also for the African bourgeoisie a rejection of the leadership of the African working class, that they will not go beyond coalition. In the sense that if you see where we had great struggles that were attacked, you will see like Cameroon, UPC. We're going to talk about Cameroon just for Africans to access that experience. very great struggle, armed struggle, just like the Mao Mao. But the critical question of building a revolution organization of the African working class, it was not resolved. And because it was not resolved, you had elements that didn't want to go beyond just the national liberation struggle under the leadership of the African working class, because you have to move from being under the leadership of the African petty bourgeoisie. Since African petty bourgeoisie just was satisfied with African independence, the flag independence, and that was not resolved, and we lost great comrades, great cadres who would have made the difference. You were looking to unite with Nkrumah and Lumumba, like Mumie, like Asanda, people like that. The same with Lumumba's organization. Going if 6 months to spend there, that you need to build a revolutionary organization of the working class and for peasant. That was not done, and the struggle just emerged and so on. And most of the cadres refused. People will be cadre. They refuse. They prefer to be in exile than join the struggle to solve the question of what is the revolution organization of the party. And Guevara came to Congo, and one of the things that accelerated is going back to Cuba is that the question of party wasn't resolved. You had a clearly African petty bourgeoisie element inside the movement, but refusing to commit class suicide, to say we are the workers, we are the peasants, and if we're going to have a revolution organization, something like that, it didn't happen. And these really undermine our movement. And you can go to Nkrumah, you could say the same thing. So as the chairman said, we agree with coalition as long as we forward our agenda as African internationalists. But building the party remains the central question.
That's the central way. And
yeah,
it's not an abstract academic question, because even the work we do with the coalition and struggle, it wouldn't be a coalition if there were not struggle. It would all be in the same organization. The fact that you have to have a coalition means that you don't all have the same politic, the same theory, or same class interests and that kind of thing. And so there's always a contest, there's always a tension inside of a coalition. And the working class has to make a determination of whether participation within this kind of formation will ultimately lead to the capture of political power by the African working class, or whether it will facilitate the advancements of the petty bourgeoisie at the expense of the African working class. And this is a really critical kind of issue and question that even today the African People's Socialist Party has to deal with. So I'm saying this just to say that the question of coalition politics is more complex than some might think it is. It's not just the form of the organization that we are talking about. It's much more. It's all kinds of interests that are entangled in that question, and the question of what class is going to be ultimately leading the revolution. We believe that a revolutionary national democratic program is likely the way for mobilizing the entire African nation. But that mobilization, that struggle has to be led by the African working class, because the African working class is the only social force with an absolute interest in the total liberation of Africa and our people. And I see good comrade Jesse Todd. I'm going to go ahead and back off now, comrades. Uhuru, I hope I responded effectively.
Uhuru, thank you, Chairman. Comrade Sobek in Los Angeles, California asks, well, he says, excuse my ignorance, but what is the difference between Congo and the Congo Republic?
A difference. There is no really difference. They're both colonies created from a Berlin Conference. They are. There's no difference basically. The difference is what the white people decide to make it. One is a colony of the French, another one is a colony of the Belgians. But there's no difference. It's all part of Africa. It's the same people, same language. Like for example, I've got family in above Congo. There's no difference. There is no difference. It's just the only difference, the Berlin Conference that split it.
And the white man, the colonizers put up a separate independent entities, the state-like entities, apparatuses there to facilitate their interests as Belgians and as French, and the economic interests of the Belgians and the French and the other imperialist powers. But it's one people, you know, there's nothing fundamental. It's what the Europeans decided that we should be.
And you know what is a criminal, these borders, because to go to Congo, you need like now, you need a visa. And it costs $120. And the salary of a teacher is, if they get paid, is $100. But the visa is $120. It's criminal.
Yeah.
And you can see, you know, only the river splits this, you know, two countries. You can see the other city.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. It's not acceptable at all. You know. So the bourgeoisie makes money from those borders.
And the whole rotten social system, the whole imperialist system requires what we're talking about now for its own benefit. It requires that. And so when you're trying to break out of that, you are actually talking about assaulting the resources and the US and all these other, and the corporations and what. Corporations often have their own armies on the continent of Africa.
Yeah,
Shell has its own army, you know, in Nigeria, and more efficient than the Nigerian army in many ways. So all of that, it requires our oppression, just like it does in St. Louis, North St. Louis, and any other place we live. That military presence is there to maintain the status quo, the ability to suck the blood and life and dignity out of Africa and African people.
Yeah. Yeah, there are places in Africa you can't go, you need a permit. You know, even if it's your own village. Yeah. You get there, they say, no, you can't go over there. You just can't go. You'll be arrested. Just like I was with Director Tafari in South Africa, and I said, what happens if I walk in those fields there that is safe, that belongs to the white man? They will shoot you.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not acceptable, you know. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, S.G. Loisy. Sobek also asked, why was Stephen Biko really murdered?
Well, we know one thing, Stephen Biko was leading an anti-colonial struggle. And he was emerging like one of the leader who can unify the struggle in South Africa. And, you know, I think it was killed just for the same reason they killed Malcolm X or Lumumba. That's what the imperialists do. When you're becoming successful, when you're winning, because he was able to bring millions of the young workers into the struggle. And that possibly, you remember the 1976 uprising? I never heard of South Africa when I was growing up until that uprising happened, because young people in my neighborhood created a musical band called Soweto, you know, and that's how we knew about that, you know, and Steve Biko was someone who was leading that struggle. So he became definitely a threat for them. Internationally, he became known as the representative, a genuine representative of the struggle in South Africa. So these, you know, frightened the white power there, you know. So they killed him because he was fighting for national liberation of African people.
I think it's really important too that at different times you didn't have to be too radical for the colonizer to kill you or to jail you. I mean, they locked up Mandela. Mandela was as far as from radical as you could get. Yes. But the fact is that even any expression of opposition to the status quo at that time was something that could not be tolerated. And it's only as the contradiction got deeper and deeper and the expression of opposition began to take a sharper, more critical kind of form that Mandela became less a threat. In fact, they let him out. The same thing, Jomo Kenyatta. The reason that our organization as a young person was named Jomo, because we had heard of this guy, Jomo Kenyatta, and we thought that he was leader of the Kenyan Land Freedom Army, or Mau Mau. And a lot of people around the world did, a lot of Africans did. So that's why we came up with the name Jomo. And the Burning Spear, the newspaper, the Burning Spear was the newspaper because that's how Kenyatta was referenced as the Burning Spear. So this is and so this myth around this guy emerged, and it tricked a lot of people. But there was a time they put him in jail. So like even Jesse Jackson has gone to jail before. So the thing is that there are times when the system cannot tolerate any kind of resistance or anything that looks like sounds like or might bring about resistance. They would put it in jail or kill it. And but Biko was different. Biko a move toward Black power, or tried to represent a move toward Black power, and that's what made him so threatening.
We have 1 minute.
Uhuru. Uhuru. We
1
have,
minute.
thank you so much, Malika. We have one more question.
Quickly,
This was a comment. It said, Uhuru, am I mistaken, or did you, Chairman, say that there aren't any universities in Africa?
I'm saying that the neo-colonialists haven't created universities in Africa. I mean, you may find a couple, but the truth is that the neo-colonial governments have not created universities. Not only did I say that, will I say that, I'm saying that for the most part, you will not even find an African-owned supermarket in Africa. And you won't find 3 or 4 hospitals, new hospitals or meaningful hospitals in most of Africa. That's just the neo-colonialists don't do that. Neo-colonialists get sick, their children get sick, they hop on an airplane and go to France or go even to Saudi Arabia or something like that. They don't create that. And you go to, even in occupied Tanzania, South Africa, when I go to supermarkets, it's owned by some other entity. In Ghana, it's going to be a Lebanese, more than likely. In South Africa, it's going to be, some other forces. The petty bourgeoisie doesn't even do that kind of thing. Doesn't even fight to monopolize. Even doesn't have the have the interest to monopolize something like the food industry, et cetera. Yeah, they don't create anything.
I can give an example. The current president of Nigeria, his name is Mohammed Buhari, and he spent 3 to 6 months while he's president. You see the president in England. Yeah. Can you imagine the Chinese president coming to UK for white people to treat them between 3 to 6 months? That's a national disgrace.
This was a hospital. This was to be ill. That's what. Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And the president before him, Ali Yuda, I don't remember his name exactly. He has I don't remember exactly, but he died in Saudi Arabia for treatment.
Yeah.
Now every time an African president died, he's in the hospital in Europe every time. And the African Spain, there is an article in the Burning Spear. I don't remember the title article I wrote there, but the African petty bourgeoisie spend something like $6 billion a year to get treatment in Europe.
How many hospitals do they have built for that?
Yeah, man, in 10 years, that's $60 billion. Yeah. We will build massive and brand new state-of-the-art hospitals. But all this money was spent in England, France, Germany, United States, Canada, and increasingly some of them are going even to Singapore. Like Mugabe used to go to Singapore.
Yeah. Well, Uhuru, yes, comrade.
Uhuru, I believe we're at time. Thank you so much, Chairman O'Malley, S.G. Lowazy, and Chairman Tafari for that amazing and visionary panel.
Whoa, Comrade Matto. Thank you.
So next we'll have the Economic Development Project of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement in PDM, Uzi, a Threat of Freedom. So get those credit cards out, y'all. You don't want to miss this.
There we go. Uhuru, comrades. What a great plenary so far. Oh my God, it's been dynamic. Like literally, it's been so powerful, everything that has been happening. My name is Herdosha Columbai Bentham, and I am the international president of the International People Democratic Uhuru Movement.
Uhuru, I am Fofi Alkivilan. I am Economic Development Coordinator for NPDOM and Uzi.
Uhuru. So what I want everybody to know how this is going to go, we're going to show you some great Uzi products, and we're going to talk about what Uzi is. We have very limited time, so we're going to try to get it all in. So sit back, enjoy, get your checkbooks, pocketbooks ready, because we are about to really show you some amazing things with Uzi and what's new with Uzi and what can you expect in the future for Uzi.
The way to get the item that you're looking for, we need you to put SOLD and the number that Columbai will give you, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. So you're going to put sold and the number of the item in the chat, and we're going to send you an invoice directly right after this. You will receive an invoice. So I just want to let you know that Uzi is a custom line. So all of our pieces are custom for your liking. And we're going to talk a little bit more about how you can custom your things and you can really appreciate our Uzi website. So first, we want to make, we really want to salute the Office of the Deputy Chair, Onazenaye Shatella, and say she's so well deserving of the award that she received. We appreciate you, Deputy Chair Onazenaye Shatella. And I remember the first day when I was making my decision to join the party. And I talked to you and you said you could be whatever you want to be in this movement. And not only was that true, but you helped assist to make that happen. So I appreciate you. Sorry for the lighting. There we go. Okay, so first we're going to have, we want to show this item. And our model is Candace. This is Candace. And she's wearing this nice throw. And this is a gift for Deputy Chair Onazenaye Shatella. We just want to appreciate you from Uzi. And when we seen this, we said, this is definitely Deputy Chair Onazenaye Shatella. So we hope you like it. And again, we just really want to appreciate everybody that participated in the Office of the Deputy Chair to help us become a LLC under Black Store Industries.
And I'm going to tell you, it was an amazing adventure and we're still on the ride.
Okay, so our first item, this is Yafe. And so Yafe is a young person. This is something that you could wear to high school. This is item number 167. This is item 167. And this is a medium. It has the African woman on the back. Just stand still, baby. African woman on the back. And then the front is just a rip, Uzi rip. And then she has on item, also, this is item what, Fofi? The Black Power Matters. And we have this Black Power Matters shirt from small to 2X. So you can put sold, whatever, from small to 2X, put your size if you're interested in getting a Black Power Matters t-shirt. So this is a Black Power Matters t-shirt, and that number is 168. Item 168 for the t-shirt from sizes small to 2X. And then and it's $20. I'm sorry, this is $20. The t-shirt is $20. And then the jacket is item number 167. It's $30 and it's a medium. $30 and it's a medium. Item number 167. Thank you, Yafe. Yes, she is gorgeous. She is gorgeous, y'all. I love it. So this is kente cloth, and this is handmade. It is very, very beautiful. This is for men or women, so this is for he, she, her, him, whoever, they, them. And also it has slits on the side, very, very cute. And I would say that this is what they say inside it is a one size fit all, but I'm gonna just tell you this, that it's from a small to a large, okay? So small girls can wear it, and hippie girls, it falls real cute on you as well, as you see our model. So this is item number 167. It's $40. This is item 167. And the bottom, these are our Uzi decolonized jeans, leggings, I'm sorry. And we have these from small to large, and all of them come out different. But these right here is item number $170, they $15. The leggings are $15 and it's item 170, 170. So 170. And these particular ones are what they say is a 2X, okay? So these are really cute. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, Sabrina. We have some fabulous models here. Okay, yeah, she came to slay. You see that melon? Okay, that's not for sale. That is not for sale here. Okay, but this is a denim, Uzi denim jacket, y'all. I love vintage. Okay, so we specialize in vintage. One of the great things about Uzi is we a custom design that care about the environment, just like capitalism don't, Uzi do. So we take gentle used clothes and refurbish it. This was like dirty, dingy, and we brought it all the way back to life. And then the back, you got a couple of little rips here. It's long. This is a nice throw on, just like she's wearing it right now, on top of your tank top with your leggings, whatever. And this is item 171. It's $50. It's 171, $50. And this is an extra large. So this is an extra large. Thank you. Okay, Candace is coming back. Candace is coming back. So everybody knows us from our revolutionary jackets, okay? So we have these in stock. Now you can custom your own and say what you want on the back. The ones that you're gonna see today are ones that we already have, and they start at $50. They start at $50. This particular one is $172. It say Uhuru on the back. This is what I would call like a bomber jacket. It's a bomber jacket. And Candace, what size you say this is?
It says it's an extra large in there.
It says it's an extra large inside, okay? So I say it's true to size.
It's extra large, could be a 2X.
Could be a 2X, okay? Could feel like a 2X. Thank you, Candace. So again, Uzi is all about custom. So if you have your nice thing at home that you want to get it custom by Uzi, you can send it to us and we can custom it. And you can go to Uzi, our website. I got you. You can come. I got you. Y'all keep these glasses, these sunglasses, okay? They fire, ain't they? The glasses, you just go up to the camera so they can see your glasses real quick. Just look up. Okay, so these glasses, you see, they got the African print wrapped around the glasses. It's no lens in there, but it got the look, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so this is a orange petite crop top, and it's Black Power Matters, because we know that if we don't have Black Power, then we can't, Black lives will never matter until we got Black Power. This is number 173 for $20 crop top, and it's a size small. So this is a small, $20, 173. Thank you. Okay. This is another army jacket. And what I want y'all to peep back here, you see it got Africa in red. This is $50. This is item number 174. For $50, and it has the draw strap, so you can make it as tight as you want it or as loose as you want it. Okay, it got zip
straps in the middle and the bottom.
And it has it at the bottom too, but it draws small or big, nice arms. And I would say that this is an extra large. Thank you, Candace. Thank you. Let me know if I need to slow down. Come on back. This is so cute. I don't know why this makes me think of our director, Kile. Okay. This is walk closer. So this is, a nice crop top, says Black Power Matters. It has short sleeves. You could just take it off for me a little bit. This, it's really, really cute, really, really cute, fashion forward. This jacket could be man or woman. It has the rips in the back of it. And it's the jacket is an extra large. The top is a medium. The jacket is item number 175 for $50. 175 for the jacket, extra large. 175, $50. And
President, come on by 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm hearing it. And so the medium and the top is $20, 176, 176. This is Uzi. Oh, what? Okay, sorry. Uzi. This is a Uzi. On the back of the jacket is $50, and this is item number 177. $50, 177. Thank you, Candace. Okay, this is another piece. So this is taking African print with what we would call, prints that you would find in America and mixing those things together. Somebody keep calling and messing us up. Okay, so this is a jacket and then it got the head wrap to go and she is rocking it, okay? So that's another thing. If you want to add African print to your army jacket or a blazer that you have, we can do that. You can send it to us and we can accent something beautiful and put African print with it as well. And this is item 178, $50. And inside it says that this is an extra large. So this is an extra large and item number is 173. The head wrap comes with it for $50. Thank you. Oh, the pants, okay. Okay, so we got, these are some more of our jeans. You know what I'm saying? So these are these are Malcolm X jeans, and the Malcolm X jeans are just a tie-dye jean, solid, no rips. It has no rips, and this is Malcolm X. Turn around, babe. Malcolm X. Thank you. And this is item 176 for $20. 176 for $20, and these are the size 3. This is my favorite cut. This all of our t-shirts are named after revolutionaries. And so this one is named after Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela. And I combined it with the Vanguard because who else is a Vanguard? Deputy Chair is. So I added that together. So this is the Vanguard cut with the V cut in the front of the jacket. If you could just stand forward. So it has the V cut for the Vanguard. And then in the back is Revolutionary Fire, which we named this after Deputy Chair. So this is Revolutionary Fire. So this is Vanguard Revolutionary Fire. Okay. You can add 2 cuts together. And this is item 180 for $25. 180, $25. And this is a small to large. Can fit that. Another one of our army jackets. This is item number 181, sold 181. And it says badass working class. Chairman just added that. He said, you need to make one to say badass working class. So this is badass working class, Chairman. And that is item number 181 for $50. Thank you. I have a couple of other items. I don't know how much more time. You have to hurry up and give me the things. But one of the things that I want, I want the hoodies. So one of the things that we really want to promote coming on our website is you're going to see a lot of our solid things that we make, and then you custom it yourself. So you get to say that this is a large, and you get to say what you want on the front of it. So the standard price is $30, and you get to, do what you want. You might want to put Uzi. You might want to put Uhuru on it in whatever solid color. So you can be looking for that to come. So we have other hoodies, and these are solid. So we are going towards letting people custom their own items. You are a designer too. So we really want you to be looking for that to come. This is another hoodie. They got the rhinestones down the arm that I did. And then it's solid for you to put whatever you like on the front of yours. So you can do that as well. And all these, will be found on our website where you can find just a solid hoodie. And then you get to say what you want on it yourself. Thank you. I have 2 more.
1 minute.
1 minute. 1 minute. Hurry up and give me no t-shirt. Hurry up. So these were donated by Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela. And these are vintage t-shirts from the movement, which make great Uzi cuts. So I wanted to show this. And great, like this is history right here. The Black People's Court. We plan to govern. Okay, we've been planning to govern. This is not something new, but the African People's Socialist Party has been fighting for the African working class to understand that we have to have power and we can't share power. We have to have power for ourselves. So this is a great vintage t-shirt right here. And this is item 1, sold 1 for this vintage t-shirt for $20. One of a kind, and it was donated by our very own Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela. So thank you, Deputy Chair. And this is another one of our campaigns. We've been fighting for African people for a very long time. This is another campaign of a t-shirt, and you can get this one as well. And you can, if you go up, if you want to get an Uzi cut, you can ask for this to get Revolutionary Fire, Vanguard cut, Backyard Harriet Tubman. You can check those out as well. So thank you for supporting Uzi.
Uhuru, thank you. Thank you, President Columbai, Fofit, and all of the comrades who participated in the vending of Uzi, an economic development institution of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. So before I present this next panel, I wanted to acknowledge a couple of more contributions that have come in. We have Columbai, who made a contribution of $120. Thank you, Columbai. We also have Adrian, who made a contribution of $5,000. So we are that much closer to our goal. We have raised $93,515, which leaves us to raise $6,485. So thank you. We want to keep going to apspuhuru.org/pledge. You can either pay it now or make a pledge that you will follow up with, or call 727-821-6620. Again, that's apspuhuru.org/pledge, 727-821-6620. And we are trying to raise 6,485, or you can say just under $7,000. Uhuru. So it is always an honor to welcome the speakers on this next panel titled Black is Back, Electoral Campaigns. And it features Chairman Omali Ishitala, New York State Assemblyman Charles Barron, St. Louis Alderman Jesse Todd, St. Pete City Council candidate Akile Anai, and candidates for St. Louis Alderpersons Tachara Masimba and Herdoja Kalambai and Danette. So to begin, I would like to present Chairman Omali Ishitala, who is going to be opening up this workshop. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you very much, Comrade Eliki Nguma. I want to also express thanks and appreciation to the other panelists who are participating in this very important discussion. Suddenly, the issue of electoral politics is reaching a greater significance for Africans who are engaged in revolutionary work. And there's a reason that we having this discussion now. The fact is that the African People's Socialist Party is not interested in electoral politics as such. We are interested in African people and the African working class having power. We are interested in overturning the relationship we have with colonial domination by the United States government and any other colonial power in the world. And we participate in the elections and electoral politics, not because we believe that electoral politics represents a solution to our problem, but because we believe that we should not leave any area, any arena of political activity free from our participation. And what has happened to us is that African people, as quiet as it's kept, used to be a free people. And we lost access to our freedom at the time, some 600 years ago, when Portugal attacked Africa and began this process of the so-called transatlantic slave trade that pushed Africans all around the world against our will into various countries and places. And we lived under, and when Portugal attacked us and Africa itself came under colonial domination, we took that colonial domination experience with us to the various places that we were transferred to against our will. And so Africans for a long time now, for more than 600 years, have simply been fighting, trying to regain our capacity to be a self-determining people. And at different times inside the United States, there are different iterations of non-freedom. One time it was characterized as slavery. Another time it's been characterized as Jim Crow, segregation, integration, all those other things. But the outstanding factor in every one of these iterations is that we had no right to self-determination. We were not a self-determining people. And ultimately, that's what we were fighting for. And the worst kinds of terror has been used to keep us separate from our freedom, which means separate from the resources which belong to us as a people. So in the United States, for a period of time subsequent to the formal ending of colonial slavery in the United States, African people were allowed to participate in the government of the settler colony, at least in the process of the settler colony. The white people, the settlers who came to power, were organized into what's called the Republican Party. And the African people became Republicans once we achieved nominal freedom. And so because the Republican Party was the party of Abraham Lincoln, who was the one who signed the Emancipation Proclamation and was supposed to be the friend of African people. And so we became Republicans at that time. And of course, as many people know, that lasted for something like approximately 11 years, 1865 to 1876. That election happened, and the Republicans and the Democratic Party got together and ended the ability of African people to participate in the electoral process with what was called the Tilden-Hayes Compromise, where the Democrats and Republicans made a deal that the Republican Party would be able to go to the presidency on the condition that they would remove the troops from the South that were protecting African people from the former slave owners and that sector of the political power in the United States. And so that from that point on, for almost 100 years until 1966, that Africans, there was no such thing as universal suffrage. Africans could not participate freely in elections. We lived under terror throughout the South and various other places around the United States. And so it was only in 1965 that the US sent federal troops forces back into the South that allowed people, Africans, the right to participate now under the Democratic Party was the primary force to do this. But the struggle of African people was not dependent on whether or not we had legal rights to struggle or not. We always fought, we always struggled, and that was true even in the 1960s. And by 1965, when they had declared Africans had the right to participate, to vote, African people have been engaged in serious struggle all around this country. I mean, the 65 was the year of the Watts Rebellion. We saw rebellions happening throughout the United States. And so so it was in 1965 that this happened, but 1960s also we saw the movement toward the United States government to killing leaders, arresting a movement, a counterinsurgency program that killed King, killed Malcolm, assaulted the Black Panther Party in a major way. And then this is the time they say we have the right to vote. But now we don't have anything to vote for. We don't have anybody to vote for. We don't have an independent program of our own. And so the only thing we do is participate in the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party was not a revolutionary organization, and their program became our program, as opposed to the 10-point program of the Black Panther Party or the 7-point program of the Hunter militant organizations, or even the Poor People's Campaign of Martin Luther King, etc. We had no independent program anymore. It was now the Democratic Party. And so it was something that was extraordinarily discouraging for a lot of African people, because we were not getting any benefits. Africans died. I mean, the middle class like to tell us that you should vote because Black people died for your right to vote. Africans did die. Africans were bombed. We were lynched and stuff like this. And these were people who were not usually of the petty bourgeoisie. This ordinary African people who died. And so now we get the right to vote. I read this famous quote from Fannie Lou Hamer. She says, in 1966, that's when they had the 64. This is the Freedom Summer, 66, 64 in Mississippi. She said, I fought to get into the Democratic Convention that happened in Atlantic City, New Jersey. That's when the Democratic National Convention happened. And she said in 1968, I fought to get out. And that's when she came to understand the nature of that organization, what the Democratic Party was, that there was no freedom there. So Africans have become quite demoralized and not found any answers in the electoral process. And many African militants had determined that anybody participating in the electoral process was somehow participating in sellout politics. But what we've come to understand is that one of the reasons that we were shot out and bombed out of this is because they didn't want Africans to have access to our own program, our own ideas, to be engaged in our own contests for anything that looked like political power. And that's what the movement we have been involved in most recently is designed to do, is to destroy the monopoly of the African petty bourgeoisie. Those forces who the government pushed forward, the system pushed forward, but after they killed Panthers and they killed forces like Malcolm and King, et cetera, these people who in your city, most likely who in office are the ones that they promoted and put forward as representatives of our people after they killed so many of the others. And of course, there have been, some exceptions to that. And I think that two of those exceptions are who elected officials are in this panel today. But the thing that makes it important, what we are doing is bringing back taking into that arena the political issues, questions, concerns of the ordinary African working class. That's what we can talk about reparations. That's what we can talk about emptying these prisons of these Africans who are locked up the way we are locked up. That's where we can talk about economic development as opposed to police containment. That's why we can talk about, we can actually criticize the system. And that's the kind of thing that has to happen to bring masses of African people into this arena of political activity on the one hand, and two, to deny the African petty bourgeoisie a monopoly on that arena of struggle, so that they can no longer pretend to speak for Black people because Africans ourselves from the working class and the Revolutionary Party has entered into that arena and saying, this is what we believe, this is what we stand for. So I wanted to, just open it up with that. And I know that we have some great forces here. We have Charles Barron, who has always been a champion of the people and has used the electoral arena to do that, to exercise that, to express that. And of course, the comrade Jesse Todd out of St. Louis, Missouri, who has won the enmity, if you will, of certain sectors of the African petty bourgeoisie because he has attempted to stand up and fight for the people. We have comrades Kalambai. I think she's running under the name of Herdosha Kalambai Andanet, who is running for older person in the 3rd Ward in St. Louis, and comrade T'Chawa Masimba, who is running for older person in the 21st Ward. And these are serious contests, and they're running against neo-colonial puppets, stooges, who have dragged out all the instruments of the government and what have you, to try to frustrate their ability to participate in the electoral process, to deny them, to deny the people in St. Louis an opportunity to make a decision of whether or not they want these comrades to represent them or not. They have brought up fraudulent charges and things like that against them. And of course, the bigger problem is that the media and these kind of candidates and the establishment, and that's the other thing I wanted to mention. When I say the establishment, we're talking about in some cities, and St. Louis is one of them. I think New York is one of them. Chicago is one of them. You have these machines like the Democratic Party. They are generally the ones who say who can run, when you can run, what you should talk about if you do run, etc. You have to go through the not only like the ward bosses, as they might be characterized in Chicago or some other places, but the committee people, etc. All of them represent a certain kind of machine. So the discussion is contained, constrained, generally speaking. And the thing that has confounded them here and in other places where we've entered into the electoral arena is that we have our own apparatus and don't rely simply on the machine to deliver anything for us. So they say, you can't run, and we say, stop us. try to set these kinds of terms for us, and we go to the people, and we don't need them to get to the people, generally speaking, and that's caused an element of frustration for them. And I just think that they don't want the masses to participate. There's a narrow group of people in every city in this country who participate and decide things within the electoral arena. The masses have been pushed out, and they don't want any issue on the ballot. They don't want any question that would arouse and excite the African masses to be able to fight in their own interest. And that's the task that's before us, how we are able to take these issues to the people. And this is not simply getting people to applaud for us when we speak, but engaging in the electoral process. There's an element of real science and art involved in it, and we have to know how to do it, learn how to do it, and how to get to the base that we need to get to in order to win an election. So I want to just open it up and welcome these comrades, and I've spoke, considerable length of time in opening this up. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you. Yes.
Go ahead.
Uhuru, thank you, Chairman. So next we would actually be hearing from New York State Assemblyman Charles Barron. Uhuru, Brother Charles.
Uhuru, thank you, brothers and sisters. It's an honor always to be with the chairman and the party and the Black is Back Coalition and Uhuru Democratic Movement. I think we live in exciting times. I think these are the times where radical revolutionary politics can really rear its head and not be afraid to say who you are. We must reveal ourselves now in this electoral arena like we have never done it before. So when we ran, people told me, hey, don't tell them that you were in the Black Panther Party. Put on a shirt and tie. Don't talk too much revolutionary stuff. Just tell them that you'll get them jobs and tell them that you'll get some affordable housing. And we said, no, we're gonna say that we're radicals, we're revolutionary, and we come not just to bring you goods and services, but to radically alter, change permanently this parasitic colonial capitalist system and this warmongering imperialistic foreign policy, because we understand we live in domestic colonies of a colonial capitalist system. And in that domestic colony called East New York, there are Black neo-colonial puppets of the Democratic Party that have a lot of resources. They have a lot of positions, powerful positions. They have access to the capitalist propaganda media. And when you look at the leaders that have the most influence in our communities, it is the Black preacher, the Black politician, and the Black union leader. And in this day and age, those leaders have been compromised, most of them, not all, compromised to the point where they bought into the colonial capitalist system, and they fight to see who is going to be the local administrator of the colonial capitalist system or the national administrator of the colonial capitalist system. So whether it's Clinton, Hillary Clinton, and Bill Clinton as administrators of capitalism, or if it's Barack Obama and Joe Biden, or whether it's a neo-fascist racist Donald Trump and Pence, or if it's a neoliberal conservative racist Biden and Kamala Harris. They are colonial administrators of a racist, parasitic, predatory capitalist system. And you might get a little something more from this one or that one, but all of them are going to buy into your oppression. So what we in Operation Power did in my district, we decided that we were going to approach the electoral arena and use that as a vehicle, a tactic, not a panacea. We're not going to be able to vote our way to freedom, but as a tactic. So I want to read a quote. I got a book coming out. I'm going to share it with the chairman first before I push it out on everybody and get his approval. But in that book, I wrote an article called How to Beat the Machine. And I started off with a quote from the chairman, quote, "The electoral process is an arm of the state for the purpose of maintaining control and dominance of African people. The electoral system, when it was created here, was not created for our participation. We used that system they created for themselves to expose their contradictions and to mobilize our people. What we are doing is creating a crisis by intervening." Chairman Omali Yeshitela, chairman of the African People's Socialist Party. And then I have my quote under the chairman's quote, "We must organize and mobilize our people to beat the Democratic Party machine that controls all the local political seats of power through its elected Black neo-colonial puppet politicians in our beloved communities. We must not concede any arena of struggle for power to our oppressor. It is time for liberation politics, no more plantation politics." This is what we are pushing for in this electoral arena. And then we say the ultimate objective is to utilize the electoral process as one of many tactics to liberate Black communities across the country from their domestic colonial and domestic neo-colonial status that they are subjected to under the racist, predatory, capitalist system. The Black community must control the politics, the land, the economics, the means of production, and all of the social and cultural institutions that govern our lives. Now, to make that rhetoric reality, we got to get some power. The chairman always says the great equalizer is power. When you fight against racism, which we do on some levels, you're fighting for inclusion into a colonial capitalist system. When you say we didn't have any Black presidents, there's been 43 of them, they gave you one. When you said we don't have enough Black politicians, we got 13,000. When you say we didn't have any Black governors, well, we had 3 or 4. We don't have Black mayors, have them all across the country. We need some Black CEOs on Wall Street, got them too. We need more Black cops. They beat us worse than the white cops. So when you talk about racism and diversity and inclusion, you're talking about allowing a colonial capitalist system to cool out the movement by giving you some progress that you think you're making because we got more Black this, the first Black that, the first Black president, the first Black vice president, and you don't take into account their ideology, their policies, their record of destruction and traitors of our community. So it doesn't matter that Kamala Harris put Black mothers in jail because their students, their children were truants. Doesn't matter that Biden was the architect of the worst crime bill in the history of America for Black people, other than our enslavement and theft from Africa. We had to stop Trump. We were so Trumpetized, we had to stop Trump. So I wanted to use that as a little opening, but to get back into the nitty gritty on how we get into a local community. My community was 67% Black when I first ran, and now it is 72% Black and 19% Latino. We're over 90% Black and Latino, whereas other communities surrounding us lost Black population. Bed-Stuy, Harlem, Crown Heights. They lost Blacks because the neo-colonial Black puppets of the Democratic Party allowed for projects to come in that gentrified our neighborhoods, and then complained when the Democratic Socialists of America, the white left, fronted some Black candidates and took them out. They said, these gentrifiers are taking us out. Well, you brought the gentrifiers in. One community in Bedford-Stuyvesant has written huge on the on the sidewalk, on the street, Black Lives Matter. I feel like getting some white paint, erase it, and say white lives matter, because that's who you let in Bed-Stuy. If Black Lives Matter, you would have never let the white gentrifiers in. So we in Operation Power, we decided that we would use the Democratic primary as a tactic. Unfortunately, too many of our people blindly vote Democratic. 95% of the people in my district are Democrats. And so even in a Democratic primary, where everybody's a Democrat, they'll come up to you and say, "You a Democrat? You got my vote." I said, "Whoa, whoa, brother, everybody is. This is a Democratic primary. You need to find out where people stand on the issues and what are their principles and what's their track record. And most importantly, which is often ignored in politics, is your ideology. Any movement that has no ideology or vision is a movement like flying an airplane without any radar. You won't know where you're landing. So ideology is important. So as we build this grassroots radical local movement in politics, we got to pay attention to ideology, got to pay attention to vision. So what we were able to do is in East New York, where the Black Democrats controlled everything, the district leadership, male and female, the city council seat, the assembly seat, the community board, the local judge. We took all of that. It took us 15 years, but we took it all. They're fighting back now like never before. They got a bunch of money coming in to try to stop me from going to the city council now. My wife is term limited out, and I'm running right now to go back to the city council.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
It's about power. It's about power. So when we do these grassroots campaigns, you got to get to those tenant leaders in public housing. You got to get to the block association presidents on each block. You got to get to the grassroots leadership in those communities. And money doesn't vote, people vote. So even when people have more money than you, if you put your foot to the pavement and get to those local leaders, and there are some pastors that'll support you as well. If we get to that, we can have major victories across this nation. We have the model. And when we won all of that, we brought in 3 $100 million schools. We renovated 5 parks for $40 million. We were able to stop Walmart from coming in to our district. We stopped gentrification. My district is not gentrified, and every other district around it is gentrified. Why? Because it's about power. The city council determines who builds what on city-owned land. They have to see the Black Panther. And if I say no, it's not happening. That's power. We cannot ignore state power. We got to make sure that we confront state power, that we make sure we get a piece of the local power, and understanding that reform is a tactic and it should lead end to revolution. A reformist tactic without a revolutionary end is not what we're about. We're saying we'll use reformist tactics, but it must lead to a revolutionary end. And finally, brothers and sisters, when you run, you're going to be challenged. When you get in there, it's easier to be on the outside and maintain your principles. But when you get in, it's a challenge, because you're going to be pulled out from all sides to try to compromise your fundamental beliefs. So never take on the philosophy of these sellout Negroes in our community that basically say, no permanent enemies, no permanent friends, only permanent interest. That is a philosophy for selling out. If you don't want to be my permanent friend, then get the hell out of my face. We'll have nothing to do with you. Uhuru, brothers and sisters.
Uhuru, comrade. Splendid, splendid. Thank you so much. And
Uhuru.
Go ahead,
Yes,
comrade.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I was struggling to get off of mute, but thank you for coming in that way.
efficient on the damn computer than you are. I refuse to believe that.
Uhuru. So coming up next, thank you, Brother Charles, as well. Coming up next in this panel is Brother Jesse Todd, St. Louis Alderman. Uhuru, Brother Jesse.
Uhuru, Conrad, Uhuru to the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party and all the guests today. Let me first of all state that our main goal is always African internationalism and freedom and an end to capitalism and colonialism. But the first thing we have to do is we have to, last of all, we have to conduct ourselves in we have to be meek, humble, and with the people, we have to be servants to other people. And meek doesn't mean weak. And we need to put the other thing we have to do is we have to make sure that we understand that when we're in electoral politics, the more conservative Africans, those are the ones who vote for the reason that the community has been betrayed by the misleaders. However, we do have to transition and bring into the political arena those who have given up on it, which they have a right to, because it mostly punished them. Like, for example, our youth, we can bring those in. The homeless, those with disabilities, the poor, and the working class. There are more of those than there are the ones who participate and who are conservative. But and when we bring those in, we can replace those meeting their immediate needs. For example, youth, and when we bring in the youth, we can bring them in with youth activities. When we bring in the poor and the homeless, we can bring them in by providing those with guaranteed annual incomes, jobs, agitating for houses, making sure that food, shelter, clothing, medical care, because people have to have their immediate needs met. And once their immediate needs are met, what happens then is that helps us to build the party. It helps us to get involved inside of the community. And it also helps us to begin to do what we have to do, which is to set up our own machine. Because when people get into politics, the way you drag poor people into politics is called patronage. Patronage can be, so jobs are important. That's how I know, because of the fact that I've gotten many, many jobs for people. I've done many different things for disabled people and other people throughout the ward. That's why they've tried ever since I've been in office to drive me out of politics, but that's why they can't, is because of the fact that people know that I deliver things that they need. And when I deliver things that they need on a consistent basis, over a period of time, the masses learn to trust what I say, because truth doesn't change. Their needs don't change. For example, even when they tried to cut back the programs when I was younger than most people there, out of my teens, in my early 20s, I went to jail fighting over them cutting back programs. And we stayed down at City Hall for 2 years, sleeping outside of City Hall. And we did get jobs and things like that. And so they not only, we delivered, but also they started out with fighting to stop them from those cutbacks. Even though the poverty program was not the solution, the masses want the leaders to fight for every inch of every penny that they are paying in taxes, that it gets to them, whether it be program, whether it be job, whether it be keeping them out of jail, whether it be making their neighborhood more beautiful. So what we have to do is we have to continually fight. I fought then, and then I fight now. For example, as alderman, although they try to block me through committees, they try to do everything. What I do is I do what I call quick hits, which is to take I use the computer to do emails to those department heads, letters, telephone calls, Facebook. And then I do what's called quick hits, which is to go out there and have sit-ins, picket. I don't stay out there all day. may got participation and they don't want to be exposed. So I am able, in spite of trying to block me from providing services to my constituents, they give the constituents that I represent services because they know if they don't, there will be a consequence. And so but believe me, if I didn't do it, what they would do is they would discredit me by saying he makes sure our constituents, once we are elected, get what they're paying for. Because they sent me, there were 4 other people who ran in the race that I ran in. So they chose me out of those 4 other people because they knew that I would be one person, first of all, they could trust, but they knew that I would get what they want by any legal means necessary. And they knew that I would figure out how to make the system from people who were going to make me compromise and start talking, as the comrade said earlier, about no permanent enemies or permanent friends, and start depending on, in St. Louis, they have these big developers. They usually fund all the people in St. Louis. So they get their money from these big developers. So when you're in the office, you have to make a conscious choice. Because if you're going to make a choice about not spending like I spend my money, to get things done. But if I made another choice, which was to take the money from the big developer, well, I couldn't start talking too much because they'd get on the phone and say, hey, wait a minute, man, what you talking about? That's what they do when you take money from them. They be calling me too, but they've stopped calling me because people let them know in advance, hey, he ain't gonna do nothing for you. So don't give him a call. But if you start compromising, your phone gonna be lit up. You're gonna spend all day meeting with developers, and they're gonna give you some crumbs, so that you can run your next election. That's what they tell you, or else they may scare you and say they'll run somebody against you. And then the other thing that that you have to worry about is that you have to be willing to work hard. You have to be committed to what you're doing. You cannot. You have to have a theory and a practice. You cannot just be wishy-washy. You have to have, because I don't want to go through the whole Tide plan, but I have a plan called the Tide plan that was written, and you have to be able to have your plan. Some call it a platform, but I call it a plan because you have to know when you run, you have to know what you stand for, and you have to look at that plan. And unless you can upgrade it to be better, you have to stick with what you believe, regardless as to how much it costs. And even if it costs the office is not worth you selling out to people, because if you stand long enough and you do get voted out for principles, you will be voted back in if that's what you want, because people will never forget if you're working on their behalf. But one thing that you're gonna always need is some money. There are several ways you can get money, because you want to run an independent election. You cannot depend on outside sources with money, because they're going to want something if they're big operators inside these cities. If the first thing, you could use your own personal money, which at first I did, because people tied to church. So my religion is my community. I tied to my community. And at the end of 4 years, I had more money than the people who was taking crumbs. And plus I was doing a better job because people could not compromise me. And so I was speaking truth to power. And so they hadn't seen that before over a long period of time. So I won over a lot of people who will stand with me regardless. Even the petty bourgeois, keep in mind, some of them, if they see that you're so consistent, and even the conservatives, once they learn that you're consistent and believe what you believe in, and you stick with it over and over again, they will support you. They will either support you, or sometimes when I was much younger, they would get out of the way. They try, and if they came, they would get out of the way, and they'll let their children and other people with you. Then the other way besides person is you can have your personal as well as mix it with organization of small donations. The other thing that you can do is you can live in collectives, because I learned this. They had a Panther Party in Kansas City during the Black Power movement, and we went to visit them as a Black Power group from St. Louis, and they lived together. But however, they didn't turn that collective into a real political machine, whereas they could have easily had shared all the costs, shared the cost of election. And also keep in mind, if you live like that, you're gonna have to share the salary. The person who get elected shares the salary and all the other benefits. and it's a business, it should be in writing. But you can also use that money to set up your machine. You can use that money to have, if you have 4, 5, or 6 people like they did in Kansas City, or in the movement, you can use those people to, nobody can beat you. If you're serious about in a city, serious about it, or 4 people. If you have, like in our ward, if you have 3 or 4 people, well, I did it by myself. So you can imagine if you had 2 or 3 really
Uhuru, 5
working.
minutes.
Okay, you could easily set up your own machine. And the last one is okay, 5 minutes. And the other one is that you have to have a and then you have to know why you want to run. You run. One of the reasons you want to run is because either you're at the table or you're on the plate. Meaning, if we don't take, somebody gonna take up that space. We don't take it up as revolutionaries, progress, black independence, somebody else gonna take up that space. They're gonna take that salary, and they're gonna get those benefits and all the resources that the community is supposed to have. And plus, it frees us up as working class people to speak truth to power, as well as get resources to educate. And so it's an advantage, and it's also so that's an advantage. And if you lose, keep running until you win. Because if you run long enough, you're going to expose the bourgeoisie, and then you're going to get a reputation if you're serious. Because eventually that bourgeoisie gonna run out of time. And then file for office. Make sure you know what how much it costs and those type of things too. And make sure you and what it does too, it gives the voters, it can give the voters education, practice, and keep in mind that eventually we're going to have to we have to run for office, because eventually we want to take over every African community in America, and we are very capable, and that means school boards, political offices. That's not revolutionary, but that's a process to revolution, because we can use that process to educate our people. We can use that process to have liberated territories. That's what I call it. Because see, if we control the politics, the police can't do anything. They can't issue a warrant without the prosecuting attorney issuing a warrant. The prosecuting attorney holds the key to the jailhouse. So if we control the prosecutor, we control the mayor. The mayor is the police's boss. So we don't have to touch the police, because they're gonna do what the bosses and the captain and the police chief gonna do what the mayor say do, and the mayor gonna do what the people say do. So once we get control of the people, once we get control of the politics and the economics of our community, we won't have to, because the police is just a tool. If we hurt the police or something happened to the police, they're gonna replace them. That's what they're gonna do. As long as they can keep getting our taxes like they do in St. Louis away from other departments, they have police every day. They don't even care about the police. What they care about is finding someone to oppress us as a people. So therefore, what we have to do, and let me finish with this. The only group that is capable of doing this is the African People's Socialist Party. Let me make that crystal clear. And to the people who are listening, step up to the plate, because there's no other viable alternative. No other group that exists right now, that has ever existed in St. Louis, is doing what Chachara and Columbi E are doing from an organizational point. Because I made the mistake of thinking that once we got some black people in, because I wasn't even old enough to vote when I got in the Black Power movement, I was jumping up and down with big hair and saying, "Oh boy, wait till we got these black people replacing these white folks. We're gonna get something now." And I tell you what we got. We got a worse neighborhood in St. Louis now than we've ever had. So the reason I made that mistake, and I thought in Africa, I was in the St. Louis Committee on Africa. I thought, oh boy, wait till all our African brothers take over. Now I listen to my comrade Yashitele, Omali Yashitele, and he tells me now that they don't own anything over there. So when I say be humble, always remember I've done a lot, but I've made a lot of mistakes too. So let's just when we make mistakes, let's just bounce back, acknowledge that we make those mistakes, and keep on pushing toward and correct them, and keep pushing toward. Always keep one thing in mind: put the people first in everything that we do. Let's make sure what we have in mind is do it for the people, and we cannot be showing off. Sometimes we may not even be able to speak out, like Nat Turner, Reverend Nat Turner. He was pretending to be a preacher, but he was working. So whether we, and so I'm gonna end with that, whether we have to, whether we're in a very restricted environment like jail, or whether we're on a job, or whether we can't take certain risks, or whatever the issue is, however far we can go, we must go, and we must never ever sell out to people. That we can't do anything, we can do something, because we can always make a financial contribution to the African People's Socialist Party or the Uhuru movement. So there is always something you can do, or you can volunteer, you can do something. But wherever you are, whatever you do, what we have to do is do what we can do wherever, and from the position we're in, and not wait for somebody else to do it. So it's gonna always take hard work, commitment, and dedication to our people. Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru, Uhuru, Brother Jesse. Thank you for that dynamic presentation. As you said, everything we do, we have to do it for the people, and we cannot sell the people out at all. And that's why we have this kind of panel. So next I will be presenting Comrade Sister Akile Anai, who was the St. Petersburg, Florida City Council candidate. Uhuru, Sister Akile.
Uhuru, Uhuru, Likia. Uhuru. Uhuru, thank you. And I just want to say Uhuru, salute to this incredible panel and my leadership, Chairman Mali Shatella. I think this is the first time I'm speaking throughout the whole plenary, so I just want to acknowledge how incredible this hall has been. And I'm probably going to be redundant in this part because we've had the chairman, Charles Barron, and Jesse Todd go already. So, but I just wanted to talk about, the electoral process and how the African Revolution in the form of the African Socialist Party has, intervened in this, and just really to sum up, kind of what it is that what I experienced through the electoral arena in St. Petersburg, Florida, in terms of, what it was that we accomplished. And we could see firsthand, the African being able to use the electoral arena as a means to advance the process of revolution. And I just want to say before going into that I really, really appreciate the chairman's overview and this African internationalist analysis of the defeat of the Black Power movement, the Black Revolution of the 60s, because it contextualizes, all of the so-called progress that, the African petty bourgeoisie, the neocolonialists who are supposed to represent that progress. It contextualizes all of that and helps us to understand that it's not progress that we're looking at, it's actually a consequence of crushing our movement and pushing us back further. And being able to understand that has allowed us to take this approach in, this totally different approach to the electoral arena, and to not abandon the electoral arena. So I just really appreciate that analysis, and you can't find that anywhere else. So just want to thank the leadership of the chairman and appreciate that. So, when we ran for office in 2017, and we can't take all the credit for the campaign that we ran in St. Petersburg, Florida in 2017 for advancing this one particular question, because it's actually a question that the chairman and the party have been advancing for, over the last nearly almost 5 decades, a question of reparations. But when we ran in 2017, this was, like the first formal time that reparations appeared on a ballot in the form of our platform. And this was at that time called lunatic fringe politic. And we were told that you can't run, you can't say those types of things, that you can't win if you say those types of things. And of course, if our objective was just to win a seat within, the bourgeois capitalist colonialist system, then okay, maybe that would be true. But when we recognize our objectives beyond just trying to take this seat, we can see that the victory was ours. And we know that because just, a couple of years later, you would see, these ruling heads, of the Democratic Party debating the question of reparations. And that didn't pop up out of thin air. That happened as a consequence of, the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, putting this question and dealing with it on every front, creating, these different situations for us to be able to push this question out there, and to raise up reparations as a revolutionary demand. And so that was just one example of using the electoral process as a means of advancing the African Revolution and forwarding these important issues, and bringing especially the African working class, who is, as was mentioned, locked out of this process. We are not supposed to participate in the electoral arena, whether running or voting. We are not supposed to participate. And we are able to take these issues right into the heart of the African working class community to raise the consciousness, the political consciousness of that community, and really push these issues where the electoral arena is made to keep these issues from ever coming out. And that's part of the purpose for keeping African workers and the people out of the process, is so that these questions never get addressed. So they can just have their little conversation about how they're going to divide, who they're going to pay, but they don't have to deal with the question of reparations, of police containment, of, economic starvation. They don't have to deal with these questions. But when we enter them, we put it right in front of their face, and we bring the people with us. We bring the people in every single room. We're on their necks. They cannot breathe. And, we are able to organize our communities to recognize their own interests, to not accept the minimal, the crumbs, even just to accept, this African that looks like me, like Chairman says, like Obama with a nice jump shop and a good Al Green or whatever. Like, we don't have to accept the bare minimum of these Africans, these neo-colonial Africans who come in there and, destroy our communities to advance white power. We can, put forward our own interests and win our communities to support their own interests by supporting, these platforms. And these campaigns, like, they become their own scorched earth in and of itself. It is this huge propaganda campaign that we're able to wage when we, run for these political offices. And it's a great organizing strategy. It is an incredible organizing strategy because, first of all, we go into it recognizing that we are building a social movement and we are bringing the people into this process. We are organizing our communities, as a part of going into the electoral arena. Again, it's not about an individual getting a seat. It's not about an individual getting a seat. It's about organizing our communities and pushing these issues, and also just to understand that the elections that we run have bigger implications than where we are located in the world. Like, we might be running in St. Petersburg, Florida, or in St. Louis, Missouri, but these elections have bigger implications for the worldwide African liberation struggle. And the chairman is making a huge emphasis for us to support the campaigns in St. Louis today because of what it means for the whole African nation when these candidates, when these comrades win those seats, and the struggles that we're making, the deep, profound struggles that we're making in St. Louis. And so it's an incredible organizing strategy. Chairman also talks about how, it activates forces who are typically locked in the electoral process, or for people who have up to now recognized the electoral arena as the only legitimate form of struggle. And we're able to get those people. We're able to get those people and bring them into this movement, bring them into our embrace, and again, can win them to supporting their own interests. And so that's why we don't abandon this, because there's so many people who are still locked in this thing, thinking that something's going to happen, and we can't leave those people out and floating on their own if they can be won. So we enter the electoral process as an organizing strategy to get to those people that are typically locked into the electoral process, and we expose it, and again, we use it to our advantage. And then again, massifying our demands. So we talk about reparations, we talk about Black community control of the police, versus Black community control of the police and economic development versus police containment. And we're able to talk about, anti-gentrification, and even bring in the colonial question question when we talk about gentrification and, you know, just again, raising the political consciousness of our working class communities and being able to really make these demands of the people, because that's where it really matters. When, you know, these ideas and the vision can grip the minds of the masses and they can take it and run with it, it's theirs, you know, nothing can stop us. So that's what these electoral campaigns allow us to do, as well as all of our other work, obviously. But the electoral arena has been really critical in that. And again, it's something that I've recognized in St. Pete has been extremely important. And the last thing I wanted to contribute to this discussion is that, because Jesse Todd said, like, if you don't win, you do it and you do it over again. And I just want to like recognize how the party is developing and professionalizing this process and is being able to provide the leadership for how, you know, we will be able to participate in this particular area, how campaigns can be run, how to develop your platforms, how to speak to the people. Like, this is something that the party is professionalizing. And the more we do it, we establish the leadership, we create the manuals, the program. And this is just another example of the party being the vanguard, leading on this question and being able to provide, again, leadership for anybody that is particularly interested in the electoral arena. But I mean, because we've already been doing this. We've been training people how to run for office and, getting prepared for our next elections coming up in the next couple of years, and just, being able to execute it better and better every time. And we're going to be, I mean, I'm not going to speak for what we're going to be doing, but, it's just, as we continue to move through this, it's most likely that we'll be involved in elections throughout this country and even throughout the world where it's possible. And because now we have, the structure, we have established how this can be done, and we don't got to be belly crawlers. We don't got to be spineless. We can run and stand on our own 2 feet, and we can advance the interests of the African working class. We do not, have to compromise that. And, that in and of itself, in and of itself is a truly liberating feeling. And yeah, so I think I'm done, Malika. Thank you. But that's what I wanted to contribute to this discussion. Again, I really just want to salute the party and the leadership of the chairman for, being the leading force on this question. And it started with having the theory of African internationalism to be able to sum up what the electoral process even is. And then to say, and we can use it, we can take it, and it creates a serious issue for the bourgeoisie. It really does. And you see it in shambles, because them talking about reparations, them talking about, police violence and, and all of that, and reforms, them having to have that discussion, that's a crisis among the bourgeoisie. And that comes as a consequence of all the forms of revolutionary organizing the party has been engaged in, including through the electoral process. So, Uhuru, comrades, thank you. That's what I got. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Comrade Akile. Before I introduce the next 2 speakers, I want to acknowledge, I hope I pronounced this correctly, Bunkar for a contribution of $120. Lisa for a pledge of $744. Wendy for a pledge of $504, and Johan for a pledge of $240. Those numbers were actually counted in the total that I presented earlier, but I will just say it again, $93,755, which leaves us to raise $6,245. I know that we can do it. It'd be great if we could do it all today so that the day 2 MCs can take claim of the victory, but we can do it to the rest of the plenary as well. So with that, I would like to introduce Comrade Tachara Masimba, who is running for Ward
21.
Ward 21, alderperson. Uhuru, brother. Comrade Tachara. Uhuru.
Yeah, Uhuru, thank you, Aliki. And I just want to really thank the chairman, the entire plenary, National Central Committee, and the other panelists. As was stated, my name is Tachar Masimba, and I'm running on a campaign of reparations and genuine economic development. I'm also running as part of a movement where we say 2 candidates, 1 campaign, and that's the Uhuru movement. So I really want people to check out the platform that we have put forth, because it is evidence that we don't have to, as I think Akile said, we don't have to crawl on our bellies. So I'm running on a platform of reparations to the Black community, genuine economic development, which is an anti-gentrification economic development program. I'm running on a platform of saying that this LRA land bank, which controls tens of thousands of properties at any given time, has to come under community control, and that these properties have to be turned back over to the Black community as part of our claim for reparations. I'm running on a platform of Black community control of the police and Black community control of schools, saying that the Black community, the schools in the Black community have to become bastions of anti-gentrification economic development. And we have really been shaking the political scene in St. Louis. And it's an incredible process to really gauge the extent to which, we are winning this contest that we are always in as revolutionaries. The electoral arena is just that, it's an arena. It gives us a real platform to measure our progress in different ways. So we know we're in a contest for power, and we're in a contest for ideas. We have been raising, as part of this campaign, helping the Black community understand that every problem that we have is a consequence of the Black community being looted every day, all day, in 1,000 different ways. And we're able to drive this home in real practical terms that people can identify with. So just recently in St. Louis, there were 7 schools closed in the Black community. And at first, the school board wanted to close up to 11. And so this created this huge uproar. And what we were able to do was to shape the discussion and say that one, that the money that's supposed to be going to Black schools have been looted from the Black schools. That in fact, upwards of $700,000 or so in tax break money has gone to these real estate speculators and corporations in the last decade or so. So we had people who were able to echo that everywhere. The school board was able to echo that. We saw members at the Board of Aldermen, even opportunists, able to echo that. We saw petty bourgeoisie organizations echo that political line. But we were able to take it even further, because we didn't just say that the schools were being looted. We say it's a part of the whole process of the Black community being looted. So we've been able to raise the political discussion, and yet we still are in the vanguard in terms of our analysis and what we have, even the independence to be able to say. We were able to help people to be able to say, publicly, that these real estate speculators who are given sometimes thousands of properties with the help of the city. And in the north side, on the north side, where Black people live in St. Louis, they don't develop the properties. They don't create jobs in many cases. In most cases, they just sit on these properties and they let them rot. And then they use their money and their influence to buy politicians off. And then those politicians use one of their favorite tools, probably their favorite tool for the African working class, the Black community, and that favorite tool is the police. And we've come to understand that the reason they love the police, even at this stage in the struggle, so much is because the police, the military, represents a convergence of interests between the white ruling class and the African petty bourgeoisie, because they know that the white ruling class has harped, 100 all day long on this notion that Black people are violent, Black people do nothing but kill ourselves, and so people are afraid. And the violence that we see in our community is an issue, but they beat it on us every day. They never sum it up. And so they know that people can be won to a politic which says that if we just eliminate this fear, then everything can be okay. We can have economic development. We can talk about other stuff later. And so the petty bourgeoisie, the black politicians who look like us, you know, who eat the food that we eat, who may use some slang from time to time, they use the police to attack the black community. They use the police as their own personal armies. And so we've seen this instance after instance of giving the police up to 50 to 60% of the entire general budget of the city. And then we see recently all black older person after black older person, Jesse Todd being one of the few exceptions, vote to allow a billionaire to fly spy planes over the black community. We've seen this NGA, the spy agency, being put in North St. Louis and given 1,000 acres of land. And then the city, black politicians included, use eminent domain to push out nearly 100 families. And so they know that the real estate speculators, they want North St. Louis to be safe so they can gentrify North St. Louis. And then they bring that politic to the people and pretend to be helping the people. So we've pushed back against all of this. So what else? Well, one thing that the chairman spoke about recently, you know, kind of touched on is that the African petty bourgeoisie becomes very, very, very adept at appealing to a very narrow political base. So the people have been pushed out of politics because they killed our revolutionaries. Nobody is on the ballot who will speak to the interests of the African working class and the African community in general. So you have a very narrow, relatively conservative, you know, often older, more fearful base of voters. And the African petty bourgeoisie becomes very, very skilled and very adept at targeting this very small sector of voters. You know, they can appeal to them, appease them by saying, I'll give you speed bumps, I'll give you more police. And then they completely shape the whole political discussion around this very limited, narrow political analysis that will not ever, 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 ever take the people anywhere. And so we are constantly up against that, but we've been breaking through it and then raising the critical contradictions. We forced the mayoral debate to debaters to have to deal with this question of reparations because we had people pushing the question. So we're breaking through this politic that keeps the people locked into where they are. And we're reshaping the discussion. And we have to recognize that this is one of the victories and that it's not enough to simply say you want to get elected. It's not even enough to be able to provide people with resources, but you have to push the system to reveal its contradictions to the people so that the people can have can be armed with the ability to uproot the system so that we can be free again. And that's what our jobs as revolutionaries is in the political arena. So what else? I'm sorry, let me go down. So the other thing that has been fascinating, I think, is that we talk about how we've had our own instrument. You know, we have the party and we have the Uhuru movement. And so you have heard Chairman say, we've been able to go around the Democratic Party. And this has really made our opponents and others afraid. I mean, they're scared as hell. We saw yesterday, one of our opponents at the Board of Aldermen admit that he didn't know how to move forward on this bill that was being proposed because he didn't know if he would be in office in the next 2 months. And he smiled, laughed nervously and said, you know, you got to keep it real. And we saw my opponent just file some paperwork to try to impede our ability to move forward in the election. And he had all kind of contingencies written into the paperwork, which suggests that he's afraid that he might lose. And so he tried to write all these contingencies that would allow him to contest a loss on his behalf. So we are,
5 minutes.
Thank you. So we see a real peeling off, you know, the capacity to go around the machine, but we've also been able to win some elements from from the status quo. So we had an endorsement from the Young Democrats who had previously supported my opponent. And then they actually endorsed me after a debate that was done. And they were forced to give us that debate because we had the obvious better candidates. I mean, myself and Comrade Columbayi. And then we had Jesse Todd, who is not the status quo, but it's a very telling sign that he was able to openly say to the other neo-colonial politicians that you have your party, you have your organization, and I have mine. You know, I'm a member of the Uhuru movement. So we see this revealing itself everywhere. We saw recently a ex-30-year, older person who functions as kind of puppeteer behind the scenes, who has been blocking us and everything we attempted to block us and everything we have done. We've seen him come out and try to influence a local activist not to support us. This activist publicly, supports us despite the, being warned by this ex-30-year older person that he shouldn't do it. We see other local activists and even sitting older persons have supported our campaigns. We saw the school board member openly unite with us. We see friends of my opponent openly unite with us despite the grievances, of my opponent. We also received an anonymous letter recently divulging, like certain powerful facts and dubious collusion between all the persons. We've also engaged the LRA land bank in battle and saw a former two-term mayor, had opened our HTML 81 times. So we see all of this evidence that we have been able to penetrate the politic of St. Louis, but our job remains to go among the people who live in these wards and to make sure that they will translate that they are getting this message as well, that they are getting this analysis as well. And if possible, we want them to be able to vote yes on March 2nd. Was it March 2nd? All right, so we have witnessed our political analysis penetrate all public discussion. We've seen status quo organizations parrot our explanation of the school closings, including the school board, even the board of neo-colonial alderpersons. Our president explained the origins of crime stemming from the Black community being quote unquote starved of its natural resources. These were his literal words. So we are destroying the false class peace that has covered the interests, smothered the interests of the African working class for too long. We've disrupted the false class peace within the St. Louis colony that keeps African working class dominated by white power. It is true that politics is war without bloodshed, and so formal shots have been fired. And this political war will impact everything, whether or not Columbayi get into office. The board of alderperson is filled with white reactionary colonizers, leftist imperialists, and vicious African petty bourgeoisie forces. We have to win. We want to unseat these reactionaries, but in the process, we must bust up the pretentious bourgeois decorum. So when we go to debates, we bust the decorum up, and we must build a movement and arm the people with organization and advanced ideology. So we must win, comrades. And I just want to encourage everybody to check out the website. Go to votemysimba.org, votemysimba.org. Thank you.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Tachara. Before I present this last speaker, I want to remind everybody that we actually do have a Q&A period after this. So begin typing in your questions on the Zoom chat, Facebook chat, YouTube chat, so that the people that we have taking care of that stuff can begin getting them together. So our last presenter is going to be Sister Comrade Herdosha Columbayi Bentham, who is also the international president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And she will be talking about her campaign for Ward 3, alderperson in St. Louis. Uhuru Columbayi.
Uhuru, comrades. I just really want to express my appreciation of being a part of this dynamic panel. I was listening to all these powerful speakers and revolutionaries and people that have fought for the liberation of African people and never, ever compromising. So I just consider it an honor to even be on this panel. And I want to express my appreciation. That's an understatement. I wish I had another word, of Chairman Amali Yeshitela that came to St. Louis Ferguson on after Mike Brown was murdered, assassinated on Canfield Drive. And this, I couldn't be a part of this panel, and I could not have a worldview to be able to see myself or see my people and be part of a strategy to fight for power and to understand what power is and not be afraid of it and to go full force to attain it. And, if it wasn't for Chairman. So today, I once was Herdosha, an evangelist, but I say today that I am an evangelist and I'm spreading the good news of revolution, that we will be free. And so I say that, the electoral politics, I have learned so much, participating in the electoral school with the Black is Back Coalition, from people such as Charles Barron and Jesse Todd, being able to be part of his campaign strategy when he was running for alderperson. See, the party has been ready and grooming me and Chachara for this day way long before we stood, before we made an announcement. The truth of the matter is, brothers and sisters, comrades, no matter where we at in the world, we have to understand that we have to seize power. We have to take territory. As Charles Barron said, it's not about good enough to just say that we're going to create some jobs, but we need land. We need power. We're talking about contending and dual power. In this process that I have been a part of, I remember the reason why I even decided to be a member of the International People Democratic Uhuru movement and later joined the party. It was because I became very attracted to power when we were engaged in the Black community. The grand jury, the Black grand jury after Mike Brown died. After I sat and was a part of this whole process of understanding that Black people are good people and we're not slow, we're not dumb. We know how to govern ourselves. We just been pushed out, shoved out. I don't know what just happened. Pushed out and shoved out of this whole process of what it means to have power strategically, with the Democrat Party and all the propaganda that hits our TVs and in our community has made a real stance that we would never have power. We would never know how to get power. But the African People's Socialist Party has been on the ones and twos and been in the streets and really been fighting for the liberation of African people when the Panthers was murdered and King was murdered and King was murdered, knowing that the masses had to have a vehicle of his own, that the Democratic could never deliver exactly what it is that we need. And so I remember when we first, was fighting for Keep 28, the war reductions, we were learning how the city were moving. And so we had to pay attention to the terrain. What is the needs of the people? What is happening? What are they doing at the border alder people? Before this, I didn't care who the alder person was, not because I was lazy, because I'd never seen them deliver anything. So who cares? I was too busy trying to survive this nightmare that I was faced with every day. And that's so many of our people. And so now that, we have been, baptized in revolution and have a theory to be able to sum up our reality, now we go into this arena saying that we're running for alderperson. And what our responsibility is to educate the people for them to actually be able, for the first time in their life, to see a future for themselves and everything that comes from them. And that is, I feel, is one of the greatest things, because we know that door to door wins the war. It's the ground game that has really launched us forward in this whole thing, because we have organization, and the organization is on the grounds, that we don't have to, just depend on the people that goes to the polls, the super voters, but we went in the masses to be able to understand that we can and we will be able to be liberated, but we have to be part of this process. So one of the things that we notice is how you get this vans that have all the Democrat, everybody that vote, and you knock doors to win yes votes. And I do this every single day. You know, I get a list from my my campaign manager, which is the best in the nation. I swear, Chimaranga is great. And we knock doors. And as I knock the doors, one of the things that I was faced with is our community, and we know this, is unstable because African don't live in the same place from 4 years later, such as myself. And you and they know this too, right? And so when we knocked the doors, we had to like create a whole process of once we knock the door, that's not the person that live there. We have to get their address updated so they can go vote and participate. And then as soon as we knock the door and help the people say that we are the people, and the first point on our platform is reparations, and they hear us, they see for the first time in their life that they get to be able to participate in voting for Black power. This is very critical. But if it's anything that I was wanting to win here, is I really want to win the party to understand that you don't have to wait till you have been called on to run for office. We have to go in the community where we are and understand how the government structures is and give them hell. We got to be in the meeting. If we're not there, we can't do it. You can sound real bright and smart and all those things, but if we're not organizing the people, we have to force them not to be able to do things as they've been doing as usual. And that's what happened when me, Chachara, and the people on the grounds in St. Louis started, Chairman flushed us out. And I'm like, oh God, Chairman, we have to have Sunday rallies every single Sunday. But I understand that everything that we were doing is perfect for what we're doing now because we've been setting the stage. We've been organizing the people before we said we were running for office. We were feeding the people before they was call themselves feeding the people for a turkey for Christmas. And when we were feeding the people, we had a process where the people can participate and bring their dish. And, they part of being organizing for power. Because one of the things that a win for Chachara, and we got to win this. We got to win this. I really know that we got to win this because the people have to feel a victory. And not only in the 3rd ward and the 21st ward, but this will hit the whole Missouri and outside of Missouri, all the way to South Africa. African people need to feel a victory and need to see African people say, Black is back, revolutionary times, revolutionary solutions, and we need to be able to take up the space. We need to be down there at the border, all the people. We need to be writing bills. We need to stay true to who we are. And we, just as someone else said, that when you get down there, it gets sticky because now you in there with the swamps. Are you going to swim or sink? Or you're going to compromise the line. But I know that when I go down there, I'm not going alone. I'm going as a proud member of the African People's Socialist Party. And so I know that I will be on the right side of the question on every bill and every decision that is made, because the African People's Socialist Party have always stood with no compromise, no surrender for the African working class and beyond the job, saying we got to govern. We have to govern ourselves. And that's what everything on our platform is speaking to. And we just put a little water in that look, put a little water in so the people can swallow it and then be able to digest it and then feel that victory by participating in actually bringing about reparations to the Black community, bringing about Black community control over the police, having control over our schools. So I just really say that this is a great strategy. I consider it an honor. I would have thought in 1,000 years over and over that a girl from Walnut Park that had been told a lot of times what she could not do will be running for alderman in the 3rd ward. But I know that I will be the people's champion because the person that I'm running against have asked for the National Guards to come into our community as a solution against horizontal violence. And he can't be more angrier than me about horizontal violence, but he's wrong on that question because he haven't studied the theory that I understand. And that's what makes me the perfect candidate to be able to deliver a real solution to the 3rd ward and to African people. So I consider the honor, and I just consider myself to be truly blessed to be able to be a member of the party and entrusted to take on this responsibility to run for the 3rd ward alderwoman. My name is Herdosha Kalumbayi, and with your support, I will be the next alderperson. So please go to votekalumbayi.org and volunteer donate, volunteer, donate, share, because we are going to make the reason why I'll be in office. Thank you.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Kalambai. That was great. That was wonderful. Again, those websites are votemasimba.org and votekalambai.org. They are also in the chat so that you can go to them directly and know how to spell everything correctly. So we are now in a question and answer period. The first question comes from Comrade Robin, based out of Orlando, Florida. And she's asking, I guess one could answer her both. Comrades T'Challa and Kalambai, are your races nonpartisan?
Yes, they are. That's
Yes.
that was changed. It was changed to a nonpartisan race for the first time literally right before it was time for us to register.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uhuru, our next question, thank you for that, is from Michelle. She prefaces her question by saying, I have been following the work of Brother Charles Barron from a distance for years. And then she says, now I look forward to being actively supportive of the two young revolutionaries in St. Louis. The question is, I have seen many Africans enter the political arena hopeful and full of fire, only to become cogs in the wheel of this system, fully complicit, with some becoming a more venomous enemy than any white power broker. How do any of you plan to avoid the same pitfalls? Let's start with T'Challa and then Kalambai.
Yeah, because I have the African People's Socialist Party, and and we have advanced nearly 50 years of our revolutionary struggle right here in St. Louis and everywhere throughout the world where African people are, and that's a critical thing. You cannot be isolated, and it's almost impossible to not to sell out if you isolated. You have to have a force behind you that can continue to push revolutionary politics, even though it will look a certain way in mass arenas like the electoral arena. You have to have a force behind you and with you, fighting for the line, fighting to push the system to where you need to push it, so that we can create the conditions for revolution. That's the short answer. And yeah, that's the short answer. We are very clear. We have the revolutionary organization and we have the revolutionary theory of African internationalism. And we've summed up and criticized the phenomenon of neo-colonialism, which is white power in blackface, which is what you talk about, which is what we see in St. Louis, what we see in East New York, is what we see on the continent of Africa. With these petty bourgeoisie heads of state, for example. So we've fought that, contested that, and then we've built we are building an international economy with an international movement preparing to govern. We're putting that in place, every day as we speak, and the infrastructure is there for that to happen. So that's where we put our hopes in.
Uhuru, yeah, it's a great question. It is a real great question, and I unite with T'Challa. That I'm a member of the African People's Socialist Party, very proud member of the African People's Socialist Party, meaning that I have disciplined myself to study this theory that really informed me exactly who my enemy is. I mean, and I know that all of us on this call are colonized and have experienced colonialism in various different forms. But I feel that I have been beat all the way completely down. And that's why I joined the African People's Socialist Party, because it was a theory that actually really helped me to understand exactly why my three brothers are dead. It helped me to understand exactly why my mom has been sad her whole life, and why I see the tears down all African women's face every single day. I don't see a future for myself or my kids. And so therefore, this theory helps drive that there. I can't see $1,000, $2,000. And you know what? The more I study and understand these Negroes, they ain't getting nothing either. You know what I'm saying? They're not getting anything. So I want it all. I want all power, not little bit, not shared power, not a new house, not anything. Every aspirations I have is in liberation. And so that's how I know I would never become a sellout, because I plan to always stay glued to the African People's Socialist Party, where I know I'll be held accountable.
Uhuru.
Well, comment, Liki, I'd just like to comment on that as well, just a little bit, because it is important that they're in the party. And it's important for people who outside of our movement and our party to understand that the main organizational principle of the African People's Socialist Party is democratic centralism. And that means that we engage regularly and seriously in criticism and self-criticism. And democratic centralism and criticism and self-criticism, these are instruments in the possession of the working class through its working class organization. This is how the African working class is able to make sure that the interests of the revolution are always protected and projected. So if there's anybody in the African People's Socialist Party that's elected and they will betray the interests of the people, then they still have to deal with the African People's Socialist Party. That's just the way that is, because that's not who we are as a party. And so it may mean that's the last day they'll be in the party or something to that effect, or that they want to go on their own to something to that effect. But they definitely will not be a part of this movement, this party, etc. That this party, they are there as instruments of the people's struggle and to be free. And that's why they're there. That's why the party projects it. And that's why all of us work with it and are going to work with it and going to do everything necessary to get them elected so that they can be instruments of the people. So that's just one aspect of that. And of course, that doesn't address the integrity of these incredible comrades who, even in joining the party, joining the movement, had to step over all this garbage that was presented that would have told them, that did tell them not to do it in so many ways. So we are confident about the integrity of the individuals who are running, but as an organization, we have structures and we have protocols and we have democratic centralism, and this is what we stand for, and we believe very seriously in that. That's why people have been beaten, died, and what have you inside this party for holding up these principles, and nobody is going to sell out the party and the interests of the people for a mess of pottage that some cracker would give, who want to find another reason for keeping African people homeless and keeping us living in violence with our children having no future. That's not who we are as a party, and that's not who we are as cadre and comrades T'Challa and Kilambayi, cadre that upholds the party and the principles of the party and the struggle and the people better than anybody. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
I would just like to add this if I can, and then I have a 5 o'clock because I have to go at 5 o'clock that I'm late for. But I cannot be more confident in these two candidates than I have in any other candidate that I've ever dealt with. Number one, because they didn't want to be no politicians. This is not something that they, like, hey, let me join the party so I can be a politician, so I can get elected. I mean, they're very much like me. I never thought I'd be no politician in no electoral arena. So these two, they're doing it for the movement, and they have an ideology. They're not just going in there, woke up one morning and decided that they wanted to run for office like most elected officials do. Mm-hmm. They wake up one morning and say, hey, wow, what's the salary? Oh, let me go get that. Mm-hmm. No, they said as a tactic, as a strategy, we need to build, and I've been with them in the radical electoral politics school of the African People's Socialist and the Black is Back Coalition from the beginning. They weren't saying, Charles, tell me this stuff so I can run for office. This is a sacrifice. Mm-hmm. This is a sacrifice. This is not something that you do because you want to make a career out of being a politician. So I am so confident of these two that they will, matter of fact, we might have to tell them, hey, y'all need to hold back a little bit so we can get some strategy going here. If anything, they ain't gonna sell out. You're gonna have to get them to like say, okay, you didn't sell out, but you can manipulate this one a little different. These two are not selling us out. There's nowhere near it. They have high integrity, a great commitment, and they're some of the nicest people you want to meet. They love the masses. They're motivated by love, not by power, not by materialism. But these two are motivated by the love of their people. And if it means getting into electoral arena to advance our people and our struggle, they will do it. So I am highly confident that we got two fine candidates that we're not going to have to worry about at all once they get in, and they will win.
Yeah. Listen, Comrade Charles said he has to leave shortly. I just want many of you in this meeting already know that Comrade Charles is looking for a fierce fight for election to the city council in New York that he's going to be fighting for. And they pull out all the guns for him, and you've heard many of the reasons why that would be the case just on today. Some of you have known him longer than that and have seen the kind of work that he's done and his stance around African people and Black power. So people should keep your eye on that. Some of you have already done what's possible to make contributions to his campaign because they're bringing out all the guns for him this time. And they slept him for a little while, but they've together to try to get Barron out of there. And you've seen just the data in terms of their inability to gentrify his district because of his presence. And you haven't necessarily heard of a lot of the legislations he's tried to put forward. And even if they couldn't win, they were extraordinarily educational reparations and support for our people in Zimbabwe, a whole bunch of other stuff like that he's done in New York. So he's our candidate. And he's also been there to offer his expertise to us. He's our candidate, so people should keep an eye on that. And you know, we will be asking again, you know, for resources. I think that we have 4 candidates in this meeting today who we really have a stake in their continuing, and they're either going to office or staying in office. And Jesse Todd is one of those candidates because he's been under fire forever. And the first time I met Jesse Todd, there were politicians who were extremely nervous because they saw him talking to us. And they saw him talking to us because he was that guy who they couldn't shut up when they were having this discussion around reducing the number of wards in St. Louis. He wasn't in office at that time, but he was loud, he was furious, he was serious trying to fight them. And then when politicians saw him talking to me and these other comrades, they were really obviously very nervous about that fact and couldn't take their eyes off that. And they've even said stuff to us like Jesse is unreliable, you can't trust him, etc. And they were right, they couldn't trust him because they were looking for somebody to make the deals like they were making it. And Jesse was not reliable in that regard. So they, even with this ward reduction thing that they're trying to do, the part of the objective from some of the African politicians is to see that that his ward, Ward 18, that would be compromised and become a part of something else so that Jesse would lose that seat. So I just wanted to say that that we have, you know, these 4 candidates or office holders who really require our support. They mean so much to the future of our struggle and for the ability to really advance the electoral, the struggle on the electoral front in an incredibly significant way.
Uhuru.
Comrade,
Uhuru, Chairman.
yes.
We have 1 minute in this section.
Comrade Alikia, it's your baby.
All right, Uhuru. Well, I want to thank everybody who has participated in this panel. Again, it was titled Black is Back, Electoral Campaigns. And it featured Chairman Omali Ishatella, New York State Assemblyman Charles Barron, St. Louis Alderman Jesse Todd, St. Pete City Council candidate Akile Anai, and candidates for St. Louis Alderperson Tachara Masimba and Kalumbai and Danette. So thank you to everybody. If you're in the chats, look at all of those links that has been said and make your contributions, show your support. And I will bring my co-MC on screen to help us move this program forward. Uhuru.
It's Comrade Herdosha Kalambai Bentham. Herdosha
Kalambai Bentham.
I want to tell everybody here too, that it was the African People's Socialist Party who, through the Black is Black Coalition, initiated this process of electoral schools to train African people, to demystify the election process and train African people to be able to participate in it as a part of our whole struggle against colonialism. So I just wanted to acknowledge that as well. So vote Masimba.org, vote Herdosha Kalambai Bentham.org. Uhuru, let's win.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. That was really powerful. So before we view a video by this next comrade, I'd like to first say that I resonated with his journey into the party. He was hesitant to be open to the party due to the revolutionary language of the chairman conflicting with his religious philosophies. Yet he could not deny the truth of those words through the actions of the party in advancing the movement towards Uhuru. He said that he appreciated the chairman, that he obviously believes in what he's saying because there is no fury in the struggle being waged. This caused him to examine the conditions of South Africa through the lens of African internationalism. He then observed that the weakness in South Africa is what is believed to be its strength, money and opportunism. For him, standing united with the party is the answer to overturning this contradiction. We are now going to see a powerful video by our comrade in occupied Zambia, also known as South Africa, Asa Ampu. Uhuru.
RBG's up, Uhuru comrades. This is Asa Ampu, and yo, we're on fire. We're at the plenary. APSP, for real. I want to salute to Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Daduzwelake, Sister Onazine Yeshitela, Deputy Chair, Brother Kinshasa Luezi, you know, strength. Long live Omawale Kifing, long live Ukaida Kambone as well. That's my mama there. You know, we never met though, but we will. So comrades, I got something, man. My name is General Nobody RBG. And I'm gonna switch it up for you. Check this out. This is a response to Eminem's Venom though. Okay, y'all ready? This is that real Venom. Come on. Okay, F-Cops let the rebels in the motherlands. Beautiful gentleman, black skin down to a skeleton, is here to get it in. That true venomous melanin, breaking your embattlements just to kidnap your president. After dating him, it's still on, I'm not settling. That paper chase, I'm not getting it. I'll only do so if shredding it. Listen, F the government, their neo-colonial parliament. Who gives a damn if it's black? The fact is my practice is damage it, yo. Black power. Slap cowards. Black power, y'all. So we gonna, you know, let them know, right? Switch it up just like that. And yo, we got our thing going on, but I got this song called Black Power in the hands of the masses. And I'm gonna play it right now, man. Get the DJ on. Yo, all right, brother, what's up? Hit that thing, man. All right, we got you. Y'all ready? Get your voices right. Sister Alikia, where you at? We in here, right? Okay. I'm gonna read from a page, man, because I just wrote this thing. Here we go. It'd be such a wonderful day, seeing crackers out the window. The time has come to take hold of everything that they stole. Take it to church, baby. It would be a wonderful day seeing crackers out the window. I need somebody to harmonize there, right? Of everything that they stole. Let's go, let's go. I'm a conscious African. Don't move like a cop does. Shouts to the rappers, man, but the people are the author. I'm Steve Biko's offspring. 5-0 stopped and we ready for war. From SA down to Compton, I ride for the people whose conditions is toxic. Gotta learn from mama owner. Politics is economics. Black fist, pick it up. When I see my brothers calling black sisters, hit me up. Ask your brother where the war is. You petty boo, evils ain't nothing but new evils. Rich OAU evils equipped to use the people. I drive by my poor folk. Let's ride fam, build a black power blueprint. That's our plan. We will take back land, distribute to all our kin. Owning the means of production is how we're getting it in. I ride with Garvey, I came looking for you. I got my burning spears with me and I'm here to recruit. Cause we're the vanguard, we must lead. Come on, African people must be free. Come on, vanguard, we must lead. Yeah, African people gotta be free. Yo, vanguard, we must lead. Like African people must be free. Yo, y'all know what the chorus is by now, right? Sister Kalambayi, what's up? Okay, where I'm from Everton, West, where we live in squalor, but not willing to accept it. So you hoodoo's what we holler. Yeah, I'm standing on the right side. They say I might die, cause I keep talking on rich blacks and them white guys. Not this evening, I'd rather leave honkies grieving when we strike out for our freedom. Give a damn how they feeling. As a doctor, I'm conceiving a way to stop you from bleeding. Wanna be what we are needing, so I signed up and impede them. Listen, if we G's pigs should all get stopped and frisked out of their weapons in the hood or all get shot. No fiends made by them once we control the block. Wanna be OG O'Malley with that Malcolm walk. Uhuru movement rebuilt my thoughts. Crackers live on our backs. When we stand up, they all get tossed. See me, see Huey, that's the way I was taught. I'm on my Wale K thing, I fight and never will stop. Cause we're the vanguard. Yeah, black power, y'all, vanguard. Fists up, fight back, stand up. What? Fists up, fights back. Yo, that's where we at. Uhuru, all power to the people, for real.
Vanguard, we must lead. Yes. Thank you so much, Asa. That was really powerful. Next up, we'll have the solidarity statement from our dear comrades in Unión del Barrio, the Mexican Liberation Movement organization. Please join us in welcoming Undersecretary Benjamin Prado. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. Uhuru, comrade, Chairman Omali Shatela, comrades of the African People's Socialist Party, on behalf of the Central Committee of Unión del Barrio, receive revolutionary greetings on behalf of our organization and its membership. We want to express our profound honor to join you in the second plenary of the African People's Socialist Party 7th Congress. Unión del Barrio recognizes the tremendous work that has gone into building the party and sustaining the shining revolutionary trajectory for nearly half a century, especially considering the fact that the party was founded during the period characterized by an all-out assault on the revolutionary African liberation struggle of the 1960s and 1970s by US imperialism. Unión del Barrio recognizes that the African People's Socialist Party constitutes the continuity of the African liberation movement born from the historic struggles of Harriet Tubman, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, and Kwame Nkrumah. Despite the counterinsurgencies of the oppressor-colonizer state, the African People's Socialist Party has demonstrated to be the genuine vanguard of the African working class. We salute the African People's Socialist Party for its victories that has brought the party to the current revolutionary historical moment. Unión del Barrio considers the 35 plus years of political relationship with the party as the most significant political alliance of colonized African and Mexican working class people anywhere. It is, and that's not to say that hasn't happened before, because we recognize that the anti-colonial struggles of our peoples have come together in different historical periods. such as that historical moment when Africans in Mexico joined the indigenous peoples to the kick the ass out of the Spanish colonizers through the tremendous leadership of comrade and historical figure Vicente Guerrero, as well as the Africans who rose up in righteous rebellion against the expansion of U.S. settler colonial slavery in the area currently known as Texas. And it is this histories of struggle. It is this relationship that has consolidated the correctness of the strategy of liberation struggle rooted in our collective anti-colonial movements towards building a socialist future. We recognize that African internationalism has tremendously enriched our own understanding, and the ideological unity has materialized our own political outlook and the significance of building raza internationalism to liberate our land, Mexico ocupado, or occupied Mexico, from the settler colonialism, parasitic capitalism, and US imperialism, and unifying our continent, which is already advancing as represented by the Bolivarian Alliance of the Peoples of Nuestra America. The future of our collective struggle is to build our capacity to build dual and contending institutions of power. Unión del Barrio recognizes the significance and tremendous work of the African People's Socialist Party as outlined in the strategy to build the Black Power Blueprint and building an anti-colonial economy to liberate land, labor, and resources from the capitalist economy. We unite with the economic example that has created so many institutions and expressions of Black power. The project from Project Black Unk, Uhuru Foods and Pies, Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, Decolonize Hair and Body, Uzi Custom Apparel, and the Black Power Blueprint point the way forward and is demonstrating the ability of African people to build our ability to feed, educate, and house our people. This is a practical expression of self-determination and liberation, no longer having to depend on the colonial capitalist system to do what we have done for others, even our oppressors, for too long. We unite with the struggle to buy Black power and commit to promote and encourage our own comrades, collaborators, allies, and friends to buy Black power and contribute to the growth of the economic strategy that will lead us to liberation. It is truly impressive and inspiring to see the success of the African working class under the leadership of the party. The current revolutionary moment demands revolutionary organization and action. The historical moment characterized by a profound political and economic crisis, where even the white nationalist colonizers are now attacking their own colonial institutions of power, where a pandemic has unmasked the brutal policy of privatized healthcare, where the colonial state has continued its unfettered war on our peoples, where the parasitic capitalist system is destroying conditions for life even to exist on this planet. In this context, the second plenary of the 7th Congress demands the growth of organized working class as expressed by Chairman Omalia Shatella in the plenary report highlighted in the first day. Unión del Barrio recognizes the importance of this task, considering the levels of social and political alienation that the current economic system imposes on the masses of colonized and oppressed within the colonial borders of the US empire and throughout the world. The task of party building in a climate of unfettered individualism and consumer culture, as experienced within not only US empire, but also exported by the capitalist system, constitute a particular challenge when we factor in the growth of not only the mass capitalist media monopolies control of information, but also the social media conglomerates that promote individualism, and makes this task particularly challenging as more and more people believe that they can influence the capitalist system from behind a computer or become an online social media personality. We unite that only through disciplined organization and collective struggle can we wrest away any legitimacy that the colonial system has over our people. Towards that end, we appreciate and salute the work of the party's Department of Agitation and Propaganda for challenging the colonial media and building the voice of the African liberation movement. We appreciate the consistency of receiving the Burning Spear, which is a source of political education for our membership and allows us to reach to our African neighbors, colleagues, and family members to join the African Revolution. We ratify our commitment to contribute to the growth and recruitment of African people into the Uhuru movement. Through the work that we advance, whether it be our independent anti-colonial schools known as Escuela Slan, in the prisons through the Chicano Mexicano Prison Project, through the work that we do in our communities to kick the migra out of our communities, and the struggle to advance community control of the police. We make available our social media platforms so we can collectively bring people into organized revolutionary action. As we commemorate 40 years since the founding of our organization, we remain steadfast in the task of consolidating democratic centralism to advance the class and national interest of the Mexican working class, as well as the internationalist struggle for workers' power and socialism. Despite the multiple setbacks our movements have faced, the APSP represents the most significant reference of anti-colonial liberation work that must be emulated and reproduced to ensure that our movements collectively strike 1,000 blows against our common enemy. African workers of the world unite and organize. Uhuru.
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 So we'll now welcome the, oh, I'm sorry, thank you so much for that powerful presentation, Benjamin Uhuru. Chairman, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there's not too much that can be said about the relationship between our parties, and I think that they reflect the relationship between our peoples, even if it is at this point the incipient relationship that's emerging during this crisis of imperialism, and at a time where the imperialists are talking more and more about borders to protect the stolen wealth that they now control. And the fact of the matter is that we know that there's not going to be any wall, any border, any fences that's going to be able to protect the imperialists, because as our comrades, the Mexican comrades, fighting to destroy that wall on that side of the border. We are part of a revolutionary project that will be taking it down this side of the border. The border has to come down because our peoples have to be joined together in the struggle to defeat this settler colonial monster. So I'm really appreciative, and there's so much that that you have taught us too, comrades. And as you know, have just such a strong and endearing love for compañero Ernesto Bustillo, who is the comrade who brought us together, and just fundamentally significant. He is one of those forces in our armory, Compo Neto. And I just wanted to say that, and thank you so much, compañero Benjamin, and our regards to all of the comrades from Unión del Barrio. We appreciate all the work that you do, and we know that, particularly in southern, on that side of the border, southern California, that many of the Africans who we met in that area came to political life and African internationalism, the Uhuru movement through through Unión del Barrio. So, Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru, comrades.
Sorry. Uhuru. So we'll now welcome the Office of the Chairman Omaya Veshatella report by Administrative Assistants Ikenge Mayele and Alikia Ngoma.
Uhuru. Thank you to the MCs. I am Ikinge Maele, and it is an honor to present this report to the Second Congress Plenary of the African People's Socialist Party for the office of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Next slide. I would also like to salute Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela and the National Central Committee of the party, and also give a big uhuru to all of the participants. Next slide. A little over a year ago, on February 1st through 3rd, 2020, Chairman Omali Yeshitela led the convening of the African People's Socialist Party for the first 7th Congress Plenary titled Vanguard Up, the Unity of Theory and Practice. There, the Office of the Chair also made a report summing up our work in 2019 and laying out the way forward for 2020. Next slide. The Office of the Chair is comprised of Amalia Shatella, Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, USA, Chairman of the African Socialist International, Chair of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, Chairman of the APSP USA's National Central Committee, Chairman of the APSC's National Central Committee, and leader of the Uhuru Movement. Next slide. I also serve as the logistics coordinator, media coordinator, and treasurer of the Black is Back Coalition, and also chair of Uhuru Tours, which is responsible for planning the chairman's tours and maintaining his calendar. Next slide.
Uhuru, my name is Alikia Ngoma, and I am an administrative assistant for the chairman, as well as the social media coordinator for the Office of the Chair. I am the Haiti editor for the Burning Spear newspaper. And lastly, I serve as both the secretary and the membership coordinator for the Black is Back Coalition. Next slide. As a special assignment from the chairman, I have become the Haiti editor of the Burning Spear newspaper, and I have written 11 articles specific to Haiti, as well as a few other non-Haiti related articles. I am also the Haiti expert for the African People's Socialist Party, who participates in the membership process of persons joining in or from Haiti. Next slide. The first set of articles I began publishing was the Lessons from the African Revolution of IET series, which provides an African internationalist analysis of the Haitian Revolution and draws out what tactics and strategies we should use today in our struggle for African liberation. Next slide.
The staff of the Office of the Chair has the primary role of being a support team for the chairman. Our daily tasks include, but are not limited to, management of the chairman's calendar as well as the Uhuru Tours calendar, assisting with the day-to-day activities of the leader of the African nation, consolidating interviews and speaking engagements, arranging travel pre-COVID-19, disseminating directives to and following up with other leaders and members of the Uhuru movement on the chairman's behalf, keeping him abreast of any upcoming meetings or conferences where he would provide leadership to the Uhuru movement and other movement-friendly forces, and taking on special assignments as directed by the chairman. Next slide.
Coming out of the plenary on February 21st and 22nd, 2020, the chairman officiated the marriage between Mutulu Olugbala, known as M1 of Dead Prez, and his wife, Narissa, in Miami, Florida. Next slide. At the time of the last plenary, the chairman was also preparing for his third trip to Russia for an April 29th and 30th, 2020, Third International Dialogue of Nations Conference hosted by the Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia. This trip was canceled due to, next slide, the coronavirus. Next slide. Quote from the Burning Spear newspaper: on March 11, 2020, the US imperialist-backed World Health Organization declared that COVID-19 had reached pandemic proportions. Most countries in the world, including the United States, shut down for a period of quarantine and confinement. Next slide. The chairman continued to lead the revolution in a pandemic. He insisted that members of his office, the party's National Central Committee, and the many organizations of the Uhuru movement would not let this period demoralize or demobilize us. And this is actually at the point that we thought it would only be for 2 weeks. And lo and behold, 2 weeks is only about 2 weeks short of 12 months at this point. Next slide. You're muted, Ikinge.
Okay, sorry about that. The chairman began holding daily office of the chair meetings, which would also include the national director of organization for the APSP USA, Chimaranga Salambao, with the local party organizer, Chimba Shabanda, and the director of the Department of Agitation and Propaganda, Akile Anai, to not only ensure our well-being, but to determine what the trajectory of the party would be during this period. He also began to hold weekly National Central Committee meetings to lay out the way forward, and then formed an ad hoc committee composed of various teams that would allow the movement to burst through the quarantine period. Next slide. Under the chairman's leadership, the Uhuru movement launched the People's War Against Colonial Virus, which required the entire movement to step up as the vanguard, especially the Department of Agitation and Propaganda and the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project, or APDEP, who would provide the leadership for the masses of African people around the world. Next slide. The chairman also began to record and post videos of himself working out at home, in the gym, and in other places to encourage Uhuru movement members and followers of the Uhuru movement to strengthen our bodies to fight off both the coronavirus and overall colonial virus. Next slide. The chairman also brought the Black is Back coalition into the process of summing up the colonial virus. On April 10th and 11th, 2020, the dates originally scheduled for our 4th electoral campaign school, the coalition led a web conference titled The COVID-19 Pandemic, Black People Fight Back. Next slide.
The chairman put forward its 19-point platform, the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, and made clear that coronavirus had other political implications for African people, including the increased police presence in our neighborhoods, lack of access to education, and lack of access to healthcare. He raised the demand for Black community control of the police, Black community control of schools, and reparations to the Black community. Next slide. The chairman called on the leaders of the Uhuru movement to not abandon their previously scheduled conferences, but to instead move them to a virtual format. Between May and November, the chairman participated in webinars hosted by the African People's Socialist Party, International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, Black is Back Coalition, African National Women's Organizations, and webinars of other Uhuru movement organizations. Next slide. Chairman also participated in the many web conferences held by the African People's Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the Solidarity Front of the African People's Socialist Party. Next slide. The chairman participated in an African Liberation Day conference hosted by the African People's Socialist Party Bahamas, held on May 23rd, 2020. This conference featured Alex Morley, chairman of the African People's Socialist Party Bahamas, Luezi Kinshasa, Secretary General of the African Socialist International, as well as other non-Uhuru movement speakers. Next slide.
On May 25th, 2020, Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin brutally murdered 46-year-old George Floyd. The video of the murder went viral, and the African community around the world literally rose up in flames. Next slide. The chairman immediately called on the leaders of the party throughout the US and in Africa to hold press conferences and demonstrations in their respective areas, condemning the colonial state and organizing the Black community to fight for freedom over our lives. Some of those cities included St. Petersburg, Florida, St. Louis, Missouri, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Johannesburg, South Africa. Next slide. The chairman also mandated that the party's leaders continually provide and demonstrate leadership on the question of the coronavirus, and set a guideline that our press conferences and demonstrations would respect the rules of social distancing, or as we would call it, socialist distancing. Next slide.
In the same immediate period, the chairman began to do pop-up live streams to provide leadership to the African poor and working class community by giving the African internationalist analysis on police terror, riots, protest demands, and making a call for the masses to join revolutionary organization, which is the African People's Socialist Party. Next slide. After 2 pop-up live streams, the Office of the Chair created what is now known as the Address to the African Nation, which takes place every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern. At the time of writing this report, the chairman has achieved 30 episodes, acquiring over 130,945 views on Facebook, 48,400 views on YouTube, and 5,505 views on Instagram, totaling over 184,850 views from a consistent audience, not including those created before the Address to the African Nation branding. Next slide. When certain occurrences in the world were too critical to wait for the next weekly address, the chairman would do a pop-up live titled Omali Ishatella Speaks and provide the nation with timely, much-needed political education and revolutionary summations. The chairman has aired 3 special Omali Yeshatella Speaks live streams titled Breonna Taylor, No Compromise, No Surrender, Straight Outta Compton, and Nigeria, SARS, and Boko Haram. He has achieved 20,000 total views on the Omali Ishatella Speaks series, with over 18,900 of those views being on Facebook. Next slide. On April 20th, 2020, Chairman Omali participated in a virtual convening of the previously mentioned Third International Dialogue of Nations Conference, hosted by the Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia. This conference included Alex Ayanov, the president of the Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia, Louisi Kinshasa, Secretary General of the African Socialist International, and Jesse Neville, chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Next slide. The chairman has been the keynote speaker for most of the monthly webinars hosted by the party's regions. This process was created by the chairman to ensure that the regional strategy of the party would not be neglected during the time of quarantine and was being executed under the direct leadership of Comrade Chimarenga Selembao, the National Director of Organization for the African People's Socialist Party, USA. Next slide.
Chairman Amalia Shatella was invited to be the featured speaker at a June 7, 2020 Black Lives Matter March in Lakeland, Florida, hosted by the Poor and Minority Justice Association, where he addressed a crowd of over 4,000 people. Next slide. The chairman's leadership remains sought after for all of the critical questions of our time. He is called on for interviews from new and familiar media and social media contact to answer all the burning questions of the colonized and oppressed masses. Some of those platforms include the nationally syndicated Radio 1 Carl Nelson Show, Conscious Mindset, a show on 90.1 KPFT Houston Pacifica Radio, the People's War Radio Show, a show of the Black Power Talks podcast, and Black Power 96.3 FM, and the Mobali Makasi Show, a popular internet show based in France. The chairman has acquired 56,900 views on one of his interviews with Said on the Conscious Mindset Show, 3,700 on the other, and 13,000 views on the Mobali Makasi Show. We are currently in the process of scheduling another interview on the Mobali Makasi Show to take place in February or March of this year. Next slide. He has also been the featured guest on the Dr. Ma'at Show and is regularly interviewed on the Iranian news network Press TV, the Iranian news channel IRINN, and Black Agenda Radio with Glenn Ford. Next slide. On June 12th, 2020, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement held a press conference in front of a St. Petersburg, Florida Bank of America, demanding that the Bank of America pays reparations to the African community. Chairman O'Malley made the keynote presentation at this press conference and declared, and I quote, "This is an institution founded in blood, the blood of Black people," end quote. This press conference gained media attention throughout the United States and was written in the bourgeois media sources of the Tampa Bay Times, the Business Insider, and is that Axios. It was also featured in our revolutionary media source, the Burning Spear newspaper. Next slide. On Monday, June 15th, 2020, Chairman Omali Yeshitela and comrades of the Uhuru movement held a press conference at the steps of the St. Petersburg, Florida City Hall. Chairman O'Malley was responding to the city's proposal of putting a plaque in the space of the mural he tore down over 50 years ago with, and I quote, "I wasn't looking for a plaque, I was looking for a change in the conditions of Black people," end quote. Next slide.
The chairman maintained his hashtag O'Malley Taught Me Sunday Studies, which has now been called the University by Sister Betty Davis, who chairs the Education Working Group of the Black is Back Coalition. Hashtag O'Malley Taught Me averages 4,000 to 5,000 combined views per episode and has gained over 255,000 total views in 2020 from a faithful and growing audience. Next slide. Between May 24, 2020 and June 14, 2020, the chairman held a special series of hashtag O'Malley Taught Me that included the international leadership of the Uhuru movement. These studies included Deputy Chair Onazane Ishatala, SG Luwezi Kinshasa, Chimarenga Salembao, Dr. Aisha Fields, Director Akile Anai, Kalambai and Annette, Yejide Orunmila, Chair Tafari Mugeri, Comrades Malika Bukechi Ngweji, Bakari Olatunji, Kobina Bantushango, Matum Unyombe, and APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess, who all spoke to the themes "Our Party Solved the Problems of the Revolution" and the Revolutionary Strategy. Next slide. Between June 21st, 2020 and July 12th, 2020, the chairman held another special series of hashtag O'Malley Taught Me, this time including leaders of the Mexican Liberation Movement organization, Unión del Barrio. The studies included Undersecretary Benjamin Prado, Adriana Hasso, Desiree Gaitan, Yejide Orunmila, Comrade Kani of Azania, Director Akile Anai, and SG Luwezi, who spoke to the themes unity of African and Mexican people, colonialism versus racism, and African and Mexican women in the struggle for liberation. Next slide. On June 26, 2020, Chairman Omali Yeshitela participated in a special webinar spearheaded by himself and hosted by the Burning Spear newspaper titled "Let's Get Free," celebrating the 20th anniversary of hip-hop rap group Dead Prez's debut album, Let's Get Free, which the chairman is featured on. Next slide. Thank you. This webinar also featured Timhotep Aku, a hip-hop journalist and former member of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement, music producer Sean C., and a surprise appearance from R&B soul singer Erykah Badu. Next slide. 2020 marked the 100-year anniversary of the red, black, and green flag developed by Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association in 1920. Chairman O'Malley held a special live stream on Garvey's 133rd birthday and also participated in another special live stream from the African People's Socialist Party titled Marcus Garvey Lives. The webinar, Marcus Garvey Lives, also featured Luwezi Kinshasa, Director Akile Anai, and Comrade and Chair Tafari Mugeri. Next slide.
In October of 2020, the Uhuru movement announced the electoral campaigns of members Herdoja Kalambaye Bentham and Tachara Masimba, a decision made by the chairman earlier during the year. Next slide. To support the success of the campaigns, the chairman deployed Comrade Chimurenga to St. Louis, Missouri, who would provide leadership to the campaigns based on his experience in the many electoral campaigns held previously in St. Petersburg, Florida. The chairman would also frequent the morning campaign meetings to provide leadership. Next slide.
Another critical component of the work of the Office of the Chair is ensuring the growth and success of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, an organization of organizations currently made up of 17 Black organizations. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, the Black is Back Coalition provided a political summation of the coronavirus with an April 10th and 11th, 2020 web conference titled The COVID-19 Pandemic, Black People Fight Back. Next slide. The webinar included as a guest presenter, Dr. Aisha Fields, the International Director of the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project. Next slide.
On June 13th and 14th, 2020, the Black is Back Coalition held our fourth electoral campaign school themed The Ballot and the Bullet, putting Black self-determination on the ballot. Next slide. The coalition put forth its 19-point platform, the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, as the platform that should be adopted by all Black revolutionaries and progressives running for office. Next slide. We were joined by special presenters and Black community campaign experts such as New York State Assemblyman Charles Barron, St. Petersburg, Florida City Council candidate Akile Anai, St. Louis Alderman Jesse Todd, and Uhuru Movement campaign manager Chimurenga Salambao. The program also considered the coronavirus impact on running a campaign and thus included a segment titled Campaigning During Quarantine, which was presented by Akile. Next slide. The Black is Back Coalition sponsored a special webinar on April 25th, 2020, titled Death Sentence, the State of Louisiana, Black Prisoners and COVID-19. The webinar was hosted by Coalition Steering Committee member, Minister Belinda Parker Brown, CEO of the Louisiana United International, or LUI, and the chairman was also a featured speaker. Next slide.
On August 15th and 16th, 2020, the coalition held our 11th annual conference themed Fight for Black Power, Free All Political Prisoners, upholding those who stood on the front lines of the revolution and demanding their immediate release. Next slide. The chairman made the keynote presentation and explained that our African brothers and sisters become political prisoners as part of the same process of the colonial state attacking our communities and the African Revolution. The chairman also extended the definition of political prisoners to include any African imprisoned by the colonial state because it is the state that creates the conditions we are victim to. The state is a colonial state, and African people are subjects of the state, not citizens. Next slide. Janine Africa of the Move 9 was a guest speaker, and she spoke to her experience as a political prisoner. We also had family members of political prisoners who spoke on the impact it has on a family when a member is a political prisoner. These members were Kasise Siddiqui, daughter of Kamal Siddiqui, Carolyn Lake, widow of Mafundi Lake, and longtime friend of the African People's Socialist Party, Russell Schultz Jr., son of Russell Schultz, and Mike Africa Jr., son of Mike Africa. Next slide. At the same conference, Chairman Amalia Chatella put forward the development of the Free All Political Prisoner posters and petition and called for the entire coalition, all of its members and organizations, and all of the conference participants to post them all over their respective cities and also to sign and share the petition. Next slide. The coalition distributed all of our first 1,000 posters and had to make an order of another 1,000. We have so far distributed 650 of the second 1,000, totaling 1,650 posters distributed around the United States. We have also received a total of 19,395 views, 277 shares, and 1,611 signatures from all over the world, including in Africa, Europe, Canada, the US, and Bermuda, calling for the freedom of political prisoners. Next slide.
On Saturday, October 17th, 2020, the African People's Socialist Party made history once again. In 6 states across the US, white people marched under the leadership of the African Revolution to build unity with the demand for reparations to African people for centuries of ongoing oppression and colonial terror. The March for Reparations to African People was coordinated by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement to mobilize the white community to go beyond protest and get organized under the leadership of the African working class. In St. Petersburg, Florida, Chairman Amalia Chatella delivered an electrifying presentation about the historic and ongoing struggle of colonized African people to seize power over our lives and destroy colonial oppression once and for all. Next slide. On November 7th and 8th, 2020, the Black is Back Coalition held our 12th annual Black People's March on the White House, themed Black Power Matters, Down with Colonialism, Black Community Control of the Police in Washington, D.C. The march was scheduled to take place after the U.S. presidential elections, which was supposed to reveal its results on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. However, the results of the election were not actually revealed until Saturday, November 7th, the date of our march. Next slide. We were met with thousands of people celebrating the victory of Joe Biden, but the Black People's March came through with hundreds of people chanting, 2, 4, 6, 8, tell the people who we hate, Democrats, Republicans, the whole damn state. Next slide. And now we will have a short video of the chairman putting out the African Internationalist analysis of the 2020 US elections while at the rally at Black Lives Matter Plaza.
We're trying to organize, we're preparing to govern. We don't expect to be on our knees forever, not another day. If it's possible, get off our knees where we have to be so afraid. You can't offend this white guy, that white guy. You can't say anything that's going to get them upset. You're living in this dreadful situation where you have to pray every 4 years, oh God, please let a good white man get elected. What kind of life is that? And then even after what has been should be clear to everybody. We just experienced a situation where 50% or more of the white people in this country, Trump did not simply walk into the White House. Trump got to the White House because white people wanted him in the White House. And Trump almost stayed in the White House because white people wanted him to stay in the White House.
Uhuru. Next slide. Well, it looks like we're frozen, or someone's frozen. Is that right?
It's frozen for me too.
Well, bear with us. Comrades, we seem to be having some technical difficulties. I don't know if it was frozen for people, if they were able to view the video or not.
It's frozen. It was frozen.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't.
Who leads this? Can someone tell us what's happening?
Uhuru, it's a technical issue on our end. Looks like the projectionist computer is stalling, so just give us a moment trying to get it back up.
Like airplane pilots, I get nervous when we run into.
Okay, somebody in the chat said, could we hear the video? Were you not able to hear it?
No, they said we could hear it.
Oh, okay.
When you open again, the video was slide 59, and then the slide after would be slide 60.
We have to be so afraid trying to organize. We're preparing to govern. We don't expect to be on our knees forever, not another day. If it's possible, get off our knees. But we have to be so afraid. You can't offend this white guy, that white guy. You can't say anything that's going to get them upset. You're living in this dreadful situation where you have to pray every 4 years, oh God, please let a good white man get elected. What kind of life is that? And then even after what has been should be clear to everybody. We just experienced a situation where 50% or more of the white people in this country. Trump did not simply walk into the White House. Trump got to the White House because white people wanted him in the White House. And Trump almost stayed in the White House because white people wanted him to stay in the White House.
Uhuru, next slide.
If Jesse, I just saw your message. It's not there because it's too large for there, but I do have it on my device. I'll sign up on another device, and if I could be given access, I would be able to share from here. If that's okay. Okay.
Oh. No.
60.
If we need, I can give my 5-minute presentation. Okay.
I think we have it, comrade.
All right, Uhuru, thank you, comrades, for your patience. A representative of the historic Final Call newspaper attended the mobilization and wrote about the 12th annual Black People's March on the White House and quoted the chairman's presentations at the rally before the march. Another representative of the final call also called the chairman's office at a later date for an interview around political prisoners. Next slide. The Black People's March on the White House also included a conference on the next day, which featured presentations from the coalition's chair, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Secretary General of the African Socialist International, Luwezi Kinshasa, Undersecretary of the Mexican Liberation Movement Organization, Union del Barrio, Benjamin Prado, St. Pete City Council candidate, Akile Anai, and the African People's Solidarity Committee Chairwoman, Penny Hess. Next slide. And I don't see anything. Does that mean we've lost? Okay. Chairman Omali Yeshitela began writing the next slide.
Oh, sorry, next slide. Yeah.
Chairman Omali Yeshitela began writing his political report to the African People's Socialist Party Second 7th Congress Plenary shortly after his return from the November mobilization. He continued to work on the political report up until January of 2021 without missing any prior engagements. To aid in this process were one of the chairman's administrative assistants, Alikia Ngoma, APSC chairwoman Penny Hess, who has also served as the chairman's primary copy editor for many years, and USM chair Jesse Neville, who has also served as a researcher and copy editor for many years. Next slide. The chairman's first event of the year was a fundraiser webinar held on January 9th, 2021, hosted by the Black is Back Coalition to review the year of 2020, titled 2020 Reflections, Imperialist Infections, Elections, and Aggressions. Next slide. The webinar also provided the different organizations of the coalition a chance to report on their organization's work in 2020 and provide their contact information to the participants. Next slide. Just a week before, the chairman was also the keynote speaker in the African People's Socialist Party's 2020 summation webinar titled Cheers to a Dying Imperialism. Next slide.
Uhuru, another one of the victories of the Office of the Chair for 2020 has been to add teaching the African Nation Fight Song to the programs of over 10 webinars held by the Uhuru movement, also including this plenary that we are in right now. And in each webinar I participated in, I explained the origins and the meaning of the fight song, as well as performed a demo version that the audience could read along with and sing to. Next slide. I've also created and put out other original music, revolutionary music, for the comrades of the Uhuru movement and Uhuru movement friendly forces. Shortly after the early onset of the coronavirus, I created the song Colonial Virus, which now serves as the official theme song of the People's War radio show / Black Power Talks podcast. I have also put out another song that's a general feel-good Black empowerment song titled Lanati, and a free album titled Freedom in the Mix, which features excerpts of revolutionary speeches and presentations from Fannie Lou Hamer, Jessica Geneis, Ella Baker, Marcus Garvey, and Alikia Ngoma. Early versions of Freedom in the Mix was also featured in the 24-hour hashtag Giving Tuesday telethon of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement for the second year in a row. Next slide. You gotta unmute it, Kinga.
Thank you. In late December of 2020, the chairman called for the African People's Socialist Party to hold a series of regional conferences as part of an organizational strategy called the Black Power Summit, held between January 17th and January 24th, 2021. The Black Power Summit was a regional organizing tool to help the regional leaders understand the need to cast a wide net. Next slide. Comrade Dr. Matsumela Odom answered the chairman's call to be the primary coordinator and did, and to quote the chairman, a splendid job carrying out the project. Next slide. Due to COVID-19, some of the work of the office of the chair was stopped, while some of the other work just took a different look. Next slide.
One of the aspects that was completely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic was the Marcus Garvey Legacy Cruise, chaired by myself. I laid out in the last plenary that I would expand the Marcus Garvey Legacy Cruises organizing committee to include party members and volunteers in every region, and win Uhuru Movement members and Uhuru Movement friendly forces to the political significance of the cruise, which serves as a fundraiser for the African Socialist International. Next slide. The Marcus Garvey Legacy Cruise Organizing Committee at the time of the plenary consisted of myself, Elikia Ngoma, Temba Shabanda, Fofit, Ikinge Maele, and Renee Nassar. By March of 2020, the work of the committee was completely stopped, and it currently remains unclear when the movement will be able to host this particular fundraiser again. Next slide.
The work of Uhuru Tours took on a different approach during the pandemic. Next slide. In the 2020 mandate was for Uhuru Tours to increase the tour committee to include members from throughout the party's regions and train the committee members on how to bring the chairman to their respective areas for events where he would be the keynote speaker. However, due to the quarantine and the travel bans, all of the conferences were moved online. Instead, Uhuru Tours ensured that all event coordinators would have a dedicated time for the chairman to be able to rehearse and familiarize himself with the format of any webinar. Next slide. The chairman is in consideration of reconfiguring his office to include different departments so that the efficiency of the office of the chair can be maximized while carrying out all of our given tasks. Next slide.
Beginning immediately after the plenary, I will translate all of my Haiti editor articles into the Haitian Creole language, and will have a minimum of 2 languages for each Haiti editor article I write thereafter. By March 1st, 2021, I will also translate the African People's Socialist Party's 14-point platform titled What We Want, What We Believe into Creole. This process will be critical in recruiting more Africans from Haiti into the African People's Socialist Party and or other organizations of the Uhuru movement. Next slide. Another goal is to resume the La Guerre des Idées political education video series, The War of Ideas, which put out the theory of African internationalism in Haitian Creole on a bi-weekly basis. This video series is necessary because it will help expand the party's reach to Africans from IET who are challenged with illiteracy. Next slide. I have also heard another one of the chairman's call, and so a final goal is to make the African Nation Fight song available to the African masses on the online music streaming platforms, using the skills that I learned when making Freedom in the Mix on how to mix records, what mastering looks like, how to bring a song to completion. I will be working on updating the demo version and bringing a final version to completion, and I will begin that process immediately after this plenary. I actually started it last night. Next slide. Ikinge.
All right, this mute button. In the year of 2020, Chairman Amalia Shatella has led over 440 calendared meetings, over 30 interviews, which is approximately 2 to 3 a month, over 25 webinars and conferences, 51 hashtag Omali Taught Me Sunday Studies, over 30 weekly addresses to the African nation, at least 7 special live broadcasts, and 1 wedding. Next slide. As you can see by looking at the chairman's calendar for 2021, it has already begun to fill up for the year. Next slide. You can find all of his currently scheduled engagements on uhurutours.org, and you can also send an email.
Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and leader of the Uhuru movement and the International African Revolution.
Uhuru. Uhuru, this has been the Office of the Chair's report to the Second Seventh Congress Plenary of the African People's Socialist Party.
Uhuru, comrades, thank you so much. And now we will hear from our leadership, the leader of the African nation, Chairman Omali Ishatella. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. Thank you. That was an impressive report from the office, and I just want to salute comrades at Kenge and Elikia for the incredible work that you've done. And you almost made me look good, which is good testimony to your genius. But yeah, I thought it was a quality report. I really am made rather speechless because it is impressive, and I think I saw communiques, comments indicating that there are various other people who experienced it in the same way. So I want to just really say again that it's great work that you comrades have done. And I'm glad that the people in the movement and otherwise get an opportunity to see the real strength that's in the office of the chair, that's represented by you two comrades who are relentless in carrying out the mission of the office of the chair. And so, Uhuru comrades, thank you, Uhuru. By the way, someone might have noticed it, but we referenced Comrade Ikenge as the chief of staff of and well, she is the chief, and that was just great work. The artists, the work that you do, Comrade Elikia, it's really historic. It's really historic. Thank you, comrades. That's all I have to say. Uhuru. Great report.
Uhuru, Chairman.
And thank you, Chairman. I don't know how much time we have left.
Matop is gonna be the Matop.
Okay.
Uhuru. Salute to you, comrades. I can't even imagine what it would be like just managing the chairman's calendar, let alone everything else that goes into keeping him organized and where he's supposed to be. That was a dynamic and powerful presentation, comrades. It was truly amazing. Let's open this up for discussion. Please put your questions in the chat.
Matop, you should pick. Uhuru.
I didn't hear you, Chairman. What did you say?
I said you should pity them.
Oh. Well.
Uhuru, I'm gonna leave the office of the chair self for a second and go into the MC self and say that I see the fire that's coming in the chat. Drop some fire. Uhuru.
So we're just waiting for some questions to come in. Anybody have any questions? I have one. So do you guys like, how do you keep the work straight? Like, do you handle different areas? Like one of you is over the calendar, another one is over events. Is that how that works?
Kinga, you wanna? I know that like well, there's a lot of overlap in a certain kind of way, but there are some specific roles. So, for example, when it comes to the Black is Back, I am the secretary, so I do have the responsibility that even as Ikinge is the logistics coordinator, or let me just shout out some other comrades, Timba, who is the media and website person. As the secretary, that is like a defined role as well. So ultimately, I have to take more responsibility for that. Ikinge is the chair of Uhuru Tourist, so ultimately she has to take more responsibility of that too. So while there is some kind of overlap, there are some very specific things that I can't necessarily pass on, or that can't be passed on in that kind of way.
Plus, we work the coalition work, which is extremely important. And these comrades, comrades at Kinge, comrades Alikia, comrade Timber, in particular, are just critical instruments in making the coalition work, making it what it needs to be, what it so we meet as a fraction. Also, at least once a week, or generally once a week, we meet as a fraction, so that we have a discussion about everything that we have to do. Sometimes we rehearse it if necessary, etc. So that's one aspect of how it gets done. And then we also have morning briefings, so that we are summing up every morning. We're going over what it is that we have to do, and they have to work very hard, because I have to, I have to be kept on task. I have to be reminded of this and that, and they work it. And I want to say these comrades, they don't, I don't know how they get rest. I mean, I've thought, and I try to get there sometimes early to the Uhuru House and see if the king has a bed stored up there someplace, because she truly spends so much time there late at night, and often she's there early in the morning. And these comrades, I'm subject to call them anytime. I try to be more disciplined about that nowadays. So,
Chairman, are you one of those people that calls somebody in the middle of the night like, I got an idea, get this down? Is that you, Chairman?
I'm more restrained, but yeah, but they're just splendid. And also, you work for a while together long enough, that plays a role too, yeah, Uhuru.
Uhuru, I would say that we work hard because the chairman works hard, and we're part of a revolutionary organization, and it's what's required. It's just critical that we are there, when he needs us. And I think, it's probably the most rewarding work that I have done in my life, because I know I would not have accomplished any of what I've accomplished working for white folks.
Hello. You wouldn't have been motivated to do it. You worked just enough not to get fired.
Right.
Is there anyone else, comrades? Nothing else? Yeah. Well, what you
Just
say?
seeing a lot of Uhurus.
So we didn't get any questions. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's interesting.
This is like the opportunity to really dig into what goes into being a chairman, because these comrades are the ones who help shape that for you.
I'm seeing one coming in.
Okay. All right, we're gonna have it 1 second. It's being typed up.
I don't know where y'all see that at in Facebook.
No, we the MCs have a different doc. That
And somehow that seems a little wrong. So, comrades.
in the meantime, Chairman, I'm
It's a
seeing
couple.
things being typed in, but while they're being typed in, I just want to appreciate there's a little bit of subjectivity behind this, but still mostly objective. You
Can't hear you now.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I was saying that while the questions are being typed in, I just wanted to salute you on you really pushing the question of like the articles and summing up what's going on in Haiti, particularly, last year and then into this year. And I think that through the theory of African internationalism, I mean, I've read a lot of other stuff, and we know that nothing's come close. But when I tell you nothing comes close, nothing of dictatorship. Like if you have the February issue of the Burning Spear and the January, issue of the Burning Spear, through the theory of African internationalism, I was able to sum up Jovenel Moïse as a dictator. And it's not until today I'm seeing people saying that dictatorship is starting because he won't leave today. But through African internationalism, we can say that started ever since he came into office. And so just keeping that's the part I said as the subjective part, because whenever I talk about Haiti, but keeping that question forward, and then also me seeing the significance of translating these articles, because and I'm not going to take too much time because I see them typed now. In one of my early articles last year, one of the first things I said is that during 2018 and 2019, during that struggle, a lot of journalists were assassinated. And these were the journalists who were criticizing the state and criticizing Jovenel's regime. So the type of journalists that the people could depend on were being assassinated. So with me being able to translate the party's line into Creole, we will be the only reliable force, for people who are trying to learn about Haiti and for people in Haiti who's trying to understand what's going on too. Uhuru.
Uhuru. So we do have a question from Comrade Sobek in Los Angeles. You can't be uncool without.
Comrade Sobek, I don't feel like I keep my cool, frankly, but I appreciate the question. I think it was a very kind question. But we just have to make this thing happen, and we can't afford not to. I remember, being a bit younger and just at times, feeling almost exasperated by what was happening. Is makes you wonder. Who was Lloyd Price? Everybody here is too young to remember Lloyd Price, but makes you want to beat your head against the wall or something like that. But I can't afford to. I mean, even if I wanted to, I can't do it. I can't be crazy. I can't, and I feel like being crazy a lot of time, but you can't do that. And that's because of responsibility won't allow us to do that. And that's something everybody should understand too, because there are a lot of things that you want to do, just given these contradictions we're confronted with, you just can't do it. If you're going to actually, exercise some kind of leadership, and the people have to see in you the calm, the confidence that this movement represents. You can't. I mean, if you're on an airplane flying and the pilot comes out screaming, pulling his hair out, I mean, that doesn't give any confidence, right? So. So we so back what I wasn't trying to be frivolous in the response at all, but we have a responsibility to try to be cool, to try to be confident, try to be calm,
Uhuru. So we have a comment from Comrade Penny in St. Louis, who says, Uhuru Chairman, just saluting you and your office, Uhuru. And we have a comment from the Spear Stand. Salute to the Haiti expert and the profound African internationalist analysis on the history and current situation in Haiti. That is the historic breakthrough for the oldest Black Power journal in existence. Uhuru.
Let me, a couple of things that were just raised. Somebody mentioned is Comrade Masamela, was saying to I mentioned Lloyd Price, and he mentioned that he sang a song that we knew as Stagger Lee. And actually, that's a story of an African from St. Louis back in perhaps the 1800s. And his name was really Stacko Lee, not Stagger Lee, Stacko Lee, who did do just what Stagger Lee did in Lloyd Price's song, you know, and shot somebody over a gambling debt. But Comrade Sarah says that watched your Oxford debate and was wondering what you would do in President Maduro's position as a leader of a country that is being so devastated by the colonial economy and reliance on oil. And he's not being devastated by a reliance on oil, first of all. The country is being devastated by the embargo that's been imposed on it by the United States government. And by the world economy continues to be a capitalist economy in that the United States pulls most of the strings up to now, even though it's more complicated every day. And the United States played a role in crippling Venezuela and Iran and even Russia with using Saudi Arabia to put a glut on the oil market, to flood the oil market so that it depressed the prices of oil. And of course, the objective was Venezuela, because Venezuela, it hated Venezuela because Venezuela was leading a resistance and winning all kinds of support, you know, within the Americas and other places. I mean, Africans, when I'm in Africa, they talk to me about Hugo Chavez, you know, and what he meant in terms of the movement. And of course, Russia was contending with the United States in a very serious way in various places, and it was growing its economic capacity, and it was independent of the U.S. government, and it was able to contend with the United States in Europe and also in the Middle East and various other places. So the United States had a stake in destroying that, and I'm convinced they killed a comrade. The president of Venezuela, Chavez, and you know, like they killed a comrade from Palestine who never was a genuine revolutionary, but he Arafat. You know, there's no doubt that they murdered him too, and this is the kind of stuff they do. So they attacked Venezuela in that fashion, and the problem in Venezuela is the weakness of the revolutionary movement here, because this is the source of most of the assaults in Venezuela. And that is something that is dealt with not simply by protesting, and we should do all of that, but by building a revolutionary movement here. That's what the party is doing, to build a revolutionary movement here. We have to make it increasingly difficult for the United States to be intervening in places like Venezuela, because it has to use its hands to cover its own ass. And we should be making that the reality. And at this point, we haven't developed a movement that's strong enough to do that in this country, but we're heading in that direction, Comrade Sarah. And your participation here helps to bring that home. And everything that, every time we've ever been involved with a real revolutionary movement, any place in the world, and we say, well, what can we do? People say, what can we do? And they say, go back to the United States. That's where you got to build a revolutionary movement. In fact, comrades from Nicaragua, from the Sandinista movement, used to tell the white people who were talking about what we can do, they would tell them, support the African People's Socialist Party, support the Uhuru movement, because that's where the deliverance is going to come from. So anyway, I just wanted to make that comment. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I see a question. I think this is from Ali Aiello, and she says, Chairman, how much time do you spend a day reading the news, and how important is it to spend time reading the bourgeois news?
I think it is important. What I'm discovering, however, is that a deepening, just deepening disgust with the whole imperialist system. And I didn't know it could get worse in terms of the disgust I experienced. And almost everything you see, it's just such a blatant, almost hysterical lie. And so, you know, that complicates it a little bit, you know, trying to, I can't read it in the same way. So I end up most often, probably, I skim the news every day. I skim the Washington Post, I skim the New York Times, I skim the Wall Street Journal. You know, I go through and I pick out particular kinds of things. Some of you may have received stuff I've forwarded to you from one of these journals or another. So I do look at that kind of stuff, and that's mostly when it provides me some kind of evidence of either some evidence of the crisis of the system, some suggestion, some hint of how the government, the system might be moving toward our people, other peoples around the world. I can sometimes read in these things the growing lack of confidence of the ruling class in its own future. So that's helpful. And then there are other things. So I do read it, and I think it's important to be able, and I really advise and often advise our comrades to read that stuff, to know what's going on, even as it's put to us by the bourgeois media. Sometimes there's information, data, that kind of thing. And also you want to know what lies they're telling this week too, because you're going to have to deal with that as well. So read it, you know, I do advise that. As stomach churning as it can be, look at that stuff they're saying. I read that sometimes their pundits are almost comical. These are the geniuses, the erudite thinkers of the ruling class, and they write this stuff. And it's almost hysterical because they're dead serious. But the elements of the bourgeoisie, they are the thinking representatives of the bourgeoisie that I'm looking at in some of these journals that I read on a regular basis. So I said, yeah, I read it, and I've seen them declare the end of history. I've seen one of them, it's over. They said white power has won it all. The U.S. is nothing can go, and they said this is the end of history. Can you believe that? Of course, a couple of years later, they having to retract that because history is kicking them in the ass, right? So history is still here. So yeah, read it, try to be aware of it, and then read. Also, you must read the analysis that comes from our political reports and things like that. Because a lot of what's happening, well, we get an interpretation and we learn sometimes we learn how to read it. And I know that may seem to be an unusual statement and perhaps presumptuous, but the fact is that, you know, there's a science of investigating, there's a science of analysis that we utilize inside the party that we call African internationalism, that uses the science of dialectic and historical materialist investigation and analysis. So when you read the political report, you'll see that is what has been deployed. And the reason you can come up to a certain kind of understanding is because that science was employed in everything that you see written there. Nothing is casual, that's written there. So, Uhuru.
Uhuru.
2 minutes.
So, no, we actually have time. We actually have time.
Wait, what?
We're at time.
Oh.
We've received another notification. All right, thank you, Comrade Malika, for that. So thank you to the Office of the Chair for that wonderful, amazing, splendid, magnificent. This is not biased at all. This is really good.
I saw your name. Did I see your name as a director and as what are all those other things?
Your name was director and writer. My name was composer, mixer, mastering arrangement. Yes.
Oh, right on. Yeah.
Yes. Uhuru. So we are now going going to welcome our next vendor, which is actually Uhuru Planet Reparations Apparel, an economic development institution of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. So Uhuru, Comrade Halley.
Uhuru, Uhuru, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Just so many notes taking, and it's so powerful. The program today on Africa, Secretary Loizy, just I could spend a whole 15 minutes just saluting the party. So, but I gotta show you this fashion show for Uhuru Planet. So, what is Uhuru Planet Reparations Apparel? We are one of the many institutions of the African People's Socialist Party, directly under the leadership of Deputy Chairwoman Onezene Yeshitela. I deeply want to salute Deputy Chairwoman for the whole process we went through last year, being, becoming a new institution of Black Star Industries. She really helped us be professional, everything that we need to be. So I want to salute Deputy Chair. I also want to salute Penny Hess, Chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, who provides so much political leadership and analysis for this institution. So Uhuru Planet Reparations Apparel, we are a clothing line. We are the economic development institution of APSC. So all of the resources we raise from our amazing t-shirts, tote bags, hoodies, journals, all of that goes to building the international movement for reparations, with our goal that we can have solidarity centers in the white community all around the world, especially in St. Louis, Missouri. We have to build there, where people can come in on the street and learn about reparations. So with all that, I want to say that all of our products today you can find at uhuruplanet.com. Many of what we're showing you, we have available size extra small through 5XL. So you can go to uhuruplanet.com. Thank you, Johan, in the chat. And we're going to bring on our first model, myself. We're going to, I know, right? This is our first shirt, the Uhuru Planet logo t-shirt. So this is heat transfer vinyl printed on this very nice lightweight white t-shirt, available extra small through 5XL, very versatile size range. And all right, our first real model here, I want to introduce everyone to Comrade Len, he is the chair of Uhuru Solidarity Movement Philadelphia and is in town today to help with this. So this is our newest launch. This is our new drop today, specially made for the African People's Socialist Party Plenary. It says St. Petersburg, Florida, home of the first act of Black Power. You want to come a little closer? This was screen printed just this weekend. We screen printed in our shop right behind us. There's a screen print press. We have it as this tan colored t-shirt. It's a unisex shirt and also a new hoodie. So this is a beautiful tan color. These are custom screen printed. So when you place an order, please wait up to 2 weeks, because we make them to order. So thank you, Len. Another model we have in-house is Comrade Mara. She folded all these beautiful shirts here. So thank you, Mara. This is our classic Uhuru Planet design. It says stolen from Africans, reparations now. And it's just so clever. In the shape of Africa are all the things that have been stolen out of Africa. So we have this in multiple ways. We have it as a long sleeve shirt. We have it as a t-shirt, and it's being launched as a hoodie, a black hoodie. We don't have one right now, but you can go to uhuruplanet.com. We have hoodies and extra small to 5XL. The t-shirt, most of our t-shirts are $22. The long sleeves are $25, and the hoodies are $40. And again, this is all to build the African People's Solidarity Committee. The St. Pete hoodie is also $40. So next, we have Len back here with, this is another classic Uhuru Planet design that we reprinted it says no justice on stolen land, Turtle Island occupied since 1492. So we acknowledge that we are on stolen indigenous land, and this is an excellent shirt. I've had this as a back patch. I got so many comments. Uhuru Planet, it's great because people are like, what's Turtle Island? Who is chairman, and you get to just go from 0 to 100 to talk about real issues with people just because they see the propaganda on your shirt. So we have this, it's a warm gray unisex shirt, and it's also as a black hoodie, and we also got a foot of snow in Boston right now, so we had to shovel before even getting here. So you got to get your hoodies for winter. This is $40, available at uhuruplanet.com. And it's, very heavyweight. It's black with white ink. Thank you, Len. All right, and any questions about our products, Johan can help answer in the chat. So Mara has our next shirt. This was our top selling shirt last year, obviously because of the pandemic. So it says capitalism is the virus, socialism is the cure. We have this as a white t-shirt with red text, as you see here, and also available as a black t-shirt with white text. We have many products. Check out our website, fruitplanet.com/shop. Just to say, if you are on a cell phone, on a smartphone, you go to the shop and you click the little plus sign. It's a little hard to understand, but once you click the plus sign, all the categories come down, and we have a lot of categories. So try not to be overwhelmed on the site. Next up, we have Len showing us one of our newest designs this past year. Simple, bold, I support reparations to African people. We have this as a black t-shirt. We also have it as a hoodie. If you go to our shop, you can buy it as a hoodie. And we have it as 2 different long sleeves. This is kind of a fitted women's long sleeve shirt. It's a little, it's kind of snug. And we also have it not on display, but it's kind of a sport gray. It's a bit looser for like if you were jogging in cold weather. So the I support reparations to African people. The long sleeves are around $25. So Mara is here with our classic solidarity slogan. This is the slogan of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, white solidarity with black power. We print these shirts right here on this heat press that you can't see. And this, you get a lot of questions and comments on this, and that's why you gotta wear your merch. We've been in the bourgeois newspapers wearing our shirts, and then people immediately get to know about the movement. So thank you, Mara. We also have that as a hoodie now. Glenn has some more. Yeah, sorry. Salute to our models here working overtime. So this is one of our, really want to salute this quote by Chairman Omali Shatella: "The road to socialism is painted black." This is black and white ink on this kind of beautiful 3/4 baseball tee. This is like a light heather gray and black sleeves. We have this extra small through, I think, 4XL. And this, it says Chairman Omali Shatella here, so you can tell people where it came from. And also this shirt that Len is wearing. Just another one of our designs, Unity Through Reparations. Classic design, very simple. We have that also as a long sleeve. Thank you. Also, please give me a time check if I'm going over, just let me know. So Mara here wearing our All Diamonds Are Blood Diamonds t-shirt. It also says reparations to African people now, with its really powerful imagery. This is, as you can see, the continent of Africa with a bloody handprint on it with a diamond ring. And just to say that this is an ongoing campaign of APSC for over a decade. We also have a text called All Diamonds Are Blood Diamonds that goes with it. We print it as a zine so you can get both together. Penny, can I get the Stolen from Africa on a tan hoodie? Yes, we can do custom orders. We'll talk about that in a sec, but you can email us at info@uhuruplant.com. We can mix and match things because there's infinite, ways to mix it up. So just contact us. We'll get it for you. Another design we have, classic.
5 minutes.
Thank you. Victory to the Palestinian people. We are African internationalists, support the liberation of all oppressed peoples. Thanks, Mara. So our next one, okay, this design. So yeah, we're doing our popular slogans, all white people or reparations to African people. This is what we believe in the solidarity movement, and you will turn heads. Guaranteed to turn heads, whether a salute or to say some crap to you. It's good, we're agitation propaganda is what we're all about. Thank you, Len. Mara has some of our red t-shirts, all about reparations. So Make America Pay Reparations. This really turns heads. This is a really popular shirt, as well as our Make Wall Street Pay Reparations t-shirt. This is our main campaign in USM. If you're a USM member, you gotta get your merch. You gotta wear your shirts out at these protests and streets. Thank you. The next 4 shirts we have are our line to salute revolutionary leaders. So we have, of course, our Chairman Omali Shatella t-shirt. A lot of comrades on this plenary have been wearing our shirts, and you might have been wondering, where do I get them? So now you know, uhuruplant.com. These 4 shirts, they're available black, white, red, or green, extra small through 5X. So we have Chairman's shirt. We also have one to salute Hugo Chavez, leader of Venezuela. Thank you, Len. And there's a couple more. Awesome, looking great. So Mara is representing our Ella Baker t-shirt, salute African women revolutionaries, as well as Che Guevara. This is another one of our popular shirts. these, most of our shirts are 22. These ones are 25 because they're full color direct to garment print. So we don't print these in-house, but we have someone else make them, and they're really great quality. Shirts anyone can buy, but we do have a couple items. Len here requested this. He wanted the Unity Through Reparations in a gold design, also with the USM logo. So we made that for him in a heat transfer vinyl. The gold looks great. And also salute to Matt. He actually just bought this. So this isn't for sale anymore, but I wanted to show it. We make just one-off items. You know, this is a vintage camo jacket. It says I support reparations. And it has this handmade patch that I sewed on, you know, kind of to take on those army shirts. And then we sell these pins for $5 as well. Thank you, Len. So that's some of our apparel. We have a couple more items. Again, let me know my time, and go to huruplanet.com to buy everything you're seeing right now. So we really want to salute Wendy Craig, Wendy in San Diego, for making these, all these journals back here and here. She made those and she's given them to Uhuru Planet. So this one is to honor Chairman Amalia Shatella and Marcus Garvey. These ones are beautiful. I believe there's 4 of this particular design. She also makes these clamshell journals. There's so many journals. Please take them. You got to take your notes. This, you know, is a beautiful box that then the journal fits inside. Also, just yesterday, Wendy told me she's making 10 limited edition journals to celebrate the plenary. And we put a listing on the Uhuru Planet shop. So if you search in the journals category, you'll see the first listing. Those will be $25. A lot of these range between 15 and 30. Thank you. So what else we have? We have some earrings. Want to salute our USM member right here, Artisans Asylum. She made these. She's an artist, and these are all made of recycled materials. She makes large paintings and also, you know, catches the runoff paint to make these earrings. So I want to salute her. We also on our site have some revolutionary photos. These are from our Uhuru movement exhibition we did last year. We also have artwork made by USM members in our Art for Reparations. These are just some, as you can see here, we have so much inventory, and we have tote bags. What else could I fit in 30 seconds? A lot of our designs we have as tote bags now too. We support the Enzo and Decolonize and Uzi, you know, other institutions of the movement. What else we got? Buttons, you know, just $2. I wear this on my jacket. You get so many comments for just this $2 button and really show your support of reparations. We also sell a lot of the movement books. Vanguard, Penny Hess's book, Overturning the Culture of Violence. So thank you so much. Go to uhuruplanet.com, get your patches. Uhuru means freedom. We got a lot more that I could even show you now. So thank you so much to our models, Mara and Len. Uhuru, thanks so much. I think, that must be time, right? I'll keep going. We got mittens made by Mara's mom. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you so much, Uhuru.
All right, Uhuru. Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Halley, for that, for the promotion of Uhuru Planet and all of those shirts, buttons, journals, all of the gear. That is uhuruplanet.com. Is my co-MC on?
I'm on.
All right. So before we say it, I just want to say earlier, I made a claim that there's a certain victory that I wanted it to be us to be able to say. You know what I mean?
Yes, comrade. I knew we was gonna bring it. Mm-hmm.
Yes. You want to go? Go ahead.
Well, before we say anything else, we want to appreciate everyone who has donated, especially these forces who were recent donors and weren't acknowledged yet. So we want to appreciate Sean for donating $100. We want to appreciate Paula for donating $120. We want to appreciate Virginia, who donated $60. We want to appreciate Sarah and Jamie, who donated $25. We want to appreciate Renee, who donated $240. And we want to appreciate the anonymous donor who donated $5,650, y'all. $5,650. Woo! Come on, comrade. Let's say
All
it.
right, so that means
that
we have met and surpassed
our goal.
Yes, of $100,000.
Yes.
And in fact, our total is $100,325. So
yes,
thank you to everybody.
And
People,
if
of course,
you're feeling, go ahead.
Right, we're on the same page.
Yes.
you can still donate at apspuhuru.org/pledge, PLEDGE, or you can call 727-821-6620.
Okay, and there's another name. It was Wendy. It's in the chats. That we.
Let's look at the chat. DC Owner said APSP did the damn thing.
Did we not, DC Owner?
I love when she says did the damn thing. I'm seeing some fire,
She means that, right?
Yes.
I don't. Let me see there's so many comments that have come in since.
Yes. So while you look for that, I would just remind people again that, you know, the resources that you are contributing go to the work of the African People's Socialist Party. We are only halfway through the plenary. We are only on day 2 of a 4-day plenary, and you have already seen the tremendous amount of work that the African People's Socialist Party does, you know, and this is a report on things done last year. This is a year's worth, you know, of work that's being reported on, and it's still amazing. And we literally haven't seen the half of it because we have 2 days left to go. So you know that when you contribute your resources to the African People's Socialist Party, it's going where we say it's going. It's going to do what we say it's going to do, and the work is going to get done.
Uhuru. So we want to additionally appreciate Wendy, who donated $504. We want to appreciate Johan at $240. Thank you, Johan. Lisa at $744. Uhuru Lisa, and Donna, who donated $25. Together, we all made it happen. And so we are well on our way to that second 100,000.
That second 100,000.
You know, anybody out there that's feeling particularly motivated and moved, feel free to continue to donate at apspuhuru.org/pledge or call 727-821-6620. Uhuru.
Yes, Uhuru. So I know that we're coming into the later part of the program. So while you find other information, I do want to bring up some people to make some very important brief presentations and announcements. And also, DC Ona, I really love that comment you made about Day 2's MCs, because we got a little socialist competition going on between the MC pairs. And so what you just said right there, that's it. That's it. So we will bring on Comrade Tachara Masimba to tell us how to support his campaign for alderman in Ward 21, St. Louis, Missouri. Uhuru.
Right, Uhuru. Thank you, Alikia.
It happens.
Yeah, I just want to really give so much credit to the incredible campaign team that has been put together really to carry out this work, and my incredible campaign manager and wife and comrade of the year, Nze Masimba. And to say again that I'm running on a platform of reparations and genuine economic development. And I'm running on a tagline of Black is Back, building a movement to revitalize the culture and economy of Black St. Louis. And through this campaign, what we are putting out is that St. Louis, Black St. Louis has a long history of resistance and culture. You know, it is the home of people like Chuck Berry and Miles Davis and Scott Joplin, the Isley Brothers, Maya Angelou, Tina Turner, Akon, and St. Lunatics, you know, and we have this long history of resistance also. Fairground Park, right near where I live and grew up, used to be a military barracks for Africans who organized to fight for our freedom in the Civil War. Never knew this growing up, never taught this. Sumner High School, where my mother and father went and my grandmother graduated, was the first African school west of the Mississippi. And Homer G. Phillips, where I was born in 1978, in November, it closed in February of the following year. This was the first hospital west of the Mississippi. You know, this is the birthplace of Dred and Harriet Scott, who fought for our freedom, and Mary and John Berry Meacham, who attempted to open a school, but because Missouri was a slave state, they couldn't open a school in Missouri. So they went out, bought a boat, went on the Mississippi River, just outside the boundaries of the city and the state, and built a school, put a school on the boat in the Mississippi River. And so what we are fighting for through this campaign, and is resonating, is that the Black community cannot be slandered to death anymore and made to bear all the responsibility of the problems of society. And that we will defend the Black community while fighting to revitalize the culture and economy of Black St. Louis, and to build an anti-gentrification economy in the process. So through the party, the campaigns of Columbayi and I have been able to systematically peel off support, even from the bourgeois-controlled Democratic Party and other sectors of establishment politics. The Uhuru movement penetrated the bourgeois media when we made the front page of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. We saw the Green Party endorse us, and one member who has been really acting as a relentless advocate, you know, introducing us to everybody and everything she can. But we should expect that we will continue to see these reactionaries who will continue to attack our offices and dig up forged documents. We know that politics is war without bloodshed, as we often say. So we have to win everything. We have to win a lot of friends, and some of those friends we know that will have to be won to our side in an obvious war, obvious contest for power. So what we're doing, we see a real process of us building a real broad political base, and that we will begin more and more to work with issue-based organizations and other organizations to take on concrete battles that we will tie into the platforms that we've put forth in the struggle to capture economic and political space for the African working class. So we'll continue to translate this platform into real practical bread and butter kinds of struggles. So I just wanted to say a little bit about my platform too, because I just think it's so profound that we can take this platform to the African working class and struggle with it, using it. So number one is reparations to the Black community. And we're saying that the Delmar divide, this dividing line between the wealthy white community and the Black community, is the result of real estate speculators, banks, and corporations who loot the Black community in 1,000 different ways. Such policies are part of a long history of colonial oppression and exploitation, and even funding purportedly earmarked for the Black community is looted. And so what we're calling for is a mass infusion of capital through this process so that we can develop Black businesses, we can develop wealth in the Black community, we can create jobs, and we don't have to allow the Black community to be militarized and slandered out of existence. We're also fighting for Black community control of the LRA, this Land Reutilization Authority land bank, which owns thousands of properties, mostly lost and stolen from the Black community as a result of some of the policies I've outlined above. We say that the community has to have control of this entity, and these properties have to be returned back to the Black community. And the last one I want to point out, the last aspect of this platform, it's a robust one, but we're saying that create genuine economic development for the Black community. The city has implemented a public policy of long-term gentrification of the Black community. Many are familiar with the Team 4 plan, which is one example but a 10-year study showed that nearly 30% of all ordinances passed at the Board of Alderpersons were ordinances to give large tax breaks to these greedy developers who, as I said, they come to the Black community, they purchase thousands of properties in some case, create their own personal little land banks, and do not develop anything, do not create jobs. They simply use their money and influence to purchase politicians who write policies to gentrify North St. Louis so that their property values can go up. So we are in a real contest for power. We really want to call on the movement to get behind these campaigns. As was stated earlier, you don't have to run for office at this time to support this struggle that we are seeing right here on the campaign, on the grounds in St. Louis is making history, and we'll see it reverberate throughout the world. So we just want to call on people to help us fight this battle by donating concretely, signing up to volunteer. We have less than 30 days, so we just need everybody to join this campaign. Phone bank, if you are local, you can do outreach and donate, buy gear, go to www.votemysimba.org, votemysimba.org, and sign up because we will win this fight.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Tachara. Again, that's votemasimba.org. So now we will bring up Comrade Erdosha Kalambai Bentham, the international president of NPDM, who is also campaigning for Ward 3 alderwoman in St. Louis, Ferguson. Uhuru, Comrade Kalambai.
Uhuru, Uhuru, revolutionary times, revolutionary solution, bottom line. And so I just really want to first salute the party for this incredible plenary, where we have seen all the incredible work that we have done during like a real difficult time with this colonial virus that has hit, but the party continued to move. And this incredible party has stood the test of times tremendously, and everything concretely that the party has ever set out to do, we accomplish, we do it, we make it happen. And so this is another strategy, comrades, brothers and sisters, that me and Chichara, members of the African People's Socialist Party, has been charged to lead the masses in Ward 3 and 21, and ultimately all of the North Side in St. Louis, to lead these incredible campaigns. And we have fought fiercely against the status quo. In my ward, I have I believe it was Monday, this week or last week, you probably have watched and seen how this empire has came viciously to shut down a business owner that had supported my campaign, that had been in this ward for since 1972 as a sharecropper from the South, that came here working for barely $1 a day, and getting his mechanic license and providing a skill and a job for so many countless of African men and women that worked at that mechanic shop. He opened his doors to us when we wasn't running for office. When we met him, we were out doing what we do, putting out our broadsheet, our newspaper, talking about the Black Power blueprint, and he was one. So when we came back and let him know that we was running for office, he opened up an office. And on Monday, Bosley decided to shut down our office by using the state. This is what the status quo do. This is what we have been bombarded with. And so you, as revolutionaries, you have been charged as a member of the African People's Socialist Party or a supporter to support the campaigns of Chichara Masimba, Erdosha Kalambai, because you know that we are the voice of the African working class. We are in a contest for power. And someone said that the greatest love that anyone can ever have is a revolutionary, that we have stood the test of time in our own personal life to say that none of these things could distract us, that we have to stay focused and keep our eyes on the prize. No matter what's going on in our personal life, we have to remain having a solid stance to understand that regardless of what's going on, that we have to win the long-term goal, and that's liberation, and excite the masses to understand that we have to see a future for ourselves that we have not been able to see. But now we are equipped with a theory. And so we are calling on you to join this campaign, to volunteer, to donate, to get to St. Louis. Get you a week off, whatever you have to tell your boss to get yourself to St. Louis. Get to St. Louis because we have to have a victory. We have to have a victory, and we know that we can do it. And I know, and I want to appreciate everybody because I know you have donated, and I'm asking you to donate again and donate again. I'm asking you to call meetings at your house, call the congregation, your family, whoever, and help them to understand why this campaign is so significant in St. Louis, Missouri. Just like the world watched Ferguson on fire because the African working class declared that the police must die, kill the police was the slogan that was coming out of there. We have declared that we are taking this on, that the African working class have a vehicle of its own, and that's these campaigns. So we asking you today to support these campaigns, donate to It Hurt, volunteer yes, we'll sleep later. We'll sleep when we liberated, but right now it's time to go hard. So I just really appreciate the party. I appreciate my comrades because we, one of my comrades, they always say on my IEC, I always tell them all the time, the harder we go in so-called peace, the less bloodshed and war. I heard Chairman say that one day and it stuck with me like glue. I want to prevent any bloodshed. So that is being able to take the gospel of revolution to the masses of people so they know exactly how to move because we at war. Thank you, and I appreciate your support. And with your support, I will be the next third ward alderwoman. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Kalambai. So it is now my honor to bring back up Chairman Omali Ishatella for a brief summation of day 2. And I want to tell everybody that after the chairman ends, don't hold on yet because my co-MC and I will be coming in with some announcements. So Uhuru, Chairman Omali. Oh, sorry, Chairman, you muted? Okay.
Now I made it. Listen, can you make the announcements first?
Okay. Uhuru, Comrade Mato.
I'm coming.
Okay.
Uhuru. So we have one more donation actually today from Michael, and that was for $240. So we are keeping it going. Tomorrow morning, we will begin at 8 a.m. Eastern sharp. Our next announcement is APDEP Black History Essay Contest. Submissions are open now until the 20th of February for ages 9 through 13. Go to essaycontest.eventbrite.com for more information. Project Black Ankh International COVID-19 Telehealth Program is offering free virtual appointments worldwide. Go to developmentforafrica.org/telehealth to book an appointment today. If you haven't set up your pledge yet to Africans 1 Billion Strong, then please go to apsp.org/pledge or call 727-821-6620 if you have questions or need help. On June 12th, Reparations Legacy Project will hold a conference to win wealthy white people to pay reparations. More info at reparationslegacy.org. On April 17th and 18th, 2021, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement will host its annual national convention, Make Wall Street Play Reparations. More info at uhurusolidarity.org. On February 17th at 6 p.m. Central, tune in to Reparations on the Ballot with T'Challa Masimba and Herdosha Kalambai Bentham. Register at tinyurl.com/vote Uhuru. Register for the Black is Back Coalition special webinar titled Fascism, Neoliberalism, and the Way Forward, taking place on March 6, 2021 at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Visit blackisbackcoalition.org. Register for the Black is Back Coalition's 5th electoral campaign school titled The Ballot and the Bullet, Now More Than Ever. campaigning for self-determination, taking place on April 10th and 11th, 2021 at 10 a.m. Eastern. Visit blackisbackcoalition.org. And finally, the Humble Seed Brewing Company and Uhuru Foods and Pies. Uhuru means freedom. Collaboration drops at 11 a.m. Pacific, Saturday, February 21st. Contact Oakland at uhurupies.org for info. Don't hesitate. Beer sells out in a few hours. Uhuru.
Well, can you make that announcement again about the Humble Sea? I'm not sure that was clear.
Okay.
Yeah, you said something about dropping. Can you say? Yeah.
Sure. The Humble Seed Brewing Company and Uhuru Foods and Pies, Uhuru means freedom collaboration, drops at 11 a.m. Pacific, Sunday, February 21st. Does that a little more clear, Chairman?
Does everybody understand that what we're talking about here is that there's a beer that's been created by the Humble Sea Brewery, and it's called Uhuru means freedom, and that much of it has to do with a contribution, a reparations contribution to the movement.
Uhuru. And people can contact Oakland at uhurupies.org for more info.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
They did another one before, didn't they? What was the name of the other beer? Black is Beautiful.
I don't know, but I missed it. I want to get in on this one though.
Yeah, it was called Black is Beautiful, the other. And it's just part of the statement of just how this work is happening and the influence that, the growing influence that we have in the movement. I want to thank everybody for your participation. And I cannot begin a summation without first really taking a hat off and saluting the Department of Agitation and Propaganda that has done such an extraordinary job in facilitating this entire process of just the creativity and everything that's been brought to this, the tight level of organization has been brought to the entire plenary process. I just wanted to speak to that. And that, of course, began, I was tempted to say it began on yesterday with the first day, but it began much earlier than that, preparing for yesterday. And yesterday, of course, was like today, was remarkable. And you think about the fact that the working class, the African working class, it is a most despised sector of the human family in bourgeois, and not just bourgeois circles, certainly, throughout Europe and for everybody who has adopted the worldview or who has had the worldview of imperialism imposed on them about African people, and particularly the African working class. And in many ways, the African working class ourselves have internalized much of this, and in our own relationship with each other, to ourselves, this is reflected. This fact that we are such a despised sector of the human population, or have been at different times. Of course, we are the people that brought civilization to the planet Earth, and of course, we created the universities, the first universities where people from all over the world were able to come and study, and we created these remarkable civilizations that tourists would come and actually sail the Nile just to in awe of what it is that we have created as African people. But we know that Africa was assaulted, that Africa, because its centrality in the world, the center of the planet Earth, because of the wealth that's inherent in Africa itself, Africa has been under attack for a very long time. And certainly we are living in an era that was created through the assault on Africa, with whole world economy organized around that, and imposed impoverishment on Africa and African people, so that resources are sucked out of Africa on a regular basis. Everything from, as we've said before, human resources, that means cultural, material resources. I said culture, but it means culture, it means labor, it means genius, it means science, and all those kinds of things, including agriculture. I mean, somebody once was able to recognize, people have recognized that the attack on Africa wasn't just to get Black labor, but it also was to get Black African genius, technology, and what have you, that was brought enslaved to this country in various places. There were certain places in Africa that were targeted because it was recognized that certain skills and were located in these places, and they wanted to bring them to the United States and bring them to other places where African people were colonized in order to grow an economy for them, parasitic economy that we came to know that people recognize as capitalism, that we refer to as colonial capitalism. And because saying it's colonial capitalism says something about its origin, says something about the pedestal that it's on. I'm reading a book that T'Challa has read recently, and I know Comrade Penny has read it because she certainly referenced it to me, where the author, it's a pretty decent book about St. Louis, and he refers to this thing that he called racial capitalism. And what he's calling racial capitalism is just misidentifying the fact that it's colonialism. We've said a long time ago in the African People's Socialist Party, the relationship between class and race is colonialism. And that's what he's calling racial capitalism. So this entity, this monster that's been on our backs since Europe first attacked Africa and began kidnapping us, etc., is something that we are dealing with right now. This plenary is dealing with. And so the African working class, this most despised sector by enemies and feared sector. And I gotta say, the African workers have been feared, and this has been historical, this fear. And there's a basis for this fear. It's not as many people would like to think of it as being unreasonable and why they act like they're afraid of us. They are afraid of us because they recognize what has been done to us, and they make the assumption that we might know what has been done to us and that we may be preparing to do something responding to that. So today was a great day. The workers, just the working class, is coming to its own and thrust ourselves into history in a very serious and dramatic way. And this plenary represents that. And on yesterday, we went through the name changes, and we had this incredible expressions of revolutionary culture that's growing throughout our movement and we're putting out to the African world. Because when we open up on yesterday, on today, with the African Nation fight song, it's not a US fight song, it's not a Black American fight song, it's the African Nation fight song. And it's based on, assumptions of Africa are still involved in this struggle, has to be involved in the struggle for our total liberation. And so Africa, this is a song that will resonate throughout the African world. We've gone through this magnificent thing of defining our place in the world. We went through yesterday the whole political report. We went through it really rapidly, but it was groundbreaking in many ways in terms of what it introduced or elaborated on. In terms of theory, not just in abstract and general theory, but theory as it relates to specific political phenomenon expressing themselves today. Then today, and it was a part of a process that had participation from active participation from Africans and various places around the world, which was dramatic and startling. Here's the African working class connecting with each other, so that African born in Congo, living in London, participating, and then there are other people who are there, and other people from France, Africans from France who are participating there, Africans from South Africa, occupied Tanzania, participating in this remarkable thing. And guess what? It's not a single one of the Africans who are doing this who bragging about how many degrees she has or how important she is in the bourgeois world. These are Africans who claim identity with the African working class, wherever they may have been located in terms of their station, in terms of the bourgeois structures that have been imposed on us. They ain't bragging about that. They are bragging about being a part of the revolutionary working class. That's what we heard on yesterday. That's what we heard on today. And so we saw that throughout the entire process. And this political report laid the political foundation, the theoretical foundation for everything that happened on yesterday, and then for everything that's happening, that happened on today. Today was remarkable. And along with what happened on yesterday is elaborating. Everybody now who thought they knew something about the party, who thought they knew who the hell we were, are learning more that we are history unfolding before their eyes. That the African working class is raising up Africa once again to take its place in the human family and to take its place in the leadership of the struggle for the end of the misery that's been imposed on us by the advent of capitalism, colonialism. So we come and we're welcomed by this incredible MCs, and we are welcomed by the African Nation Fight song. It really rushes our blood and our heart and our energies and what have you. We went into this discussion, this long report, African workers of the world, unite and organize our own liberated economy. This is the report from the deputy chair that has so many different components to it. And these components really a reflection of the an aspect of the administrative capacity of the African nation state. We are consolidating the African nation state. And so this doesn't happen in isolation from what happened yesterday, because yesterday we were talking about the consolidation of the nation state, and we see that throughout the party's work, people are organizing around that, becoming consciously a part of this process of liberation. And we individuals, through the reports that we listen to, the report from the deputy chair, see individuals who are fully consciously assuming the responsibility of actually governing. This is, we are replacing, people were talking about and fretting because a group of people, a group of settlers attacked the settler colonial legislative body. We are replacing it in terms of this relationship to us. We leave it to them, let them fight over it. And as they're fighting over it, as they're fighting over trying to maintain control of a decaying economy in a downward spiral, here we are. And you could see that in the reports that came from the deputy chair's office and from the different component parts of it. This is government that you saw. And it's not reliant on one person here, one person there. It's an entire an apparatus that's unfolding before your very eyes. This is the power of the African working class. And then, we had the discussions that were really important, that comrades Tafari and Secretary General Louise and I participated in terms of, really looking into real independence and how, and having this discussion about the imposition of this horrible social system on Africa and African people, and how that's defined our lives on the continent, defines our lives in Haiti, defines our lives all around the world. This horrible attack, and it has even helped to shape the consciousness of African people globally. But then we are talking about how we are dealing with that. That happened in this plenary on today. When you listen to Comrade Louise Kinshasa, born in Congo, lived in France and lives in England now. You hear Comrade Tafari Mugeri, born in what they now call South Africa, on the border close to Zimbabwe, in Limpopo province, etc. And then, Chairman Omali Shatella, born in the United States. And you see this Africa is one. I mean, that's just something that makes itself manifest. And then you get all this information, and the kind of information that Comrade Louise is always throwing at us in terms of quantifying the kind of value that's stolen from Africa and from you on a regular basis. And this is so powerful because nobody has this discussion. Nobody else is having this discussion. Nobody. If somebody's having a discussion that approximates this, they are talking about how they need to do something in solidarity. They need to protest and oppose what this corporation is doing or that corporation is doing, opposing some AFRICOM, but nobody except us. We are the only ones talking about building the revolutionary movement as an all-African revolutionary movement, including inside the continent of Africa and every place else that we are. That's what this discussion is about. Africa will be free because now the African working class has actually begun to take its place in leading this revolutionary project, and in fact, is changing history right now. And we saw that happening in this process that we have on today. And then how remarkable it is to listen to in this one single place. You cannot tell me a place, for example, here you have Charles Barron, Jesse Todd, you had Kalambayi, you had T'Challa involved in this discussion around electoral politics. You won't find any place else inside the United States, certainly, where people are talking about a revolutionary transformation using the electoral project as the means to do it and recognizing what the electoral system is all about. Look at the quality of this kind of discussion that we are introducing. The working class is doing this. The African petty bourgeoisie can't do it. And what is happening in the process of this struggle for freedom, by comparison, these horrible entities, the neo-colonial African petty bourgeoisie, we can see them in the 3rd and 21st Ward in St. Louis, and they exist all over the world. And they're going to have to be brought down as a part of the process of the liberation of Africa and African people. And we're going to have to build, we got to actually make this successful relationship and deepen it between our forces, between forces like Charles, who is our forces, and Jesse, and the ones that are directly, immediately connected to our party to really elevate and create a whole new political space. And we've begun that process already. Even the Black is Back coalition that we talked about in the political report. This is the party's work. And this is the party's work that put on the agenda training ordinary African working class people, so-called activists and others, to be able to contest the African petty bourgeoisie in the electoral process so that they do not have a monopoly on that. This is the African working class that's doing this. This is the African working class party that's doing this in the form of the African People's Socialist Party. ASA was magnificent from Occupied Azadi, South Africa. What a splendid performance and a splendid articulation, cultural expression of African internationalism. And then compañero Benjamin Prado and Unión de Barrio. This is a relationship that continues to evolve. And I truly believe that it does reflect the relationship between the African and Mexican people, because it's the advanced attachment of the African community and the advanced attachment of the Mexican community, which means that we are in front of the question, but it's representative of what is in the process of maturing right now. And it's maturing in a revolutionary project that the African People's Socialist Party played a magnificent role in raising up and helping it to develop. And all of these splendid economic expressions and the I guess you call them commercials or something that we had with the breaks, where we have this virtual sales going on. These are our products. These are our projects. These are part of the economic institutions, the economic independent economy that we are creating for our Africa and for ourselves. It's just splendid. And of course, we got these magnificent candidates in the form of T'Challa and Kalambayi, who, and we know, all of us, most of them know them. And we've known them for a while now.
And these are poor persons who just love Black people, who just want us to be free, and got children. They want their children to have decent lives. And they know that African internationalism and African People's Socialist Party is the way forward, is the thing that's gonna make that happen. And we love them and we appreciate them so much. And so we hold them up, and we are going to do everything that we can, everything that's possible to make sure they go to office so that the African nation can have access to this extraordinary example of revolutionary courage that's being put forth on this front. But because part of what this means is that there is no form of struggle that the African People's Socialist Party will not engage in order to win our freedom. We will utilize any form of struggle necessary to win our freedom, and this is just one expression of that. So I just thought that was really important, and I want to salute Comrade Deputy Chair. I get tired of that, and I know people do that all the time, but I really have to. I really want us to recognize the significance of actually constructing the state apparatus. And Agitprop is a part of it as well, because this is going to be our international state communication capacity, because we got to have an international capacity, because we got to talk to Africans all around the world, Africans got to be able to communicate with each other, because we don't even know that much, because we are so separate and apart from each other. But Agitprop becomes that entity. And it has to work on so many different levels, because in some places we can have computers, in some places we can't. Some places we might be stuck with stuff like DVDs and even cassettes and newspapers and other things like that, while other places there might be other kinds of possibilities. But the fact is, Agitprop has this remarkable responsibility to pull it all together. It's going to be this instrument that's going to be educating masses of African people around the world, and in the various places that we are located. It's going to be a part of the state apparatus as well. And so that's what we're in the process of constructing right now, right before your eyes. And it helps to expose, all of these charlatans and hustlers and forces who are opportunists, who claim to represent African people and who would actually challenge us. It challenged in various bogus ways. It helps to expose them, because we are the party. We are the instrument for the revolution. We are the instrument for consolidating the unification of Africa once again. And today was just a remarkable example of that. And I really feel good about that, and for everything, and all of you comrades, because I've seen you mature. I've watched you mature over the period of time. I've seen you, many instances, being these uncertain individuals and et cetera. And I've seen you grow the confidence, and I've seen you walk, stride with confidence, and that we are winning, and that you were part of that cadre. I call it the cadreification of our movement and of our party. And I want to just also say, in relationship to everything else, that part of what expresses itself both days, today as well, is the really tremendous thing I believe the African People's Socialist Party has done in terms of opening up a capacity for the colonizers to split from this horrible history of colonialism, and to split from the colonialist who would continue to dominate Africa and the peoples of the world given an opportunity. And I've seen the colonizers express all kinds of hatred and disgust with the kind of relationship that what they might call America or white people or Europe have with the rest of us. And now we are arming them. We have armed them from the African People's Socialist Party, and that was reflected on today and yesterday as well. There's an extraordinary force that we have unleashed that will win the liberation of Africa, will win the liberation of Africans, and will win the emancipation of the toiling masses of the world and all the people who need to be free and who want to be free. So this was a remarkable day, and I've done more than sum up today. I know that. what? Oh yeah. I can't forget that. And the Jeopardy chair won't let me forget it. But it shouldn't forget it. That's a lot of money we raised. We raised this money, and we raised it in public view. It was transparent. Everybody could see that we raised it. And of course, you know, there was those forces who really think that they're contending with us, who would say, you know, who slander us about the resources and what have you, but that was hard work. And anybody who's watching this plenary and everybody who's watched it up to now, see how that money came into existence. It is the love and loyalty of the Uhuru movement, of the African People's Socialist Party, and the people who have had an opportunity to experience this incredible work that we do to transform this reality. That's where it came from. And there's going to be more coming beyond that. So that was remarkable that occurred in terms of raising that more than $100,000 in the last 2 days. So I don't know what's going around, but I've been told. Well, see, I'm not a hunter, but I've been told that Elikia and Matope has been doing it up, and there's something going around. So I don't know what the hell that means, but it was a remarkable day. It's been a remarkable plenary up to now. And I just want to thank you so much, comrades, for participation and all of the incredible work that's been done up to this point. We got 2 more days, and we're going to be kicking ass all the way until the end of this plenary. So thank you, comrades. Uhuru is Weletu.
Africa.
And no compromise.
No surrender.
No surrender.
No surrender.
No compromise.
Vanguard up, comrades.
Vanguard up.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.